Greetings from the archive. How's everyone doing tonight? Hi. Chat, the funniest thing just happened to me. And by funniest, I mean Chat, I have psychosis. I'm gonna tell that story in just a second. Let me go through and greet everybody first and foremost. Congrats to Dusklight Wanderer on the first. Welcome on into Lillian to Omega Scales to the Nyx Paradigm to Peru. 2, Microscopic Fox. 2, Luke Tendo. I'm gonna have to let Pierce know that Big Horse is catching on. I'm gonna have to let Pierce know about that. Hello Vox Marinex. Hello, let's see, Lillian Drakken's Horde. Schlaf, welcome on in. Am I saying it correct? I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm just a little guy. Hello Astra Arts, Jordan the Kitty, the Nyx Paradigm, Nat Puff, Void King. It's so wonderful to see folks. Microscopic Fox, Ember Ray. I'm definitely double dosing on some names here, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Hello, Lyrie. Hi. When does the biting start? Always. Hello, Evie and EVs. It's lovely to see you as well. Hello, Gracie Bacon, Natalie Weiss. Did sit-ups today and almost threw up. I am so sorry. Anyway, chat. Anyway. Y'all, I was reading a source for my next video essay and taking some notes before this stream on my laptop over the side. I already had my stream set up and I had like 10 minutes before it was go time. I figured I might as well get some notes down, do a little bit of side work. And to chat, I'm reading. I'm currently in the middle of rereading Who's Afraid of Gender by Judith Butler. Really good, like gender and queer theorist and philosopher that I heavily respect. If you have not read or engaged at all with the work of Judith Butler and you're interested in getting into queer theory, I heavily recommend their work. They are definitely one of the most impactful voices in like modern queer and feminists and gender theory. Love me some Judith Butler. A lot of my talking points are taken directly from Judith Butler's work. But in any case, I'm rereading through it, and chat, I'm just typing my notes, and right as I type, and I'm not fucking with you, immediately after I type the word pedophilia, my laptop suddenly disconnects from the internet and refuses to reconnect. And chat, I have psychosis. I'm schizoaffective. My brain immediately goes, I'm about to get hit by the fucking feds. Logically, I know that is stupid. Logically, I know that's not going to happen. Logically, this is just a very funny happenstance. The part of my brain that is schizoaffective goes, the feds are on their way. For reference, for those curious, it is in regards to the ways in which, like, gender and discussions of gender in, like, you know, a lot of anti-gender ideology, right-wing bullshit, it's oftentimes considered or treated as or fear-mongered as code for pedophilia. That's like literally the sentence I was typing. The sentence I was typing was, gender has become code for a political agenda that seeks to destroy the traditional femininity, for pedophilia and the sexualization of children, for indoctrination, and for child abuse. That was the sentence I was in the middle of typing. Hello, Vexed Gal, and now I'm paranoid. But you know what? That's just how it goes sometimes. How are y'all doing today? How are y'all doing today? I hope y'all having a wonderful evening. It's so wonderful to see folks. It is 7:03 p.m. on the 17th of June, and I'm not happy about the passage of time, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Welcome on in, Vexgal. How are you? Is that FBI open up meme all over again? Indeed, indeed. Chances are it's literally nothing. It was just a funny happenstance. However, I hate the term gender ideology. It's literally not an ideology. Where does this thought come from? I mean, okay. I would argue that anything can be ideology, and I definitely have an ideology around gender. Particularly, I'm on the gender abolitionist side of things. I do hold an ideology about what gender is and what it means to be a gender. That's why I write video essays about queer theory. There is ideology to how we understand and process gender. However, the ways in which right-wingers use gender ideology to attack trans people is bullshit. AE, we vibe and the paranoid vibes just have learned what I thought was happy AE is anxious AE. You know what? That's just how it goes sometimes. It is... How do I say? I'm not unhappy. I'm happy. I've had a nice day. I've had a nice chill evening. I have a lot of fun, exciting things to yap about today. But that was a little bit of anxious AE, yes. My laptop is back on the Wi-Fi network. That was fucking terrifying. Doing good, just surviving each day. That's how it goes sometimes. My brain wants to do a depression, and I'm poor, so I'm trying to counteract it with exercise. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Exercise is a useful means sometimes of getting your brain to do what you need it to do. Hello, Mal the Goth. It's been a while. Bark for bite bite. Thank you for the scuff. Welcome on in, Truth Telling Puppet, and so Jeezy as well. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Not getting cucked by AI. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Chat, fuck generative AI. To reiterate a lot of what I've been talking about lately, I did recently put out a video essay about generative AI and how much I despise it, particularly about the digital immortality industry, about grief bots, about necropolitics. It's a piece that I'm relatively proud of, and if you haven't watched it, I would heavily recommend it. This morning, I put out a short talking about it. I'm gonna be honest, I think a lot of people who watched the short didn't stick around long enough to understand what it was about. If I can be honest. That is a sinking suspicion I have. But I did recently put out that video essay. If you haven't watched it, I would heavily recommend it. I put a lot of work into it. I think it is a good piece that is worth engaging with. But it'll be there whenever you may decide you want to check it out. I have a lot more to say about generative AI and about necropolitics, and I will eventually get around to talking about that. But for the meantime, I got a lot of shit to say. Remember last stream you said you were an anarchist and every definition seems to just be calling anarchists murder hobos, so I was wondering if I could get a definition from an anarchist. Oh, absolutely! So anarchism is an ideology that seeks to stand... Thank you for the hydrate, Yui. How are you doing? Bark, bite, bite. Anarchism is an ideology which seeks to stand against centralized power structures. This includes, yes, government, as well as the forces of capitalism. Under anarchist theory and ideology, power is a form of violence, and to inflict or to utilize power against another person is to inflict violence onto them. And under anarchism, we seek to dismantle centralized power structures. Yes, very oftentimes anarchism is stereotyped as being a violent ideology, an ideology of chaos or lawlessness, which is not what anarchism is. There have been periods of time and specific anarchist sects which have utilized violence as a political tool. And I'll be honest, I think that violence has its place as a means of standing up against fascism and authoritarianism. But the idea that anarchism is about lawlessness or that it is an ideology inherently rooted in violence is frankly bullshit and comes from a lot of intentional fear-mongering. Before communism was the big thing everyone was scared of, anarchism was the big thing that was fear-mongered about, and we still see the remnants of that in this notion. The notion that anarchism is an ideology rooted in lawlessness, in chaos, in violence, and whatnot is the result of fear-mongering that predates the Red Scare. It's just about getting rid of central power? Yep. As an anarchist, I seek to dismantle forms of centralized power, including governments, any form of authoritarianism, including capitalist interests, and to push people to exist within their communities for collective decision making, for collective ownership of the means of production, for engagement. Honestly, not all anarchists are going to agree with this particular point, but I seek a world that is less industrialized, wherein people are more heavily involved in the spaces they live in and how their things are produced, where their things are coming from, and wherein there is a lot more credit and credence given to the craftsmanship of things. There are going to be some anarchists that push for, like, you know, hyper industrialism, or who push for a world wherein, like, labor is eliminated. That's not my personal ideology, but, you know. Essentially, though, it at its core is about the dismantling of power structures. So governments, capitalist interests, any case wherein there is enough power centralized in one place for it to then be inflicted upon another and be used as a means for abuse. I fight for a world with no nations and no borders. I fight for a world wherein no one has the power to inflict or abuse onto another. I fight for a world wherein everyone is free. I am a pacifist. I do acknowledge that violence is sometimes a useful political tool. So many of the civil rights movements and revolutions of the past only succeeded because of the presence of violence, violent threat, or violent alternative. Even like the civil rights movement that won the voting rights of African American people in the United States, that was not, as you may have been taught, a peaceful effort. It only succeeded because of the threat of violent alternative, and even still is a effort that is being fought to this day in many cases. Violence is a oftentimes necessary political tool, but I do not believe in it as a first resort, and I believe it is something to be saved for only cases wherein it is fully necessary. I consider myself a pacifist, but I think to be a pacifist, you have to understand that, like, being a pacifist is not about no violence ever for any reason. It is about violence as last resort, if that makes sense. Governments, capitalism, and organized religion? Yes. In any case, that's my brief overview of anarchism. I'm particularly an anarcho-communist. You're gonna find other flavors of anarchists out there, but that's where I sit. Thank you for the text to AE, Moonlight Caddo. I'm going to kill you with a rock. Chat, 6-7. 6-7. I hate myself. I hate myself so much. I don't think working will ever be gotten rid of, even in an anarchist system. I agree. I'm of the mind that you will never fully get rid of the need for labor. There will always be some amount of work that needs to be done, even if it is just overseeing, automated machines and whatnot. However, I personally would strive for a world wherein which we are less consumerist, and wherein a lot more credence and credit and push is put towards craftsmanship. I want to live in a world where my shoes are handmade by someone to fit my fucking needs, and wherein I can get them repaired, you know, rather than one where we have people overseeing automated machines bulk producing the shit. That's just a me thing, though. We got him, boys. The 6-7 has successfully infiltrated the stream. I hate everything. I think more so the focus should be on giving people control over the means of production, over, like, collective ownership of the production of things, and about putting more effort into being connected and understanding where things are coming from. I want to live in a world where I know the person who is fucking providing my crops and shit. I want to know who I'm buying my fucking eggs from. We don't need Walmart. It's definitely a very complicated ideology if you're first encountering it, but, you know. I hope that I've spoken to it well. It does require, like, undoing a lot of the understandings of the world you may hold, but... Will you ever play Dead Space or Alien for Halloween? I think at least one of those is on my list, but I'm not sure which. They're both familiar names. I feel like one of them would be on my list. AE has a political cooldown for posting, so previous situations don't happen again. No. I want to talk about queer issues, but also about leftist shit. The reviving Code Loco? I'm not familiar with someone awesome. How are you doing? Bye-bye. Government is a fucked concept. People should rule themselves at the 100%. 1% of people who slime their way into power and butcher the competition. Chat, even in a situation where you have a government that actually has the mind of the people at its forefront, like a rich, wealthy politician will never understand the needs of a rural farmer or of an everyday office worker. They are such different lives that are being lived. Part of why I am an anarchist is because I think it is impossible for any small number of powerful people to fully understand and attend to the needs of the individual. Thank you. Your help has expanded my view on the world. Of course, I'm happy to do so. Part of why I talk about these subjects on stream is to provide an educational space. I like to think of myself as an educator. I like to provide a space where people can learn about these things in a low-stress environment, and wherein I can make politics accessible to people. One of my great goals as a creator is to invest in a world wherein we can have these conversations and invest in a space, in a community where we can talk about these things without dread. So often politics is this heavy thing that makes people feel hopeless. And I want to create a space where we can have these conversations without it having to be about dread and about hopelessness, where it can be about fighting for a better world, where it can be about maintaining hope in community. I think there's value in that. Bark bark, bite bite. I'm a pacifist until I need a pacifist across someone's face in defense of myself or someone else. I will punch a Nazi. I will say this: if I come across a Nazi in my space, I'm gonna punch him. I will punch a Nazi. Hello, Mal. How are you doing? Bark bark bite bite. Lovely to see you. Yeah. Like, I may be a pacifist, but I will punch a Nazi. Potential violence is a leveraging tool, kind of. Yes. Like, genuinely, one of the greatest tools for preventing cases of violence is just the presence of a gun. Chat, you can shut down so many potentially violent altercations by just having a gun. You know? It's unfortunate, but it's a thing. Welcome on in, Missing Project. Lovely to see you. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat right now. Ollie, thank you for the resub. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Sending the CIA to your location for re-education. It's gonna happen to me someday, chat. It's gonna happen to me someday. So it'd be like small town communities, prospect, but to all people. And that's kind of my ideal, Wolf. That's not going to be every anarchist ideal. And I'll be honest, like, I have a very particular ideology that I do advocate for and fight for. That does not mean that I am not willing to, in some areas and elements, settle. There are other systems, where while they may not be my ideal, or may not be the very specific thing I fight for, but which I would be content with, you know? There are some, like, anarcho-socialist, and even some, like, how do I say, democratic socialist takes and perspectives that I do have an appreciation for, and even if they are not my ideal, even if they are not the world that I specifically argue and advocate for, they are causes that I will still see value in and be willing to find some amount of contentment with, you know? I think there is value at times for fighting for the most extreme perfect of your version of your ideology, because even if you don't quite get there, you get closer. You make progress. But that's also just a particular piece of my ideology. I think when you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, kind of deal. Vibrating with excitement, because if there was a time that I needed a show about kids going to cyberspace to fight AI, it's probably now. Welcome back. Oh, so Code Lyco was a show. Okay, I'm not familiar with this. I've never heard of this before. I'm gonna pull this up in another tab, and as soon as I'm done with this tangent, I'm gonna peek over it. Alright. I'm gonna peek over at this as soon as I'm done with this, as soon as I'm caught up. What actually is anarcho-socialism? I will get into that in a second. I think some centralized systems are good, like libraries and such, but not so much governments. Oh, hello, Pitch Captor, lovely to see you. Bite. I do agree, like, there are such things as social resources, which do require an amount of organization that I do think have value. Things like libraries, yes. Even things like, there's issues with firefighting systems, but, you know, fucking the existence of some emergency services such as like firefighting, or even like the management of shared wild spaces, you know, your national park services type of shit. There are value in those things, and I'm not quite sure how we navigate those in an anarchist system, but I think it's worth noting that, like, they already exist. The people who know how to manage those systems don't disappear when we establish anarchism. They will still have the knowledge base and connections and skills necessary to propagate those systems outside of a government. It's just about making sure that we maintain them and make sure that those skills get passed on and continue to be taught. Honestly, I think there's probably a lot we can learn from librarians, particularly on how to collectively organize, you know? No worries, Rowan. Take care of yourself first and foremost. Welcome on in, Mito Oku as well. Barper Bye Bye. And hello, Youngling. Or Youngli, lovely to see you. Most of Thailand is in mourning, as one of our princesses died at 42 a few weeks ago. Damn. I send my best wishes, genuinely. As I said, no government, only the people decide what to do. Does ACAB include Paul Blart? I don't know enough about Paul Blart. Is he a cop? I don't fucking know. I'm guessing it's a fictional cop, in which case, yes, but also, like, we can engage with fiction responsibly, you know? I'll admit, like, how do I say? I still have a soft spot for some true crime content. As much as a lot of it is very propaganda-y in nature, and I think there is value in having the ability to, like, consume media while being critical of it, you know? Also, piracy is always an option. I'm just saying, if you want to consume something, and you don't want to give money to the creators, and you cannot give it up for whatever reason, piracy is always there. Paul Blart is not a cop, he's a security guard. Got it. Okay. I'm still not fond of the notion of security guards because their function is to defend property, and I'm not a big fan of the notion of property, especially the ownership of land, but you know. Like, ultimately, security guards are still upholding capitalism, but they're not cops. So technically they don't fall under ACAB, but I still don't like them. Only agree about owning boys. Listen. I should be allowed to own a pet boy as a trait / day. We love consensual kink. We love consensual kink dynamics. Lol Lamau. Not quite sure about straight up no government, but I'm also not really sure about how a good government can exist and how it could withstand the test of time. But yeah, and those are complicated questions to answer. That's where I sat for a while before, like, I kind of settled into anarchism. Ultimately, I think collective ownership and running of society is possible. But I don't have all the answers in that regard. What about the guys from Mike and Molly? Also don't know Mike and Molly. Not familiar. I'm sorry, I don't know media. What actually is anarcho-socialism? So the distinction between anarcho-socialism and anarcho-capitalism would just be how the economic, for lack of a better term, and how ownership functions in those societies, I do think that, like, how do I say this? While in anarchism you don't have a traditional economy, there is still something, some sort, you still have to determine how ownership of things and how labor functions, and that's kind of the distinction between socialism and communism in those scenarios. I would think in a socialist situation, in both of these cases, you don't have proper ownership of things, but I think the way you navigate that very specifically changes. I honestly cannot recall well enough how to... sorry, anarcho-communist versus anarcho-socialist. I might have said the wrong words. I apologize. I'm doing my best. If I misspoke, I apologize. But I don't recall the specifics well enough to describe them in this moment. I can try to pull some stuff up about that later, but I think it's mostly just a difference in how ownership is handled, particularly of like the means of production and all that shit. Anarcho-socialism and anarcho-communism are relatively similar in their core ideals, though. I remember when it was on TV. Any progress is good progress? Socialism is better than capitalism? Yes. I have a lot of issues with mainstream socialist thought, but it would be better than the systems already in place, and so I am not mad at push towards that direction, you know? Code Lyco is 10% forehead in the files? I am not... listen, I'm gonna look into it in a second, but I'm not familiar. I feel like guns just cause more murders and would rather people punch each other than shoot each other. So... at least in the context of the modern United States, it is virtually impossible to get rid of guns, and they have been such fundamental tools in our, you know, fight for civil rights in the past that I do not see it as possible or prudent in the current state of things to do away with them. I also just kind of like them. I understand that, like, there is always hesitancy with, you know, having such powerfully lethal weapons around, but I think it's also worth noting that, like, most gun death does come down to either desperate people, and this is the case with most crime in general. This comes down to most crime in general. Most crime is caused by people who are either desperate because they haven't had their needs met, be it housing, money, food, or to mental health issues. Be it depression, you know, causing people to harm themselves, or untreated psychosis, or what may it be. Most crime comes down to people who either are desperate because they have not had their needs met, or who are suffering from untreated mental illness. And when those needs are met, crime drastically reduces. I don't think we'll have to worry so much about the issue of gun violence and gun death in a society where people's needs are actually being met. Mental health issues are also an extension of unmet needs, but I do think it is worth pointing them out and talking about them regardless, you know? Like, I'm talking about this as a person who is diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. I'm not gonna pretend like I am not statistically more likely to end up either a victim of or perpetuate some sort of gun death, either against myself or another person. I don't think that's ever going to fucking happen. I'm pretty happy with my life. I'm no longer really dealing with that severe of depression, and my symptoms are under check, but I'm not gonna pretend that, like, psychosis doesn't drive people to do shit. And getting proper access to treatment and care and medication can change lives. If you die by a gun, it's gonna be mine. Yeah, it's gonna be consensual. /J/silly. But in any case. Postal services are good to have to spend issues. Also true. But, like, the people who are running the postal service, they're not going to disappear when we get rid of the government. They're still going to have that knowledge of how to manage those systems. That's one thing that I think is really important to remember in these cases. USPS is self-sufficient. They do not require any taxpayer money. They run themselves, and sure, they have problems, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of individual assholes and abusers within that system, but, like, USPS, or the people who run it, and the people who have the knowledge base in order to make it function, the people who deliver your mail and organize it and track it, don't disappear in anarchism. It's actually really hard to find resources that explain the different subcategories of anarchism. The best resource I've found to like introduce a lot of that shit is gonna be an anarchist FAQ. I read it a while back and I liked it. Hello, Alexia. Honestly, with several IRL examples of anarchism working, I think the main obstacle is just convincing people and holding off governments who want to put a stop to it. Unfortunately, power structures will always exist to propagate themselves first and foremost. I think an anarchist system can still manage currently government-run systems very well, especially since so many issues that execs in those fields have is due to government neglect. Like, I do think there's gonna be an adjustment period in a shift to anarchism. Like, there's gonna be a couple months or a couple years wherein, like, there's gonna be difficulty. But I fully believe that the knowledge and resources exist to keep a lot of these systems functioning and moving. Like, I'm gonna be honest, the transition to anarchism is not going to be an easy or painless one. I worry about things like how we keep systems for delivering and distributing medications functioning, because that's such an immediate need. Medication is one of those things where, like, if something goes wrong, people can die in a matter of days to weeks. But I do believe in the long run that I believe there will be growing pains, but I believe in the long run we can find ways to make those systems function. And that doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight towards that end. It's just precautions we have to keep in mind as we are adjusting and pushing. Anarcho-socialism doesn't really mean anything. I mean, I think it does mean something. I just don't recall the specifics of the distinctions between it and anarcho-communism. Anarcho-communism I know is where I settled. They sure are trying to take our gun rights away. One of my biggest arguments towards, like, trans people who are really uncomfortable with guns. The United States Department of Defense, if I recall correctly, or it's the Department of Justice. It's one of them. It's one of those departments. I think they renamed it to the Department of War, whatever the fuck, but I refuse to respect that. In any case, the United States government has made efforts and openly discussed trying to strip gun rights specifically from trans people. Specifically, targetedly, from trans people. And I think that is the best motivation and indicator that if you are trans, you should probably know a thing or two about guns. Thank you so much, CF. It was the DOJ. Thank you. When the government starts trying to strip a population from their gun rights and from their rights to means to self-defense, that is the clearest indicator of any that you should probably learn how to use those tools. The government is trying and making plans and prompting efforts to disarm trans people. You should probably learn how to defend yourself. Side note, I love Wikipedia. I love Wikipedia. Big Wikipedia enjoyer. I use Wikipedia as like my first line of research for a lot of my projects. I go to Wikipedia. If I'm not super familiar with the subject or I don't already have sources, I go to Wikipedia and I see what sources Wikipedia cites. And then I go on a whole rabbit hole. It's great. I love it. Hello, Beldecker. Bark by Bite. Wikipedia is particularly great for, like, finding out what are the most influential thinkers or writers in specific, like, areas. It's great. I love it. I love Wikipedia. People are pretty cool, it turns out, chat. People are pretty cool. Not saying I think it's possible to completely get rid of them, but if we could, I would. And that's fair, Microscopic Fox. I think it's unfortunately, how do I say? As unfortunate as the issue of, like, gun death and gun violence is, I think it's a Pandora's box that we're not closing, and it's not worth trying to close. I think it is more prudent and important that we learn how to utilize these tools towards our efforts, you know? Just please don't bring PPUs into any form of school building. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. For obvious reasons. I will say, it's also worth noting that I'm someone who grew up around guns. I handled guns as a kid. I knew my way around guns and shooting ranges from a young age because that's a concept that was introduced to me at a young age. So my comfort with them is going to be a lot higher than many other people's. I am a Southern boy, even if I don't look it or sound it. I've been. I think the first time I shot a gun, I was probably 13. Because I think 13 is when I was legally allowed to be on the shooting range. One sec. Let me check that. Minimum age allowed on the range is usually 12 years old. So I would have been, yeah, okay, I would have been 13 at the time. I would have been 13 at the time. Yeah, first time I handled a firearm was 13, and I was around guns my whole life. Rookie numbers, I started at 8. Hey! Based? Question mark? Alright. Anarchism by itself is a socialist, political, and philosophical ideology. Originally it was called libertarian socialism. Maybe you're thinking of the distinction of social anarchism with individualistic anarchism. I might be. I've encountered people who call themselves anarcho-socialists, and I recall, like, trying to look into the distinction at some point. I might be honestly just mixing it up with the term libertarian socialism. That might just be what I'm doing, honestly. I'm gonna be honest, I'm only recently getting back into reading theory after not reading much theory for a few years. I was really into reading theory back in, like, 2020-ish, and then I fell off of it for a few years, and I'm only, like, in the past year or so actually starting to engage with it again, so... Chat, classic case of, like, a gifted kid who was so into reading and then fell off of it in their, late teens, early 20s. Why do you think it's not worth trying to get rid of guns? I just don't think it's possible, and I think it's also worth noting that, like, even in countries wherein gun rates are not mainstream, or wherein gun rates are heavily restricted, the police still have access to guns, and in doing so, the government is given a monopoly on violence. When you live in a society, a society wherein the general public cannot access firearms is not a society where the cops are also disarmed. No matter what, even in, like, you know, the UK or in Canada or whatnot, those cops still have guns and still shoot innocent people. You effectively, in doing so, in stripping people of their gun rights, created a world wherein the government has a monopoly on gun violence. With the exception of Japan, but yeah. Like, even if we manage to somehow do the impossible task of taking guns away from all American citizens, you think the government and the cops are gonna give that shit up? No, they're out here weaponizing tanks at protests and throwing chemical weapons at citizens who are peacefully engaging in acts of dissent. They are levying fucking sound rays that are specifically harmful to younger people, and discussing and fucking shooting them with water cannons and using lethal technology against citizens, you know? And sure, yeah, a gun doesn't mean much against a cop who has access to a tank, but, like, I would rather go up against the government with access to firearms than without. And again, very often, the threat of violence is enough to prevent more violence from occurring. Like, I think it's honestly really meaningful to look back at, in specifically American history, the fucking a civil rights movement in terms of this, because yes, while oftentimes the civil rights movement was portrayed as peaceful, it wasn't. people love talking about how MLK was this big advocate for pacifism, but he owned guns. And the fight for civil rights would not have succeeded without the much more violent alternative and presence of like the Black Panthers and whatnot. That was not a fight that was won without guns and their presence and the violent alternative that they represent. You know? Even when I go to protests in my city, there are people with guns there. I know a lot of the people who run safety, who are on the safety team at my local protests, and I can tell you they are armed. I've been shooting with them. I've fucking... one of the guys I know who runs safety at a lot of the protests around here, I fucking held and fired his guns. I've gone shooting with him a few times. In any case, I'm deep in it right now. I gotta catch up with chat. Wikipedia is also great as an archive for sources on a subject. Also true. Also, give my love to the Wayback Machine. What guns do you own? I will not be answering that question. My armed, because otherwise the cops would just fucking shoot us. I'm going to be so honest, if we were protesting out in the streets in the ways we do, and it was not heavily organized with the presence of safety teams and whatnot, it is very likely we would just get attacked by the police. Whether with quote-unquote non-lethal rounds, which, bullshit. Rubber bullets can still kill people, and they regularly do because cops constantly fucking misuse them, or hurt with chemical weapons. I've seen this happen dozens of times wherein protesters have been attacked with chemical weapons when they were being completely peaceful. The threat, like the presence of guns, is part of de-escalation. Our safety teams are primarily trained to de-escalate conflict, to redirect, and to get people out of dangerous situations, but the threat of violence is there, and the presence of guns is there as a means of ensuring that it does not come to that. How to get comfortable with guns? Look into your local SRA if you have one. Socialist Rifle Association. They are going to be a left-leaning organization that is happy to help people learn gun skills. If you don't have SRA near you, there might be some other alternative. I know, like, my local area does not actually have a chapter of SRA, so we built our own. It does depend on where you are and what resources you have, but, like, you know, I grew up around them. Alright. When I was about 8 or 9, I was made to shoot an AR-15. It was scary for obvious reasons. Yeah, I definitely get why that would be scary, but, you know. Wish I could shoot a revolver. I hope you get to someday, Alexia. You deserve it. Sorry that I'm so behind in chat. I have like 2 guns I really want to shoot if I go to the US or somewhere that actually allows them. I hope you get the chance one of these days. My first form of any firearm was at a LARP when I was 7 or 8 years old. Fascinating. They just had that at a LARP? Wild. Grew up in a hunting household, shotguns very early. I think when I was like 9 I shot my first duck, so I was handling them before then. Fascinating. That's actually really cool. Can be if the gov pays for them, but by bipolar meds are paid for by the gov. Learned that it's paid by a program. Without it, it's $800. Chat, my medication would be over $700 a month. If I did not have insurance. I don't like the medical care system. I don't like insurance companies. I would not trust someone who likes a firearm with more than a paperclip. Fenuri, I'm a big firearm enjoyer, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm a very responsible person when it comes to it, though. I've helped train a lot of trans people with, like, basic firearm safety and shit. In Canada, citizens can also have guns just out in public. So what I've heard about Canada is that you can only have hunting guns, but do correct me if I'm wrong. Apologies, something just got caught on my throat. Give me a second. I haven't looked at it that way. There have been multiple instances of police shootings here in Germany in recent years. Luke Tendo, I was having a conversation with a German friend of mine the other day, and I hope he's not here. I'm so sorry if you are. I promise I don't hold this against you, and I'm mentioning it mostly in the silly. But we were talking about, like, gun violence and police violence, and, like, part of why I personally advocate for people knowing their way around firearms is because even if people are disarmed, the cops still have them. And he was talking about, well, no, they don't. But we don't have the issue of, like, police shooting people. Well, except there was this one case a few months ago, and I'm like, you're telling me that there are not issues with the cops shooting random citizens in the country, and you're telling me a story about a disabled person of color who was shot by a cop in broad daylight. You understand the contradiction. It is a problem everywhere. And I don't trust the government to monopolize violence, for obvious reasons. Using tear gas on labor protesters happened in Quebec in late February. I believe it, absolutely. In Germany, they use hoses to control big crowds. Yep, water cannons are a thing. Sometimes water throwing cars to spray people. Technically, yes, and the same applies to communism. In fact, I think communism is actually a direct synonym for socialism at first. Fascinating. Okay, I didn't know that they used to be synonymous. I would have to do more digging into that. Interesting. Because I think it's fascinating to me what socialism has become in more recent years, because I'm not very fond of it, but... I thought they were violent extremists, but how much did I have been misinformed on? No, Black Panthers were badass, and were fundamental to so many things. Like, yes, the Black Panthers did a lot of political violence, but it was necessary political violence, and they also did shit like feeding kids, you know? It's kind of based. Can you use it if the cops do not behave? It's technically still illegal, but, like, you know, it's de-escalation. I saw your explanation, Mal. I'll read it in a second. I'm scrolling through chat. Hello, Pyro. Bark with my bite. I'm a little bit behind right now. Oh, you want to throw tear gas at me? Oh, honey, that's cute. How are all the fellow people with autism feel after a meltdown? It just happens sometimes. I'm usually pretty normal pretty quick after a meltdown, but it's very mentally exhausting. Hate health insurance with the passion. Fuck health insurance companies. Probably just me being unfamiliar with it, but imagining being in a country where most people own guns would feel a bit less safe. And that's understandable. That is understandable, absolutely. I don't blame people who have not been heavily exposed to firearms for being uncomfortable with them. Hell, I don't blame people who have been heavily exposed to them for being uncomfortable with them. It's kind of terrifying that they exist, but it's one of those Pandora boxes that you can't close. It's also like, because, Chad, even if we got rid of guns, even if you managed to get rid of them, that's never going to stop people who want to commit harm from doing so. It is shockingly easy, chat, to 3D print a gun at home. In Canada, we only have hunting guns. That's what I thought. Yes. In Canada, you may only own guns for a specific purpose, and hunting is the only recognized one. I think you can also have them for educational purposes, but you have a very specific permit. Got it. That's what I thought, yes. Which is very different than here, and I would say still relatively strict. Watched a short today that involved police shooting an innocent dog. That is very, very common. It is extremely common for police during, like, house calls to end up killing residents or dogs. Dogs especially, because, like, you know, a lot of dogs want to defend their homes, and when they see a cop walk in, you know, typically a large armed man in armor, they're gonna fucking defend themselves, and they're gonna fucking defend their families. Needing guns is a completely different thing than liking a gun. That's fair enough. I do think guns are cool, but that's, you know, I think they're fascinating from an engineering standpoint. I think that they are useful tools. I don't know. They also did education. True that, true that. Imagine training your cops like military, not peacekeepers. See, I don't think we even need that necessarily in an ideal world, but you know. Alright, alright. Being an asshat is legal, don't you know? True. It is not illegal to be an asshole. Mostly said that because I heard Marx use them interchangeably. Fascinating. I don't know. I'll be dead ass with you. My memory is shit, and I have not refreshed on theory in a while. I'm actively trying to get back into it. I just got charged, chat, for the first month of a membership with AK Press, so I will soon have some leftist literature showing up at my doorstep, but I'm not the best source on exact definitions, especially like from a historical perspective. I know a lot of modern rhetoric, and I'm gonna be honest, most of the literature I do read is modern. I am a lot more interested with what modern anarchists and leftist thinkers have to say than historical ones, because I think that as much as like historical leftist thinkers are responsible for a lot of the fundamentals of our ideology, they are existing in an extremely different cultural context, and fully understanding and navigating our current political systems requires understanding our current context. Karl Marx had a lot of interesting fundamental thoughts that absolutely live on in a lot of our modern work, but he didn't know what the internet was. And he doesn't understand how the internet factors into all of this shit, and for a lot of reasons like that, I would rather read modern thinkers who draw upon those works, but with the modern cultural contexts and changes our society has made in mind, you know? That reminds me, just saw a story where a cop ended a dog belonging to someone who was just celebrating an victory. I'm not surprised, and that's terrifying. I think military vehicles are interesting as they hate the military. I unfortunately, like, okay, genuinely, a big fundamental piece of like a lot of punk fashion is the bastardization of police and military wear. I know a lot of people whose battle jackets are like military surplus. My daily wear boots are paratrooper boots. I sell custom dog tags. I'm gonna be honest, I am absolutely a anarchist, and I fucking hate the cops in the military, but I love bastardizing their fucking clothing. I love bastardizing their aesthetics. Can you even bring fucking knives into public, and this is for a utility purpose? Like, you can take a knife into public, but if someone sees you with it, you have a reason, and you have a reason other than self-defense. You can also not have pepper spray. I hate that. You can't even have pepper spray? What do you mean you can't even have pepper spray? Nah. I carried pepper spray around with me everywhere for a good portion of my life because I'm a paranoid bastard, and then I eventually upgraded to carrying a knife with me everywhere for a while. I hate that. That's why people should buy a subscription to AK Press. I already bought a subscription to AK Press. I just got charged for it for the first month. Tee-hee. Guinea pig laugh spotted. I'm killing you with a knife. When most people in the global north think of when they hear socialism is technically more accurately described as social democracy. So when I talk about socialism, I'm talking about like democratic socialism, which is different from social democracy. I hate the fact that those are different ideologies. I hate words. It sucks. Karl Marx wouldn't be a Marxist-Leninist or a Maoist. He would be fond of Hatsune Miku. See, military clothing isn't even necessarily high quality. It's just good enough to survive and tends to be designed to be easily repaired. But you know. Same here in Ireland. Pepper spray is banned probably because the IRA filled a mortar shell with it. I hate that because at least here in the US, pepper spray is primarily utilized as a tool for like women to defend themselves against sexual harassment and kidnapping. And is it an effective tool towards that end? Not always, but it can bring a sense of reassurance to a lot of folk. I hate that. I hate that. Did the use of bastardized military aesthetic get its start in the 1960s Vietnam War protests? I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue. I don't know. We dropped Fetty Fazbear into Washington and watched the country get reformed in under a week. Okay, but fuck the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's. He's a piece of shit. What if AE discovered that the one universe where his revolution was most successful was the one where he's a guinea pig? I would cry. I would perish. I would fucking perish. Alright. I'm finally caught up with chat. Sorry for how long that took. I did it. Chat, I was asked a couple times about Code Lyco or Luco. I don't know how I pronounce it, but apparently this is some kind of show from 2003 that is getting a continuation? I'm trying to see if I can find any good resources that discuss it. Do I just go to its IMDb? Is that what I'm doing? Am I just going to the IMDb page for this? Chat, I might be going to the IMDb page. Yeah, so I know nothing about this show. I've never heard of it before. I think it's worth noting, 2 years old when this... Actually, how old was I? When did this come out? When did this first come out? Can I get, like, a release date? Chat, I stand corrected. I was 1 year old when this came out. Chat, I was a whole 1 year old. It was September 3rd. I was 1 year old when this shit came out. Oh, that's terrifying. Do you feel old yet? Do you feel old yet, chat? I was 1 year old when this shit came out. So apparently this show, Code Lyoko, is getting a continuation. A group of 4 boarding students discover a supercomputer housed inside an abandoned factory. They find a virtual world called Lyoko and awaken a sentient multi-agent system virus that tries to take over the real world. Fascinating. I hope this manages to be like an anti-AI hit piece. I've definitely seen images of this before. This art style looks familiar enough that I do think I've seen footage of this here and there. Why are they 3D sometimes? I don't like that. That animation is ugly. But I've definitely seen shit from this before. Alright. Well, if people say it's good, maybe I have to check this out, especially when the new one comes out. There's a good AI character and a bad AI character. I'm gonna be so mad if this is, like, not an anti-AI hit piece. That was when they're inside the virtual world. I hate it. Why do their heads look like that? It's cartoon animation. This honestly looks a lot like what my old art style used to look like. If I pulled up shit I drew in like 2016, this is what it would look like. I'm being so dead ass. I'm being so dead ass. I don't know if I still have art from that long ago, but like this is what my art looked like back then, I swear to God. AE, they're from 2002. AI convos were very different. I know. I fully understand that it's going to be different. I'm just giving my hopes for what the modern show would look like. Like, I understand that in 2002, perspectives on what AI was and would look like were very different. But I also think that doesn't mean that I can't say, God, I hope that this remains relatively negative on AI or takes a negative on AI tone. Because I think we live in an era where being anything aside of very hard on particularly generative AI is shitty. There's a lot of ethical conversations to be had around AI in general. But I think my greatest fear out of a project trying to tackle these themes would be it falling into the trap of humanizing AI. Because the last thing we need right now is more media that tries to pass off the idea that AI has personhood and is sentient. So many people have already convinced themselves that ChatGPT or whatever generative AI chatbot they are using is a person with thought and memory and feeling. That it is something sentient, the singularity has already occurred. And that's bullshit, to be perfectly upfront. ChatGPT is not a thinking being, it does not have a personality, it does not remember your interactions between conversations. Every time you feed a prompt to ChatGPT or to any similar generative AI tool, what it does in order to quote unquote remember things is feed the entire history of your conversation back in with the new prompt. It's not remembering anything, it's just reading the information all over again. Because it doesn't have the capacity to remember things. It's not a person. It is fancy autocorrect. So my fear is that this would just be a piece that further humanizes AI and pushes this idea that AI are sentient things that need to be treated as such. Because while there are absolutely ethical conversations to be had there, if we ever hit a point in time wherein we are building AI which are functionally sapient, which have complex thought and feeling and memory, that's a completely different ethical conversation than the conversation we are currently having about generative AI. But you know. If we ever hit an era where an AI becomes a person, that's going to be a really hard thing to judge. But also, like, that's a completely different conversation than the one we need to be having about generative AI. Hello, Crocodile, how are you? Barper bye bye. They have a supercomputer that goes back into the past? Fascinating. Sadly, we won't be around for that. I'm not too mad that I won't be around to see that, to be honest, because that's going to be a whole... you know, there's no use predicting that far into the future. Past topic, but good resources for learning. Oh, one sec. Let me catch up with what was being said. Apologies. I'm struggling to keep up with chat today. It's how it goes sometimes. Past topic, but any good resources for learning about examples of anarchism in practice? Mostly engaged with theory so far, but also very familiar with the CNT FAI, but that's about it. I'm going to be honest, I don't know about things that really centralize that. But there are practical anarchies all around us. Hello, Nico! Bye-bye! Lovely to see you! This was before billionaires and tech bros. I'm just concerned about how this turns out, you know? The first human AI will be determined by a robot who unprompted develops fetishes and kinks. I don't think so. So here's the thing. In order to really emulate personhood and sapience via AI, you would essentially need to emulate human brain activity and all of those neuronal connections as well as their ability to self-modify. And as things stand, we're nowhere near that, and that is not how neural networks function. Where while they may contain the word neuron, that has no resemblance or relevance to how generative AI or how modern machine learning actually functions. Human brain activity is for women. Sorry, tech bros. Nah. Oh, rather, your human brain activity. My bad. I thought you were saying that men don't have brains, or that people who aren't women don't have brains, and I was about to get a little bit bitey with you. We only recently hit a point where we can replicate and emulate the activity of a fruit fly brain. Gonna be back soon. No worries, potato. Barper bye. We only very recently hit a point where we can replicate and emulate the activity of a fruit fly brain. We're not anywhere near doing this with human brains. We're not anywhere near there. Didn't they play Doom on brain cells or something? That is not... Okay. Some people have tried to post this in response to my video on AI and the politics of death. Yes, they have utilize human brain cells to pass along signals and essentially like control a video game. That is not the same as emulating brain activity. Neurons basically function as on-off switches. A neuron can pass a signal to another neuron. Rather, they're not on-off switches. They act as like activation thresholds, so it's a little more complicated than an on-off switch. But how neurons function is a neuron will receive an electrical current, and if that electrical current passes a certain threshold, it will then propagate that neuron, or propagate that connection and that signal off to the next neuron. And you can use that to create branching connections wherein information is spread via these electrical signals. As long as the threshold is maintained. And so using that, you can perform basic tasks, but that's not what AI and machine learning as we tend to utilize it is doing. Yeah, they managed to use human brain cells to play Doom, but that was basically functioning as very simple pathing. It's extremely distinct from machine learning. Is the human brain literally just more if-then statements than we could ever run on a computer? Basically, yeah. If-then statements with a necessary threshold that must be met. Because it's very possible for a signal to not meet threshold if it's not strong enough. That's a thing. And there's, of course, additional factors with, like, inhibitors and excitatory neurotransmitters and whatnot. There's a ton of shit going on. Ligands, blah, 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 neuroscience-y words. But yeah, you can run Doom on anything. You can run Doom, or you can play Doom on human neurons because they're basically just fancy on-off switches with thresholds. You know? That's a whole lot of fancy science shit, though. I've recently been trying to learn how bodies make and use electricity and ions and stuff. It's really weird getting into it. Oh yeah, I can explain that. If you want, I can explain how like electrical chemical signaling in the brain works. You can play Doom on a pregnancy test, a Word document, a PDF. Hello, Virgil. How are you doing? Or rather, good night. I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping on in and saying hello. Thank you for stopping on in and saying hello. And hello, I has cheeseburgers. I don't think I greeted you. Do you guys want me to get into how neurons function? Because I can do that. 1 second. One second. Can I find like a nice little easy document for this? I'm trying to find a good document that like shows... Actually, let me just look up like an action potential diagram. That's the word I'm looking for. I can get into this. Why must you forsake me, you dumb fucking chart? Why are you so bad? It's not what I wanted. Open image in new tab. Why are you so low resolution? Be nice to me. I want to show my chat how action potentials work. Let me show my chat. You know what? We're just gonna do the one that has a bunch of fucking things on top of it. And then can I just get like a thing for a neuron? Let me get a synaptic cleft. Synaptic cleft diagram. Cool. Alright. Chat, I'm gonna teach y'all a biology. I'm gonna teach y'all a biology right now. Okay, okay, okay? I'm gonna teach y'all a thing or two about biology. So, this is what is called the synaptic cleft. Your neurons are not actually touching. There's a little bit of space between them, a little gap between them, called the synaptic cleft. So here you have the end of one neuron and the beginning of another. And you can see these neurons have so much going on. A nerve impulse is going to travel down the axon of the neuron towards the synaptic cleft, and once it does, it is going to release neurotransmitters. Those are those little red dots. Those neurotransmitters are then going to flood the synaptic cleft, and they are going to get picked up on receptors on the opposite neuron. Now, here, in this opposite neuron, as those neurotransmitters start to attach to these channels, they're either going to excite or inhibit the neurons there. There's like other more fancy things it can do, but for the most basic explanation, it is either going to excite, so it is going to tell those channels to open up, or it is going to inhibit, it's going to tell those channels to stay closed. If it tells those channels here to open up, you are going to start having sodium flood into the neuron. Sodium has a positive charge. So as the sodium floods into the neuron, you are going to watch the charge of the neuron increase. And when it passes the threshold, when the membrane potential, that being the charge of the neuron, passes a threshold, you are going to trigger what's called an action potential. The charge is going to then skyrocket as more neurotransmitters flood into the system, or rather, as more ions flood into the system. Another action potential is going to go across the axon of the receiving neuron, and then is going to repolarize by trying to rebalance out that charge by releasing a bunch of potassium. And eventually, there's a whole system in place to rebalance these ions. So basically, your body uses neurotransmitters to tell ion channels whether to open or close, and that's going to impact the charge of a neuron, which then sends an electrical signal. That is how neurons work. You're welcome. This is actually why we can use like a lot of tools like MRIs to measure brain activity, because it's actually just electricity. All your brain activity is just chemicals telling electricity to happen at a very small scale. It's really cool. This is why sodium is a requirement for life. Having too much or too little sodium can really fuck with your brain's ability and your nervous system's ability to send these electrochemical signals. It's also really important because like water really likes sodium. We love being unionized. There you go. That's the basics of how neurotransmitters work. So happy when brain spikes? No. Brain does not necessarily spike when happy. A neurotransmitter activating does not necessarily equate to happiness. It just means that a signal is being passed along. And these signals do all sorts of things. They will tell your muscles to contract, and thereby, your body to move. They're also doing things like making you recall memory, making you feel emotion, making your body automatically breathe. So stroke when brain spike? No. Everything functions off of this. Both simple and complex functions. But like say you want your finger to curl and close, well, you are passing a bunch of these electrical chemical signals down the neurons in your arm, and they are then shocking your muscles into tensing. And boom, now you have contracted your muscles and you've closed your fist. Because the electricity tells your muscles to close and contract. There you go. And there's like a bunch of signals required in doing that, but because because these signals travel so fast, it is almost momentary in the grand scheme of things. You can actually measure the time it takes for an electrical signal to like move across an axon. I've done this before. This is an experiment you can do with worms where you can stick electrodes in either end. You can like measure how quickly you can measure the time length and like the charge necessary to trigger an action potential, and like how much is how quick the, or rather how much charge is required to trigger one at different like placements and shit. It's a whole thing. Note how AE said excite and inhibit are not the only ways they can interact. Also true. Yes, there are other more complicated interactions that can occur, but when I say excite and inhibit, I don't mean make you feel excited or make you feel inhibited. I just mean what they do to the ion channels. When they excite an ion channel, they make the channel open, and they allow an action potential to continue. When I say inhibit, they're keeping it closed and preventing it from opening up. As far as I've learned, electric eel electric abilities are adapted from muscle electricity stuff, so it's neat in that regards. Very similar overlapping tech. Bodies are so fascinating. Biology is so cool. This is just how brains and neurons and everything works. The word excite in this context just essentially means to activate. Think of it that way. AI is limited to those ones and zeros. We are not. Your body can do much more complicated things. AI is on and off switches. It's if-thens, it's ones and zeros. A lot of your shit, ultimately, like with action potentials, comes down to ones and zeros, but there's a lot of nuance with all of this. With, you know, you can have a signal get passed to a neuron, but not be excitatory enough to cause a trigger. This is actually what a lot of antidepressants are doing. The most commonly prescribed antidepressants these days are SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Because when your body releases neurotransmitters at the synaptic cleft, it doesn't want to be producing new neurotransmitters unless it has to. Your body wants to take those neurotransmitters and reuse them, so it is going to do what's called reuptake and bring those neurotransmitters back into the neuron that just shot them out. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors actually inhibit the channels where those neurotransmitters are reuptaken through, and keeps them in the synaptic cleft longer. So essentially, these selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors function by keeping serotonin in the synaptic cleft longer, making it more likely for an action potential to be propagated. And because serotonin is most heavily used in the parts of your brains that make you feel good, it's part of your reward systems and all that, it can be an effective treatment for depression. Hello, PDA Foot, how are you doing today? This is what my background is in, chat. This is what my background is in. You're welcome. And then calcium also does stuff. Calcium also plays a role in this. There you go. That's the basics. That's your very, very simple explanation of how neurons function around the synaptic cleft. What about magnesium? I don't recall if magnesium does anything with neurons. I don't think so. Does it? Does it? One sec, let me check. Wait, it might... okay, it does do things. It's not one of the main players, I don't believe, because it's primarily gonna be sodium, calcium, and potassium, but it looks like it does do some shit. One sec. Magnesium ions as modulators for voltage-gated and ligand-gated ion channels in central neurons. What does that mean? Magnesium ions regulate synaptic and non-synaptic neuron excitability from intracellular and extracellular domains, modulating voltage and ligand-gated ion channels. Explain. Causes of voltage-dependent CA... calcium voltage-gated and sodium voltage-gated channel block. Well, okay. Okay, I'm trying to understand. Okay, it looks like it primarily just modulates other channels. So like I was showing y'all the ion channels earlier, it can modulate those and can impact like whether or not they send those excitatory signals, whether or not they send action potentials. But it is not doing that itself. It's not unlikely this code I wrote is going to outlive me. Oh, what did you do, Plank? Barker by bite. Sorry for the long-winded rant there. Guess you just pushed their code for the first time. I'm proud of you! Hell yeah, Plank! I love this for you. Where's the person, the you in all of this? Consciousness is a thing that we do not fully understand. I'm gonna be honest, consciousness is an answer that we have not fully, come to. We know that there are certain brain areas that are more heavily involved in perception of the self. But your brain is so absurdly complicated. Consciousness is not... All of your neuronal activity is going to follow that same pattern, and there are specific areas of your brain which are functioning on this same exact system. But it's specific brain areas and patterns that are responsible for that. On the subject of, transness, I don't like to talk too much about this because I believe that any attempts to medicalize transness, or rather, I believe that any attempts to try to identify a specific thing that makes someone trans, a gene that makes someone trans, or a brain area or abnormality that makes someone trans, is only going to lead to the medicalization of transness. If we find out that there is a gene or a brain area or something that is heavily correlated with the transness, and that becomes an accessible thing to test for, we're going to start living in a world wherein they start testing people to see if they're actually trans based on their genetics, and then they're going to try to erase that eugenic style, etc., etc. I don't like to talk too much about that stuff. We have, however, managed to correlate certain brain areas in trans people as being more similar to the gender they identify with than as their sex assigned at birth. There are specifically some brain areas, again, those associated with, your self-image and perception of self, wherein we notice that trans people tend to have areas that more heavily resemble the gender they identify as than that they were assigned. We also notice, for example, gray matter distribution, if I recall correctly, and the depth and arrangement of brain folds tends to be more heavily associated or more heavily resemble the gender you identify with than sex assigned at birth. I also want to make very clear this is not a binary thing. Nothing in biology is binary. It is very possible for these to exist in in-betweens or in unclear states. This is not a concrete one or the other, and I don't want to too heavily push this resource or to invest in its propagation because I believe it will push towards the further medicalization of transness. And I don't think that's useful. I need to write something down. Chat, I need to write this down. But I don't want to live in a world wherein we are, telling people that they are or are not trans enough and pushing them in or out of treatment based on, their fucking brain folds or their genes. I don't fuck with that. As a gender fluid person, I'm wondering what the fuck is going on in my head that keeps spinning the wheel. I have my takes and perspectives, I'll be honest. I have my for lack of better term, headcanons. I have my hypotheses. That'd be the word I'm looking for. I have my hypotheses. I don't find it necessary to voice them or to push for that science's propagation, Does silicon do anything in our nervous system? I don't believe so. Not to my knowledge. Also, you take care, JM. Barbara bye-bye. Side note, Whittaker's peanut slab chocolate is so good. Would have that if it was a person. Good for you. Live your best life. The brain is one dense, salty piece of wet meat. True. Personally find identifying that stuff is just cis people trying to force an understanding to something they don't want to understand. I know there's been a big push in the queer community in the past to how do I say, there's been a push a lot in the past to within the queer community to justify ourselves by saying that we were born this way and it's genetic. There's the gay gene. We are just this way because we were born this way. And I don't like that. I don't fuck with that. I think the born this way narrative was useful in an era wherein our rights were predicated on the idea that we were something natural, wherein people treated us as something unnatural, and part of our method to fight back against that was to push this idea that we are natural. But I don't think I think we've outgrown the usefulness of the born this way narrative, and I don't think continuing to justify the existence of queer people by pushing towards the conclusion that we were born this way is still necessary. And I think it undoes the idea, and I think the very important idea, that a lot of gender and sexuality are socially constructed. I think it is more important for us to embrace an understanding of gender as a social construction at this point than to continue pushing this idea that we were born this way and that it is a genetic or neurological thing. Do I have my own hypotheses and predictions in that line? Yeah, of course I do. But I don't think it is worth investigating, and I don't think it's a useful narrative, especially when we have so heavily established that gender is socially constructed. Life changes people, surprise. I am firmly of the belief that one's gender and sexuality is a thing that can shift and change throughout their lifetime, and I think that's okay. You know? I also think that a lot of this shit isn't real. Everything is socially constructed. There is nothing that biologically says that women like dresses in the color pink, and there's nothing that biologically says that men like cars and being strong. These are socially constructed notions that we then embrace and perform because we're told to do so. And I sometimes sit down and have conversations with myself about, like, am I doing this thing because I actually like it, or am I doing this thing because I've been socially pressured into doing so? That is a lot of what I Don't Regret Girlhood was trying to be an introduction to the discussion of. I was told, because I was presenting and wanting to be read in a more masculine way, that I wasn't allowed to like a lot of things, and I've decided, fuck that, no, I want to like these things anyway. I'm going to continue liking them. I'm going to continue engaging with them. And that, in and of itself, is a starting point for the deconstruction of gender, like, as social construct. Is there some things that estrogen and testosterone change about people? Yes, but it shrank cars and colors. We weren't biologically born gay or trans or anything. We're just born as people and forced into socially constructed boxes. And they're absolutely, like, there is something within our being that pulls us towards a certain category. I don't know what that thing is, and I'm not interested in having that conversation or that question answered, you know? Yes, there is something within me that tells me that I am not a woman, and that finds joy in more masculine expressions, though I'm also not a man. I don't know what that thing is or what it looks like, and I don't particularly care to answer that question. I also think that there is far too much credence put onto the notion that, like, estrogen and testosterone meaningfully change anything about our behavior. I think that there are some minor changes, for example, in, like, how our bodies handle stress and adrenaline. Like, yes, estrogen and testosterone are going to have some minor shifts in how your body handles the adrenal system and all that shit. But it is not to the extent that people want to pretend. A lot of people talk about how, like, oh, when they started estrogen, it got easier to cry. I don't think that's because the estrogen actually made it easier to cry. I think it's because you started liking your body and stopped dissociating. You know? Similarly, I don't think that people actually get all that much angrier and more aggressive and violent on testosterone. I think that ultimately, yes, you're gonna see some minor changes in how your body responds to stress, but I think a lot of it is just, one, puberty is uncomfortable, And two, again, you're starting to feel more comfortable in your body. And also a lot of it's patriarchy. A lot of it is just like patriarchy. A lot of like male violence and abuse is just men upholding and utilizing and weaponizing the power of patriarchy. I think the fundamentals of the issue I find with being sorry, I misread that horribly. I think this is the fundamental of the issue I find with being called gay. Like, no, I'm just a human. I'm just a dude. I love people. Usually masculine leaning people doesn't make me gay. I'm just loving. This is part of why I call myself queer. This is part of why I prefer to call myself queer rather than using any specific label. Because technically, I am like bi or pansexual with a heavy lean towards masculine and androgynous presenting people. But I like to just call myself queer. I experience fear easier, but not like the adrenaline spike jump scare kind of fear. Just general anxiety fear comes to me a lot easier. And I mean, there could be a million reasons for that that aren't directly hormones. But you know. I've also heard quite a few trans masks say it's harder to cry on testosterone. I agree that the effects of hormones on people's behavior is drastically overstated. Like, I do, again, believe there are some minor changes in how it impacts our brain's processing of, like, stress, of, like, the adrenal system and all that shit. But I think they're massively overstated, and I think a lot more of that is people either performing the roles they believe they're supposed to, placebo effect is a thing, or people becoming more comfortable in their bodies. I've also heard a lot of people on testosterone say it gets harder to cry, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that was trans masc people being told that you're not supposed to cry as a guy or that it's supposed to get harder and embracing that to some extent, you know? A lot of people probably, yeah, if you're expecting tea to make you angrier, you get angrier. And I do think, like, puberty is an uncomfortable experience. I'm gonna be honest, like, being sweatier and feeling my body change and whatnot makes me more anxious and, how do I say, stressed a lot of the time. Like, I'm just more physically uncomfortable a lot of the time, and I've had to take a lot more rest, and I've become a lot more aware of a lot of my disability. Part of that being me being more comfortable in my body, but part of that just being that the experience of going through puberty is uncomfortable. You know? I do need to real quickly charge my phone. Apologies, folks. 1 sec, I'm gonna be back in like 2 seconds. Placebo is very powerful. But no, this is eventually... So, my next video essay, the current working title is What is Boyhood? And it's going to be a conversation about my own experiences as a trans masc person trying to embrace masculine identity and trying to navigate what that means, with the ultimate conclusion of actually fuck performing. Why perform? Why not just be myself as I feel? But there's going to be a third video that's going to come out a year from now, called My Gender is Punk, which is going to be my big gender abolitionist hit piece, you know? Hello, Corvo Apollo, how are you doing? Bye-bye, lovely to see you! Oh, chat, I just remembered the other day that I still need to move all of my quotes over, from the old bot to my current bot. Hey, would any of my mods be willing to help with that? I don't know where my mods have been. Hello, moderator. Would you be willing to help me figure out how I move my quotes from my old bot to my new bot? My local library is a sign that says no vor in the library, and I died laughing when I saw it. What do they mean, no vor in the library? Was that a problem? If anyone could at least research how I do that, that'd be helpful. But no, like, HRT is really, really cool, and it does a lot of cool stuff, but I think people very much overstate how it impacts your personality and neurology and all that shit. And part of me making all of these videos is to fight back against that. One sec. I need to write shit. I need to write shit down. I also need to just review this VOD when I'm working on the video, I think. I've said a lot of interesting things in this VOD. I think people overstate the psychological impact of HRT. And thereby of gender. Alright, there we go. Perfect. I'm excited for the video. Not sure what to think about my boyhood, but it's still guyish and still weird. I'm gonna be honest. Unrelated, but I love when your ears go. Hee hee. It's tied to my eyebrows. How do I say? So what is boyhood is not going to be an opposite to I don't regret girlhood. It's not going to be me talking about trans femme perspectives on boyhood. And I know there's going to be some people who are disappointed with that fact. I don't think that is a experience or viewpoint that I am qualified to speak on, being perfectly frank, and I do not think I have much meaningful to add to that conversation. I think that is a video that needs to be made by someone who has lived that experience and has things to say about it. And I do not have time at this point to interview a bunch of trans women to try and get that information anyway. I think that that kind of video will always be middling and controversial and poorly suited to come out of my mouth. But I am really hoping that I will have some meaningful things to say in this video that I'm working on. It is, more than anything, furthering the deconstruction of gender I did in my previous video. I Don't Regret Girlhood, yes, was a video about trans grief and about my personal, feelings on the girlhood I had and on choosing to abandon any expectations around the right way to be trans, about choosing to heal from that. But it was also very much intended to be the first steps towards a deconstruction of gender entirely. It was meant to be a way of a start to the process of picking apart the notion that gender is anything real at all, the social construction of it. I talked very early on about how gender is socially constructed, and even if I don't know, a lot of trans people have very different perspectives on if they've always been the gender they are, or if it's something they became at some point. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't have an answer to that. And I don't particularly care. I don't think it particularly matters. I had a girlhood, not necessarily because I was a girl, but because that is the experience that was pushed onto me and that I was treated with. I had a girlhood entirely and solely because that is what I was perceived and understood to be for my entire childhood. Because girlhood is a social construct just as gender is, and I wanted to start the process of deconstructing those things via a video essay format. I wanted to start the process of tearing apart what that can be. I'm not going to define boyhood in the video. I'm planning on getting pretty theatrical with that. I think a core theme of the video is going to be repeatedly coming to the conclusion that I can't define this thing, and that that's okay. I think a core theme of the video is going to be that I don't fucking know what boyhood is, because it's not real. I'm very curious to see how that plays out, because I'm still very early into the process of scripting, but I'm excited to see what it turns into. I think no matter what, I will have something interesting to say. As someone who went through it and fucking clueless as well, I think girlhood is a thing that people write essays about, And people do write essays about boyhood, but much less frequently and with much less intent than people write essays about girlhood, you know? Which I don't say as a negative or an attack or anything, but it is a thing. Not something I would say is undefinable because it's unique to everyone. Also not real, as you say. How do I say? I think that there are things that I still perceive as boyhood, you know? I see watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and playing with Bakugans and the video games that I wasn't allowed to play as a kid. I see a lot of that as boyhood still. I also see a lot of consensual, or not consensual, but a lot of pressure to engage in roughhousing and violence that I didn't get as boyhood. I think there are trends within that, but I don't think that's really what I actually want to talk about in the video. Why do people write more about girlhood? I think because masculinity and thereby boyhood has so often been perceived as the default, it is seen as the default experience. And there are people who write about boyhood. There are stories about boyhood. A friend of mine, when I was talking with them about the idea for this video, made a very meaningful point that no, like people make whole ass movies about what boyhood is. It is a thing that people do talk about and tell stories about. But I think that because girlhood has for so long been ignored because of the marginalization of women through much of history, it is inherently a less discussed topic historically, has been treated as the abnormal experience for much of, you know, history. And because of that, there is a lot of interest, particularly through like the 2010s, to try and document and depict and understand it. You know? Boy Me just had fun, was unsure how to think about, one sec. I was unsure how to think about being seen as a girl and having to deal with some toxic masculinity. Also, hello, Furry Fox Whitetail, how are you doing today? Bark, bye bye. How do I say? I do think one of my frustrations with the response to I Don't Regret Girlhood is how many comments were just about how boyhood was this uniformly terrible experience. When that's exactly how I felt about girlhood for a long time. And something that I had to do work to deconstruct, and that I eventually did deconstruct. Most coming of age stories are about tween or teenage boys growing up and figuring out they like girls. Like, boyhood is kind of the default, and so people don't do as many in-depth analyses of what boyhood is and what it represents. It is not something that people dedicate as much time and attention to. There are absolutely stories that address boyhood, but it is treated as a default experience. And thereby doesn't, you don't have whole essays written about it to the same extent or in the same tone or way as essays are written about girlhood. Etc. That said, I think that boyhood... I would like to see people discuss the ins and outs of boyhood more. I don't think this video is going to be that video, but I would eventually like to make a video where I talk about healthier constructions of masculinity. Initially, my idea for my 1 year in HRT video was going to be a video wherein I discussed, healthier conceptions of what masculinity can be. Because I think even in queer spaces, we have this tendency to perceive masculine identities as being inherently predatory and inherently harmful. This is, of course, not like the case within majority of society, but because so many queer people have been hurt under patriarchy, we tend to just by instinct denote masculinity with a negative tone. That's why you see, like, woman and non-binary nights and shit like that. Because very often masculinity is wrapped up with this tone of being something that is, how do I say, predatory and harmful and angry and negative. And I want to eventually make a video where I take the time to deconstruct that. Because I do not think it is useful. I do not think it is helpful. I do not think it gets us anywhere. I do not think we can meaningfully deconstruct patriarchy without deconstructing the notion that masculinity is inherently harmful, without taking the time to reconstruct or to conceptualize what a healthier masculinity can look like. But that's a whole conversation for another day. I know that all of the trans people around me, I could read it wasn't a standard boy for whatever that word means, so probably don't have the best perspective on this. I mean, I was kind of the same in the girl category. I was the weird kid who didn't fit in with others because I was autistic. That's because I was autistic, chat. I did not have what I would call necessarily a standard girlhood in many regards because I was autistic. A lot of people speak to this sort of solidarity they find in like female spaces. There is this form of sisterhood wherein the relationships are predicated on this sort of shared how do I say? Okay. So there's this kind of sisterhood that a lot of girls are given access to, which is predicated usually either on protecting each other. You'll see, like, you know, groups of female friends who go to the restroom together. It is also oftentimes predicated on, like, girl talk and gossip as well. And when you are not someone who is capable of participating in many of the, like, performances of girlhood, when you are not someone who's able to participate in gossip and in fashion and in popular music and pop culture and all of that, you do end up kind of abandoned by sisterhood in a certain way. So I never had access to the kind of sisterhood that a lot of like cis women talk about experiencing. That is not an experience that was ever accessible to me. But it's a thing. And for me, it's because I was autistic. I didn't get the experiences of painting nails and gossiping with you know, other girls and walking to the bathroom in a group in an effort to protect each other and having each other's backs in those regards because I was a social outcast. But I did have the media, and that's a lot of what I focus on in I Don't Regret Girlhood. I felt so socially isolated as a kid because I wasn't into sports or pop culture or anything like that. I think the ideas of gender, especially the idea of gender in formative years, has a lot to do with culture and must be acknowledged. Oh, absolutely. We can fucking see the moment wherein a lot of kids come to understand the social construction of gender and come to, like, perceive and uptake it. Because there's this very concrete point wherein you watch kids, you know, start performing it. There were some studies done in, like, the 2010s wherein, I think they were done in the UK, wherein they worked with, like, 7-year-olds, which is roughly around when we see a lot of, like, gender distinctions start to show up in how kids behave, which is well before the age of puberty. I think it's really important to note that. This is happening well before the age of puberty. And when you talk to these kids, like, they've been raised their whole life, being given toys that are associated, that are gendered. They've spent their whole life with gendered messaging around them. And this was a lot more intense in the 2010s as well. I would argue that a lot of gendered messaging has gotten less intense in the time since, at least in, like, a lot of mainstream advertising and media. But these were, you would see these trends wherein, like, starting around the age of 7, boys did not have much vocabulary for emotion aside of anger. And when you asked both genders which gender was better and cooler, they would say boys. Both the girls and the boys would say that boys were cooler. Around the age of 7 is when we start to see kids uptaking gendered behaviors, because that's when they start to become aware of what the performance of gender is and what it looks like. It's a thing. For example, when I was a child, I was seen as a fully grown woman, basically at the age of 4. Marriage is typical in my culture, but also having the girls in the family raise the boys, not even based on age. In a lot of countries and cultures, yeah, that's a thing. I make the point and the argument in I Don't Regret Girlhood that girl and woman are separate gendered categories. Same with boy and man. These are distinct categories and experiences that come with their own expectations of performance. They are distinct genders. And there's a lot of cultures wherein girls are pushed into womanhood very early. It is honestly a blessing that in a lot of, at least in my own upbringing, that it is something that I didn't really come to face with properly until puberty hit. That tends to be when it hits for a lot of people, a lot of, like, you know, folks in the US. But God, I remember being like 7 or 8 years old and having people comment on how a husband was going to be very lucky to marry me someday, because redheads are feisty. Because, yeah, real story, true story. I had adults touching my hair without permission, and commenting on how, like, lucky I was to have it and how lucky a husband was going to be to marry me someday. And a lot of that comes from the, how do I say, the expectation, rather, yeah, a lot of that is that showing of, like, the distinction between girlhood and womanhood. It's a thing. Got lucky that I had a cool old punk mom. Got to do things that were boy things or girl things. Led me to being the weird kid that was still friends with many boys and girls. Still got some toxic masculinity from adults around me, but it was most definitely not standard boyhood. I'm thankful for that. And I'm glad you got that. Like, I'll admit, even I Don't Regret Girlhood has its flaws in the fact that it is portraying a very white southern autistic girlhood, you know? And ultimately, that's not necessarily a bad thing, I don't think. I wish I did a better job of acknowledging that when I was working on the project, but, like, I'll be dead ass. All of the trans mask people that I was able to interview for the video, because they were the only trans mask VTubers and people that I really knew at the time, were white. 3 out of 4 were southern, including myself. And I'm pretty sure all of us were some form of neurospicy. And thereby the video absolutely does suffer from the fact that it presents that very narrow experience. It is primarily an autobiographical piece, and I think that does shield it from a fair bit of criticism in that department. Of course, I can't tell everyone's story, and of course it was primarily a video about me. And I try to make that clear throughout it. Again, I should have been clearer, but, like, that is one of its biggest limiting factors. I remember being a barely conscious human when I was told I needed to care for my brother, who was a full tween, and help him get bathed and dressed. Was I in the only non-southern trans mask in the vid? Yes. And you still have some roots in, like, a rural community. You still have some roots in rural America. All of the other trans masks in the video, like, okay. So there was me, white southern trans boy. There was my childhood best friend who, again, grew up in the same small town as me, about a 10-minute drive from me. I think the one, I guess, unique thing with his particular identity and experience, one, he was the only binary trans guy in the video. 2, he is Jewish. That is, like, the one, like, I guess, more unique element in addition to the experience that he had there. But no, like, Lycan was the only non-southerner. I don't talk to the 4th trans mask in question anymore, because he's a piece of shit, but he was from Tennessee, so, like, take from that what you will. As someone very much not southern, there were some things I very much not relate to, and that's okay. Like, autobiographical piece, primarily. Adults do not understand boundaries often for some reason. It's because kids are oftentimes depicted and treated as objects. Like, part, I think, of the, for lack of a better term, gender identity or rather gendered experience of being a child, especially being a girl, is that you are kind of just an object that will eventually become a woman. But that's the whole thing. Grew up with two southern trans masks. The South will do that to you if it doesn't assimilate you. It definitely had its limitations, and I'm gonna be honest, I think even in writing it, I forgot how specifically southern my childhood was. Because I didn't grow up in the deep South, but I did grow up in the South. We're still talking, like, rural North Florida. So it is still the South. It's just not the deep South. And I grew up in an environment where I had very little access to the internet, so, you know. Being in that kind of environment means you're kind of inherently, like, okay. I honestly think a lot of what I said in the video might have been more relatable to trans masks that are maybe like 5 to 10 years older than me, just because of the lack of internet access. You know, I think my, minus the media I consumed, I think my experience might just inherently be more understandable in an era wherein things were slightly more regressive, and wherein, like, the internet didn't exist yet. Did not have gender roles thrust on me explicitly. I did, but again, Southern. You know, Southern, conservative, regressive. Wasn't actively nourished for not punished for not being masculine, but also for the most part masculinity wasn't very much seen as the default for what people expected of me, except my parents, who could tell it did not fit in with their boys. And understandable, genuinely. I am grateful for people who grew up with slightly less gendered childhoods, because while there is still so much gendered messaging that is pushed onto us, God, it fucking sucked. It absolutely fucking sucked. How do I say? I wish more people had opportunities to grow up in environments that were less strictly gendered. I think more people deserve that chance. I low-key think my childhood sucked, but my teenhood, when I found out I was trans, was peaks. But most of my time alone in my car or in someone else's car has so much fun, purely excited to escape, and I love that for you. And my life and my mom improved not much better. I'm glad for that. I can agree lack of internet access definitely made me wait way longer to come out, because I basically disappeared from home for a year when I met my wife. It's all been downhill since then. Who needs an Arizona iced tea and some beefaroni? I would not say no. I do love my caffeine. Big stimulant enjoyer, chat. Big stimulant enjoyer. Teenhood is its own thing, and it's awesome for me. I do think there's definitely also something to be said for, like, teenhood as being distinct gendered experiences as well. But I don't feel I necessarily have the vocabulary at this current point in time to properly conceptualize and speak to that. That's something I would love to properly speak to eventually. I have more things to one day write video essays about. Okay, I think part of the reason why actually I haven't taken the time to think through teenhood as a distinct gendered experience is because oftentimes, at least with the girlhood, you don't get it. At least in the kind of era or situation that I grew up in. Actually, no, I'm rescinding my statement. I can't speak to how this exists in the opposite direction. I can't speak to how this exists for boyhood. But I think for girlhood, you very often are not allowed teenhood you are basically expected to jump directly, very jarringly, from girlhood to womanhood, and people will engage in rebellion or acting out or other behaviors as a means of coping or escapism from that. But I don't think, at least with girlhood, at least in the kinds of spaces and environments I grew up in, or at the very least, until a more recent era, that teenhood was allowed to be a distinct category. I think teenhood is the reaction a lot of people have to being shoved into an adult gender category. Maybe. Shrug. Hello, Draken's Horde. Barker by Bite. Chatwin colon 3. Chatwin colon 3. Chatwin colon 3. Malax X suffered from the push to womanhood way too hard, rebelling as a result. Didn't get childhood until I had teenhood. Teenhood was the time my dad left, so I finally get to be a kid. Fair enough, honestly. And I do want to be clear, whenever I talk about these things, I'm talking about, like, widespread trends. There's gonna be exceptions, and very few people are gonna perfectly fit the mold of what I'm discussing. But it's about the general trends, you know? So often, sociology is not about understanding every single lived experience, but it's about the generalizations we can pull out from shit. Poetically, teenhood is the liminal space we pass through as we're shoved out of childhood and stumble into adulthood. I think that is a beautiful way of putting that. Do you mind if I, like, screenshot that and put that in my notes? I'm doing it anyway. Loud screenshot sound. Alright, alright, alright. Grabbing that. There will be an ad hitting in about a minute, folks. I do apologize. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. I'm gonna briefly stand up to put my energy drink away during that time because I have consumed about 80% of it. Whoopsie. When you try to stealth snap a pic of someone the flash is on, is that a thing people do? Is that a thing people do? Do people do that? To be honest, I kind of assume that if I'm out in public, there's a risk I'm gonna end up in photos no matter what. Especially in the spaces I tend to exist in. Chat, I've ended up on multiple bands' social media pages. I have ended up in, like, photos on multiple bands' social media photos, or rather, pages. In any case, one sec, BRB. I'm gonna talk more about that in a second. Alright, one second, I gotta throw something out. Alright. Hello, everybody. Bark, bark, bite, bite. But nah. I don't like the idea of people just kind of secretly snapping photos of me out in public, but I do kind of assume that if I'm existing in public, there is a risk of it happening. A means by which I cope with that thought, though, is there are many cases wherein photos of me have been shared on the social media accounts of bands I follow. So, like, one of my favorite bands, there's actually a photo where you can see my roommate and I, front and center, jamming out to this one of my favorite bands. I also recently ended up in a video on the social media page of a music festival in my area, which is a little bit terrifying, but you know, whatever. If people find me, so be it. Photos more like photos. My friends do that. Have had ridiculous photos taken of me. For clarity, I don't mind it if friends do it. I just don't like if strangers do it. Teen boyhood was the part where I did stuff and was depressed, and now I'm whatever I am now, but depressed. The general trends you came up with do make sense. Nonce. I do think, yeah, like, teenhood very often is the reaction that people go through as they are shoved into adulthood, often far too early. I think that about makes sense to me. Hello, Goblin Hugger! Was kind of a feral kid. My dad had me and my brother doing outdoor stuff, not sports from a young age. Both of us were more into animal toys than particularly gender toys. Since me and my family didn't have a lot of money, me and him had to share a lot of our stuff. Had a very genderless childhood memory, but when I hit my teens, everyone started expecting me to just perform girl, and it pissed me off, and I resented it a lot. Hello, Goblin Hugger. I don't know if you've watched my video, I Don't Regret Girlhood, but it's very much about, like, that period of time wherein you are expected to jump from girlhood to womanhood, and god, it is an experience, and not a good one. But I hope you're doing well, hi! I hope you've been doing great. Barber bite bite. Thank you so much, by the way, Goblin Hugger, for the stuff you posted in response to my shit about AI and the politics of death, because I really appreciate that folks enjoy or appreciate the things that I've had to say and that it does resonate with people. Thank you for that. It was one of the first things I saw of yours, to be honest. Oh, hell yeah! Barber bite bite. I've been seeing you around on Blue Sky a fair bit lately, and I would love to bridge a gap or forge a connection if you are willing. Rah, 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 rah. Chat, is this how friendship works? Am I doing friendship right? Is this networking? I don't know how this shit works. It was a really good video. I'm glad. Dude, totally. Hell fucking yeah. I didn't realize I wasn't following you back on Blue Sky, so I just fixed that. No, I'm gradually becoming aware of, like, cool content creators in my circle, and I'm unfortunately I feel so bad. Y'all, really cool creator, The Love Slug, DM'd me, and I have not answered the DM for a week now, and I feel so bad about it. Love Slug, if you happen to be watching or listening, I'm so sorry. It's not personal. I'm just really bad at talking to people. I am so bad at responding to DMs, but I want to make more connections and forge friendships. Unfortunately, if you do not manage to corner me in a VC, I'm very bad at getting back to people with how busy I get. Trust me, Slug will not judge you for that. Slug did say, that they'd be chill to co-work with me sometimes, so I need to like poke them and be like, hey, oh. Sluggy's such a sweetheart. Just message him back, he'll understand. Okay, noted. After releasing AI and the Politics of Death, I spent a week straight in rest mode because I pulled 4 all-nighters to get that video done. And I'm gonna be honest, I've been a little bit pissed off because the video has not taken off the way my last video did, so I've just been kind of like... I took the week off to just kind of rest, recover, hope the algorithm would work its magic, and get drunk a lot. And I'm only starting to get back on the grind as of a few days ago. Hello, Wasteland Radio! Barber bye bye, lovely to see you. But if you would also like to forge a connection, Goblin Hugger, I would welcome it. You will? Why am I like this? I'm always looking for more creators to befriend, especially folks who are, like, leftist and queer. I am happy to meet new folks and whatnot. I don't stream a whole lot of collab content, but how do I say? One of my biggest drives as a creator is, like, sharing the things I'm working on with my friends and giving each other feedback and cheering each other on. So, like, just having people who I can talk about creative ambitions and plans with, having people who I can run ideas by, having people where we can just kind of pass our works in progresses back and forth and yap about the act of creation and co-work. That's like peak to me, so teehee. Slug also has ADHD, he'll get it. I just kind of, how do I say? I'm able to do like 2 things a day, chat. I can do 2 tasks a day. Things that qualify as tasks. Things that qualify as tasks. Work, stream, video editing, errands, answering DMs and hanging out with folks. I can do 2 of those a day. So I can work and then stream, I can stream and then video edit, I can work and then errand, I can hang out with folk and then stream. I can only do 2 of those a day or else I die. Feed myself is one of the tasks for that limit. Luckily, feed myself is not as difficult as it used to be. But, you know. DM'd you about, Giddy okay. I ran by the P.O. box the other day, Rowan. I need to look into whether whatever, I'm gonna guess Canada Post or whatever, whether whatever you used can actually deliver to USPS P.O. boxes. That is something I forgot to verify. I forgot that not all, package distributors can deliver to P.O. boxes. Or rather, will deliver to P.O. boxes. And so I don't know who they passed the package off to. I kind of assumed because it was, you know, an official Canadian, like, government thing, that they would immediately pass it off to USPS. But if they didn't pass it off to USPS, it might have been given to another service which doesn't deliver to P.O. boxes, and I don't know. In which case, it's probably on its way back to you, but again, I'm just a little guy. With love friends like that, I'm the biggest critic with everything I make. It's never good enough for me. I need to have friends to hype me up, and I also just love, like, talking to people about projects. I'm at my most driven when I am, like, in the same space as another person, and we're talking about the things we're working on, and we're energized and passionate about our respective projects, and we're just cheering each other on. Like, that is beautiful to me. I need, how do I say? I need to survive myself with people who are driven. It's kind of become a requirement for, like, people I keep close contact with that they have some amount of drive to make shit. Not even necessarily to, like, create, but some kind of drive to do something. Whether that be a game they're making, or a video they're working on, or to get better at a skill, or just to master whatever their job is. Like, I need to be around people who are driven, and I love content creators for that. I need those spaces, but that's just a me thing. Pretty much everything is a task for me right now. Depression will do that. Depression will do that. For me, it's like physical disability. We do our best. Get super duper excited when crafting tabletop RPG rules, have stories for my players, and have to hold back the floodgates so I don't spoil things for them in my excitement. I'm gonna be honest, I'm terrible at keeping my own secrets. I am genuinely horrid at keeping my own secrets. I cannot for the life of me hold back my own, like, fun, exciting projects and whatnot. You'll have seen it happen a few times by now, wherein I'll be working on something and I'll be telling myself that I want to keep it a secret, and I'll just end up blabbering endlessly about it anyway. It's so hard for me to not just endlessly talk about the stuff I'm working on. When I'm excited about a project, I just want to talk about it all the time. May or may not be solely working on a Roll20 alternative for my tabletop RPG group. If you put that up somewhere publicly, absolutely let me know, because I would love to send word of it to some of my tabletop RPG buddies and content creators who, like, how do I say, hate Roll20, you know? When I played a game with my ex, I had a secret from her for several months, hundreds of hours of gameplay that was actually playing a changeling, not a human. Had impersonated her in the 3rd session. Fascinating. I love this for you. I'm terrible at keeping secrets when it comes to, like, the projects I'm working on. It's a thing I need to get better at. It is unfortunately very genuinely just a thing I need to get better at. Hello, Stella! Been a while. How are you? Bark bite bite. Chat, I feel a little bit bad for how, like, behind I was getting in my yapping earlier. I was really struggling to keep up with everyone in chat, and I ended up, like, 10 minutes behind. I'm so sorry about that. I do feel like a lot of people unfortunately hit it out during that portion, which is always sad, but that's how it goes. Thank you everyone for still hanging out with me. I've been a little bit insecure as a creator lately because like numbers have been the lowest they've been in a while. I think the lowest they've been this year, which is just par for the course. Like that happens. There's gonna be months like this, but I get anxious. Hi, Trekkintosh, how are you? We be yapping a lot. God, I love yapping. It's my favorite thing. But hello, Stella, how are you? Bye bye. I'm gonna essentially make a game engine in C++, have the implementation of specific systems be done in Lua. Alright, hell fucking yeah. I hope it works out. It's supposed to go to USPS because it's a national service, but it might just be going slow. Not too worried about times like these. Make me wish I had tracking. Would just have to pay, and I was like, nah. No, understandable. I do not blame you at all for not paying for tracking. That shit's a bitch. I will continue visiting the post office whenever I get a chance for the time being. Hopefully you got the address right. Did they give like a delivery time frame? Erasure started 0. Lua's a baby language for babies. Okay, Trekkintosh. I know nothing about coding. Not the best, just a little bit behind my transition and started to break my heart. What do you mean by that, Stella? When you say you're a little bit behind in your transition, what do you mean by that? Has the Great Boozle been mentioned this stream? I don't think so. Chat, Boozle fucking hates me. By the way, if you want to tell what I sent, feel free. Oh, right! I was gonna talk about that and then I forgot. Okay. Y'all, I dropped by my P.O. box the other day. Because I knew I had a package from Omega Scales. And I didn't really know what was in it. Chat, I was nearly in tears when I opened this. Y'all. That is a PS2. That is a Hello, Milk Toast, thank you for the lurk. That is a PS2 with 2 controllers and like 20 games. I am currently in the process of looking into how to most easily connect this to my Elgato for streaming purposes. It looks like I'm gonna have to get a adapter, but those adapters are like $25 to $30. I can drop $25 to $30 for the treat of being able to stream PS2 on original hardware. That is going to be so fucking cool. That opens me up to now, I think, 4 consoles I can stream on original hardware? I have I can stream DS and 3DS games off my 3DS. I have, of course, now the PS2, and then I have my Switch. So that's, I think, now 4 consoles, technically. I don't know if, I think PS2 can also play PS1, so I guess technically that's 5 consoles I can stream on original hardware, which is cool as fuck. The next step for me, I think, is going to be investing in a Wii, so I can stream Wii and GameCube games, but this is incredible. They're not ideal, using Extron, but it's overkill. Keep the receipt and you can write it off as your taxes as the business expense. Oh, of course. I wrote over $3,000 in purchases off as business expenses last year. It's great. But this is amazing. I'm so excited to be doing PS2 stuff on original hardware. Also, yes, the Veriki is so good. I love I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. It's so good. I also do want to shout out this really cool candle. I'm kind of in my my scented candle and wax melts era right now, and I'm very excited for this. I love leather. Hi, Otter. No worries. Take care of yourself first and foremost. No worries. Do what you gotta do. Self-care comes first, but I appreciate the lurk. This is so cool. I love leather. I'm excited. I have not burned this yet because I'm gonna be honest, breaking in like such a beautiful, expensive looking candle makes me anxious, but I'm excited. Back when PS had backward compatibility, I'm very excited. I love leather. In any case, I do want to address what Stella has to say here because I think it's important. Oh, sorry. my bad. I do want to address what Stella has to say here because I do think this is important. From Stella. One sec. Let me catch up with this. Haven't started yet, and I'm saving money so I can be ahead on payments. Trying to get where I can support myself completely in case my family disowns me. Which I honestly think is a smart thing to do. I know this is a hard thing for a lot of trans people to hear, but I do encourage people before they, you know, move away from their families, or even transition if it is going to be unsafe for them, to make sure that they have the security. At the very least, a plan of where they're going to go, if not, ideally, enough savings to get yourself through, like, 4 to 6 months. You don't want to just... I do not want to see any trans people end up in situations wherein they are houseless for an extended period of time, because one, you can't really transition when you're homeless, and two, I've been through homelessness. It is not something I would wish on anyone, and I was lucky that I was never properly on the streets. I was, even at my worst, just sleeping in my car. But as much as it hurts, I do heavily recommend people make sure that they have the resources, whether it be knowing where they're going to sleep, or ideally having money put away before they put themselves in a situation where they might get disowned or be otherwise homeless. You're doing the smart thing, but I also want to reiterate that it is never too late to transition. I don't know how old you are, I don't know your situation, but I did not start medically transitioning until I was 23. And a lot of people will perceive that as being late. There's this big push in the trans community. I see this especially in a lot of trans femme spaces, where if you haven't started transitioning like by the age of 20, then you're fucked, you know? I see this rhetoric quite commonly. Hello, the Mycelium Network. This notion pushed quite frequently that like if you haven't started transitioning by the age of 18 or 20 or whatnot, it's too late and you'll never pass and you're fucked. And I want to very heavily push that that's bullshit. Just because you are a little bit older, or because your body has already changed in certain ways, does not mean that it is too late for you to transition. You will still get the effects of HRT. It might take a little more work, but you will still come to a point where you are happy, and it is still worth fighting for. I'm like 20, and that's okay. And that's all right. I started late 30s. Do I wish I'd done it sooner? No, yes. Do I wish I'd, do I work out what I've got out of it? Nope. Yeah, exactly. I'm fucking read that horribly. My bad. I want to, you know what? Retake. Started late 30s. Do I wish I'd done it sooner? Yes. Do I regret what I've got out of it? Nope. I think that's a really important thing to remember. You'll hear the quote very often said, yeah, the best time to transition was 10 years ago, but the next best time is now. You know, the next best time is as soon as you have the stability to do so. I really hate how do I say this? Again, this is something I'll primarily see in like trans femme spaces, especially like 4chan or some parts of Reddit, this attitude that like your life as a trans person sucks if you haven't transitioned before the age of 20, and you're never going to be fully happy with your body, and there's so many things you can't change, etc, etc, etc. This very heavily transmedicalist and pessimistic notion that one, proposes that there's a correct way to be trans, two, proposes that transition is either not worth it or impossible, and primarily exists as a means for like depressed people to justify their own depression and to push others down. It's a harmful notion. I promise it is never too late to start transitioning. Again, you might have a harder time with some things. It might take a little bit longer. But you are still fully capable of getting everything you want out of transition, and it is still something worth chasing. I encourage you wholeheartedly to continue chasing and following that path. I also think, like, how do I say this? One of the things that I hope to get around to analyzing in the video essay I'm currently working through is a tear down and to dig into an interrogation of the very concept of passing. I think, especially in trans femme spaces, a lot of people will buy into a lot of like the transvestigation rhetoric and into this idea that if you don't look like the top 10% of like women, then you aren't passing. And a lot of that is just buying into sexism and misogyny, being dead ass, because unfortunately you can perpetuate misogyny even while being a woman. Cis women do it too. There are very harsh beauty standards that are put onto women, and you're gonna fucking encounter that shit a lot, which put a lot of your self-worth onto your appearance, and you're gonna be faced with situations wherein you are told or pressured, and hit with the notion that if you don't look like a fucking supermodel, then you aren't passing. And this is something, there have been times where I want to like shake some people I meet and get it into their heads that most cis women don't look like models. Most cis women don't look like models. There are so many, especially like trans femme people who are convinced they don't pass because they don't look like the like photoshopped supermodels that they've been seeing in advertisements their whole life. They just look like regular women. Guess what? You're passing. You're doing great. But in any case, I promise transition is worthwhile. I promise it's worthwhile. You'll get there. I swear. Also, I did see Wonder in there. Sorry, I was in the middle of a big ramble, so I didn't get a chance to say hi. But Wonder, hi! I love you! Bite! Y'all, Wonder is a good friend of the channel, someone who I absolutely love and appreciate. Fellow trans anarchist creator, please give your love and support to Wonder. I'm so sorry that I'm so late at acknowledging you. I hope you're doing well. Bite. Woman! Trans women subjecting themselves to the same self-loathing that cis women feel by being compared to absurd, unrealistic beauty standards is almost heartwarming. Yeah, I feel the same way. The yap is strong with this one today. Chat, can I let y'all in on a secret? I took my Vyvanse right before starting stream. Haha. Oh, right, I did miss a text to AE, my bad. What's your favorite monster working on fan art? I think... So as far as what monsters I, like, relate to, I mean, obviously there is the Enfield, the Foxbird Dog Chimera from Celtic folklore that I am myself. As far as what I vibe with, werewolves, big werewolf enjoyer. As far as, like, a favorite aesthetically, that's gonna have to be, like, dragons. Hello, SART. I'm not a femboy. I'm a trans mask. I'm non-binary. Yapper. Big yapper. But I took my Vyvanse right before stream. My mental state has ambiently improved after 17 months on HRT and considered myself a cheerful person before then. Absolutely worth it. Hell fucking yeah. I'm so happy for you, Lava2 in that. I'm so happy for you. Oh, meant the drink, but good to- Oh, I don't drink Monster. Monster is 33% owned by Coca-Cola, and I don't drink them. I'm more of a Ghost enjoyer, which is also owned by a shitty company, but, like, at least they're not an active boycott target, I don't think. I could be wrong. He exudes academic yapper. Indeed, I am academic yapper. Something like that. Borrows you a pipeline punch. Nah, I try... How do I say? I'm not picky with my energy drinks. I'll drink whatever I can get for cheap, but, like, Monster, I will never buy, at the very least, at full price, because, fuck, you know, that shit. But I prefer the femboy more. I mean, I'm trans mask in that I was born assigned female and then transitioned in a masculine direction, you know? That's where I'm sitting. Sour Ghost gummy flavor is good. Those are my favorites. The sour gummy ones. Teehee. The ghost sour flavors are my favorites. I love them. Oh, you would love Icon, that dumb fucking catboy. That horrible catboy. I hate him. I despise him. Don't understand. If the view is beautiful, why not? What do you mean by that? I'm not quite understanding your point. I don't know. I like myself. Heading out, may be back, but there are reasons I may not be back. Don't want to go into detail. No worries. Take care of yourself first and foremost. There's never an obligation to be here, and I hope to see you again sometime in the near future. All right? Self-care. Icon makes me mean because he's hot. Oh, are you just mean to hot people? Is that it? That explains a lot. That explains so much. Like, I'm definitely a... How do I say? I consider myself in pretty boy territory. Like, I don't consider myself a femboy, but I consider myself a pretty boy. Wherein I'm definitely more feminine than a traditionally masculine dude. But I am not actively... I don't actively, like, dress femininely, etc., etc. Love the weapon in your character design, honestly. Don't know how to do that. I do all my own art and rigging, so I appreciate that. I made this myself. I put a lot of work into this. But transition is scary, but it's worth it. Also, people are very correct in that, yes, if you want to have an inclination of what you're probably going to look like on HRT, look at, you know, look at your parents or siblings of the gender you're transitioning towards around that age, you know? Want to do one like this, but I'm very short on time. It takes a lot of effort. I put probably over 100 hours of work into this thing. I love how it turned out, but it's a lot. I always saw myself as unintentionally extra skinny person. Felt awful with myself because I was comparing myself to male standards, and now it's reaffirming to be uber skinny. That is a difficult thing to face because I think there is so much value in deconstructing beauty standards, but I also struggle to blame people for still uptaking them to some extent. Like, I think there is so much value in deconstructing Western patriarchal beauty standards and the notion of the male gaze and all of this. But I can't fault people, especially trans people, for aspiring or taking joy in some elements of that. If that makes sense. I'm struggling to words right now. I'm struggling to words. Words hard. Words hard. 'Cause, like, being slim or skinny is absolutely an element of Western, white beauty standards in the modern era. Oftentimes an impossible beauty standard to reach. And I'm someone who, like, has existed in that space for much of my life, largely because I was underweight. I don't blame people for finding some amount of affirmation in it, but it's a difficult thing to unravel. It's a difficult thing to unravel. Nuance, nuance, nuance. Chat, I love nuance. Hello, Mozzarella! Bark, bark, bite, bite. My brother and I got mistaken for twins a lot, so I know I'd probably wind up looking a lot like him if I ever go on T. Real and valid, and if you ever do, I wish you all the best. If you need some advice on what to expect from, like, early T, hit me up. I'm about to hit a year. That said, there's never any pressure to start. For a long time, I was very on the fence about starting HRT, but I'm glad I did. I like it. I'm getting to a very chill spot. By the way, I love you. You're very kind. Have a wonderful voice. Hope you have a great stream. I appreciate it. You take care of yourself. Get some food. Get some coffee. I try to be kind and have a very nice vibe here. I appreciate it. Unfortunately for binary folk, it's easier to follow established guidelines rather than try to reinvent a new form of man-woman just to feel like yourself. Yes. This is part of why I'm kind of in the gender abolitionist camp. Hello, Dom the sub. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Hi, 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 hi. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi, folks. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident chaotic Enfield. I'm a loud punk boy on the internet. You can find me talking about queer and leftist issues. How goes it? What were y'all up to tonight? You seem familiar. I feel like I've seen you around before. Do we know each other? I feel like I've encountered you here or there before. I hope you're doing well, though. What were you up to tonight? We're currently in the midst of our Just Chatting segment. We usually spend the first, like, 3 or so hours of stream talking, yapping, etc., etc. It's so lovely to see you. But on Stella's That Tracks, that makes sense. Well, it's a pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. Welcome to the archive. Rah, rah, rah. I'm currently biting you. My teeth are in your arm. It's too late. You can't escape now. We were talking a little bit about gender and transition. I am transmasc, my pronouns are he, him, or they, them, and I'm about to hit 1 year on HRT, so a lot of folks we're talking a bit about like what it means to transition, what it means to exist and perform gender, etc., etc. Playing Cult of the Lamb. Oh, fuck yeah! I love Cult of the Lamb, and I've been very tempted to revisit it recently. I know they've added a lot of content more recently, so I've been curious. Non-binary on Nestor MTF? Hell fucking yeah. I'm the exact opposite. I'm transmasc, non-binary, been on T for just shy of a year now. Hello, Milkman's waifu. Bark bark bite bite. How are you doing tonight? Me realizing that I drew you mirrored. Whoops. Oopsie. From Rowan. AE, can I ask so far what are the most notable effects of T? Absolutely. I think the primary thing is going to be my voice. That's the most like externally noticeable thing. I have started growing a tiny bit of facial hair. Nothing too extreme. I shave like once a week and I'm done with it. There is just generally like more body hair. I got like a little happy trail down my stomach now, which I honestly is something I've always found really cute. But I'll admit, aside of like that and bottom growth, I haven't noticed too much. I have not personally noticed like much fat redistribution. I know I've gained a few pounds. I think I gained like 10 pounds. But aside of like, yeah, voice, bottom growth, a little bit of facial hair. That's about it. We were on a celebration stream because I recently reached affiliate. Congratulations! Hell yeah! Everyone make sure you give Dom the some love. We love to see it. Keep on loving, keep on winning. I remember being at that era of my content creation, and I'm wishing you all the best in it. Thank you for the sub. What the fuck? I'm just a loud punk boy. What do you mean? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I appreciate the hell out of it, though. I'm wishing you all the best in your content creation journey. Like, I remember being at that era. I've been doing this shit for 4 years now, and I'm very blessed to be where I currently am. I am incredibly, incredibly blessed to have hit Twitch Partner and to have seen the highs that I've seen, and while I'm often insecure as a creator, and while it is a journey full of ups and downs, I am so, so honored. Keep on loving, keep on fighting. Didn't have much fat to redistribute, so I didn't notice much of that either. It is worth noting with body fat redistribution that, like, HRT does not actually cause body fat that's already on you to move. You need to gain weight for it to end up in new places, and then if you want to lose stuff, you know? Cutting and bulking is a genuine strategy when transitioning, but be very careful with it as it can very easily feed into disordered eating habits. It's a thing. But I'm doing well, Milkman's waifu. Had a very chill day, ran some errands, cooked some food, meal prepped. It's been good. I also wanted to dig more fully into what Peru said. Unfortunately for binary folk, it's easier to follow established guidelines rather than try to reinvent a new form of man/woman just to feel like yourself. This is part of why I'm a gender abolitionist. Because I think... how do I say this? I think oftentimes in the trans community, especially in more binary spaces, we have a tendency to buy into existing standards and expectations of the performance of gender. It is, yes, it's a lot easier to just perform the expected role and to lean into the expected conventions of performing whatever gender you're transitioning towards. That is the easiest path, and it is oftentimes a fundamental piece of passing, but I really want to take the time to deconstruct how much of gender is performance. Again, I was talking earlier, like, there's nothing that biologically says that women like pink, and that man like car and is angry. Like, There is nothing biologically that determines or triggers that. Hello, Abe the Man, Bark by Bite. It is a social construct, which does not mean that you as a trans person cannot find joy in performing those things. Ultimately, you are playing out and performing your identity. Of course, you're going to feel fulfilled in that. But I oftentimes sit down and ask myself if I'm doing things because I actually like them, or if I'm doing them because it makes me feel as though I am performing the expectation of the gender that I identify as. And it's like a 50-50. For a lot of binary trans folk, there is no pressure or need, I think, to question that. And I kind of wish people would. I think oftentimes in the trans community, we kind of reinvent bioessentialism. Bioessentialism but woke, and I'm not fond of that. I was in someone else's stream the other day. I was in Wonder Stream, and there was a chatter who was talking about how, like, they don't trust anyone who uses he, him pronouns because it feels like aligning yourself with patriarchy. And it's such an uncomfortable notion to me. And immediately everyone in chat goes, oh, but like he, him lesbians exist, and a trans woman is still allowed to use he, him pronouns and be valid, etc., etc. And I think a lot of that ideology roots itself in bioessentialist notions. It is quite literally radfem logic. It is the notion that holding on to a masculine identity or presentation is correlated with abuse and harm is radfem ideology. And I think oftentimes people, even in the trans community, very heavily buy into this shit. Very heavily buy into binary gender and its existing constructions. And I want to take the time to deconstruct that shit. I really want to. Isn't it widely known by now that pink used to be a masculine color before the 1950s and blue was feminine at the same time? You would think so. I've unfortunately encountered a lot of people still aren't actually familiar with that fact. It's honestly, how do I say this? It is fascinating to me how often I find out that the people around me are not aware of what to me reads as very basic information and facts. And a lot of that just comes from the different spaces that we were in online, or our exposure, or how much we've been on the internet, etc., etc. But I am constantly surprised by, like, the holes in others' knowledge, and also, admittedly, the holes in my own. There's a lot of things that, like, I know nothing about that are common knowledge to others. You know? I think that's, unfortunately, though, just part of being a person. There are very few experiences which are actually universal. Color is such an interesting topic, and how cultures, groups, and generations change the perspective on them. Absolutely, absolutely. Like, there are genuine psychological impacts that some colors hold. But as far as, like, the gendering and symbology of colors, a lot of it is arbitrary. Like, it's true that bright colors, like bright red and bright yellow and whatnot, tend to create hunger. That's why a lot of fast food logos very heavily rely on those colors. It's true that blue tends to be associated with calm. But even a lot of color is culturally constructed. Chat, did y'all know that ancient Greece did not have a word for the color blue? Did you know that in ancient Greece, there was no word for blue? Because they didn't understand or perceive it to be its own color. Oh, apologies, folks. Don't mind me. Honestly, real, I'm aspiring wildlife scientist, and as a scientist in everything I do, the knowledge I perceive as common knowledge can often come off as me being a stupid academic. Same, honestly. Hi, Danger Safety, Barker Bye Bye! How are you? I was actually incredibly careful in, like, my most recent video essay to be intentional in how I delivered a lot of my definitions and talking points, because I wanted to make sure it never felt like I was talking down to the audience or acting as though this is common knowledge, you know? I know most people don't know what necropolitics or necroviolence are, and so I broke them down as best I could without, like, ever talking down. But hi, safety, catches the rocks with my teeth. Catches the rocks with my teeth. They might have been, but the fact that it was based just on the lack of a word for blue is really funny. Isn't there also a wildly unfounded but kind of funny theory the ancient Greeks were colorblind because of that? That's not the case. They just didn't have a word for blue. You'll see this in a lot of other languages as well. What is it with the Japan? Because Japanese is a similar thing. What is it? Yeah, Japanese does not have a word for green. They don't acknowledge green as its own color. In fact, ancient Japanese only had 4 color words for red, black, white, and for blue-green. For a lot of history, and even to this day, like, Japanese does not have a specific word for green. It is oftentimes seen as like a extension of blue. They have a Midori now, but yeah, Japan, everything used to be like, color is a cultural construct as well. What is it with Irish? Let me remind myself. I'm trying to remember because Irish has a similar thing going on. I'm trying to remind myself. Okay, so Irish has a few weird little idiosyncrasies with color. I'm checking my details here. Okay, so Irish has 2 different words for the colors green and for red. In Irish, there is jarug, which would refer to something that is like dyed or painted red, and then rua, which is for red fur or hair. There are like other idiosyncrasies and whatnot, but you have to know which term for red to use for different objects. Meanwhile, with green, there is glass, which refers to most natural things like leaves, and then uinya, which is for like things that are painted and artificially green. It's weird. Also, a lot of things that are black in coloration actually use the Irish term for blue. All this to say, color is kind of a cultural construct. Color is kind of a cultural construct. Linguistics is fascinating. Time is also a cultural construct. The way other languages deal with it is fascinating. Oh, absolutely. Hell, numbers are a cultural construct. A lot of cultures use very different counting systems. There are languages where so in English and in most languages we will use base 10 counting systems. There's theories that this originates from the fact that like humans have 10 fingers or whatnot. It's just what's convenient. And so that became like the most common base for counting in most human language. But there are certain cultures which use different bases. Sometimes like 12 is relatively common, and there's even languages wherein they use different like bases for counting numbers at different points, and they'll switch base. 5, 10, and 20 are fairly common. Fan are done. Ayo. Ayo, I'll peek it in a second. Yeah, 12 is also a relatively common one, I believe. It's fascinating. Now I'm wondering how different science fields might define certain colors. I mean, ultimately, you can define a color, at least on a monitor. Actually, how do you do that? How do you? Because, like, with the advent of technology, it becomes a lot easier. I guess you would measure it based on... Oh, I know how you would measure it, actually. Never mind. This is easy. Color has to do with how light either is absorbed by or reflects off of something. So the way you would objectively measure color is by measuring what wavelengths of light it absorbs or reflects. It's actually literally that easy. I forgot for a second that color is just light. It's actually really cool. Just definition between natural and artificial coloration. Similar to how some indigenous folk use living adjectives and pronouns for living versus non-living things. That's been a feature in some conlangs of mine, and I remember making one conlang wherein, like, certain concepts were... Because there were different pronouns that were used for, like, a living thing versus an object. And some concepts, like the concept of time, specifically in this conlang, used the terminology that you would for a living thing. Hehe. Color's just the music of light. I hate this. Easy in theory, executing it might be very tool heavy. True, but it is a thing. Alright, let me grab the fan art that Missing Project did, because I gotta see this. People are talking it up. Oh, I love this! I've been meaning to ask people who have done fan art, by the way, if they'd be okay with me printing their fan art out and, like, posting it up on my wall. I love this. Chat, my caffeine addiction strikes again. But if you've ever done fan art for the channel, and you happen to be here, please let me know if you'd be okay with me printing it out and pasting it on my wall. I'm gonna be making a fan art wall. Teehee. Except that only covers emissive light, not reflective color. Color is weird! But chat, I love this. I love caffeine. Caffeine, my beloved. Caffeine, my beloved. Don't care if you print it at all? Hell fucking yeah, I appreciate it. I need to get I need a dedicated day to getting the fan art wall up and running sometime soon. I love this. Stray, Wild Fae has stolen caffeine! Run for the hills! Nah! I love caffeine. It's tasty. Chat, it's incredibly easy to shoplift an energy drink, by the way. Just throwing that out there. Obviously, you have my permission, literally shipped you one of my fan arts. Of course. We'll have to make things more printable. Hey, I appreciate you regardless, Good Humored Gaming. How are you doing? I need to play Subnautica soon. Y'all, Good Humored Gaming gifted me Subnautica too, and I'm excited. I gotta figure out if that's gonna be an on-stream or off-stream game, but I do want to eventually check it out. Cargo pants make it easier, I mean, what? Chat, I'm not telling you to shoplift. You totally should not shoplift, but, like, it's really easy to shoplift energy drinks. It's also just, in general, really easy. My favorite soup, it's good soup. Hell yeah, we love soup. Soup tasty. Reminds me that I need to do more art. Do it, make art. I'm gonna be so real, like, it brings me an incredible amount of joy when people make art inspired by me, and I never require or expect it, but any, like, memes that people make, any silly jokes and references that people make inspired off of me bring me so much joy and affirmation. Especially in times like now where I'm insecure over the quality of my work because, like, numbers are down or because I haven't been producing as much as I want to. Like, having people make fan work reminds me that I'm doing cool stuff and that people like and enjoy my work. So thank you to everyone who has ever, like, made any kind of fan work for me. I've been a little bit, like, how do I say? I've been a bit ah-rah-rah-rah today because I took a short out of my most recent YouTube video, basically the introduction section, posted it up on all of my socials, and it just has not been performing well, which, to be honest, it was not well edited or made. I'm not very proud of the work I put into it. I think it could have been a lot better had I dedicated a few more hours to it, and that's kind of on me. But I've been a little bit in my head about it today. Really with the new video in general, I've just been in my head about it a bit. But I know I just need to keep creating. I know I just gotta keep making things. AE is insecure and I'm secure. Ah-rah-rah-rah. You're going in the stew. Do you want carrots in it? No! I'm not going in the stew! I love how I've become well-versed in AE language. Fuck you. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Watch that short, it wasn't bad. I think the intro to it was weak. I think it didn't have a good hook. Hello, thank you for the Curse of Scuff, Queen Ramen. How are you doing? Like, genuinely, the video had amazing viewership retention, and the engagement in the comments was great, but a lot of people swiped away because it didn't... How do I say? The first couple seconds of it were not very solid. And that is a me problem. You know? That is a thing I can fix. I also think, if I can be so honest, a failure with that video. It is not clear until the very end that I'm anti-AI. Lesson learned, lesson learned. Which is a concern that I have with trying to make shorts out of the video in general, that it's not clear without the context of the full video how anti-AI I am, at least at like the very beginning. Because I didn't design it with shorts in mind, and I need to keep that in mind going forward. Hello, Terrapin, Barbara bye bye. How do I say? I think it's something I need to be aware of more when I'm writing these long-form videos, that I do them in a way that makes it possible to shortsify them. But you know, that's how it goes. It is a process. I'm constantly learning how to be a better creator every day. Like, every project I complete teaches me something about how to be a more proactive and interesting and engaging creator. And that is never gonna be easy. Hope everyone's having a better day than I am. Shit, I hope you're doing okay. If there's any way we can help, let us know. Happy to just be entertaining in the meantime. But all my love. That is a critique to make of it. If you didn't know A already, it would be hard to guess. Maybe an anti-A disclaimer at the beginning of the short. Something to note for the future, you know? Hello, Index Page! How are you doing? Bye-bye! How are you? I need to talk to you more. I've been so bad at responding to DMs lately. I need to talk to you more. How have you been? Guys, give Index Page some love. Very talented artist. Absolute sweetheart. 100% deserving of your time and attention. Someone who I would happily, give my seal of approval to. Don't know how to say this, but I think it has to be put into words regardless. Worcestershire. I refuse to say the name of that sauce correctly ever. You can't make me. You literally fucking cannot make me. I'll never do it. But nah, I am learning every day how to be a better creator. And I'm very grateful for that. And I'm going to continue every day learning how to be a better creator. Just finished 4 hours of hand anatomy styles. My brain is currently mush. Please take care of yourself. That is a long drawing session. We do need to plan some art time sometime soon. Ideally, because I have another outfit I need to work on for my VTuber son. So, you know. Ideally, after I finish this next video, I'll be taking a little bit of time off YouTube work. Thank you for the He Is So Normal, Terrapin. Ah-rah-rah-rah. Right now, I'm also kind of focused on just trying to build routines to make content creation viable and figure out how to split my time. But, you know. That's how it goes.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much for the follow, Bark Bark Bite Bite. How are you doing tonight? Speaking of AI, apparently Claude Code caused a massive bug in my company's codebase. Not surprised. Chat, fuck AI. Chat, I fucking hate generative AI. Just threw my 7 days of studies into media. I'll peek at them in a second. I appreciate you. I do want to address Terrapin real quick. One sec, because I think I just kind of passed by the explanation. Just feel like dysphoria kicked me in the teeth today, and that happens someday. I promise it becomes less of a thing over time. I promise, as someone who used to have like really bad dysphoria that would absolutely just get in the way of my ability to function, it gets better. And if I'm honest, the biggest factor in that, at least for me, has been existing in a space where I'm able to live authentically as myself. I'm a lot less worried and conscious of my body when I'm living in an environment with people who respect me. You know? It will get better. I promise. Alright. Let me peek at the studies. Oh! I'm looking through Index Page's art studies that were just posted right now, and I'm not going to show too much of this on stream just because some of them... Twitch can be weird with bodies sometimes, but I do definitely see the improvement. You're getting a lot better at, like, action poses and shit. I think if I'm understanding correctly, this is the most recent one, and yeah, you are getting a lot better with, like, your action poses and giving things a sense of motion, and that's absolutely incredible. I love this for you. Oh, that's day 5? My bad. 1 sec. Oh, I see the hand studies. Chat, hands are my favorite thing to draw, and some of these are really well done. I love these fists, and this hand with the fingers twirling, that's like one of my favorite kinds of hand positions. I adore that. You did amazing. This looks great. Middle finger, hell yeah. These are very well done. I'm very proud of you. It's been amazing seeing you get better at art. Hi, Riolu, Barker by Bite. World's first trillionaire, more like world's first ever trillionaire to be mauled by a dog. Hi, Riolu, how are you? Bark by Bite. I like how you had the disclaimer locked and loaded. Thank you so much. I need you to know that I'm proud of you, Index. Why do I keep calling you in... Paige, I'm gonna be so real. Since the day I met you, I have been trying to get out of the habit of calling you Index. Because my brain reads it first, because it's the first part of your username. And every day I fail. Every day I fail. You can call me Index, you can call me Paige, just don't call me Shirley? Okay. I'm trying my hardest. Check this really cool trick I can do. Fuck, I fell. Nah, guys, Paige is super talented, and I am so proud of her. Super talented as an artist, as a creator, someone absolutely deserving of your time and attention. Give your love, alright? Give all of your love and attention. Chat, you should give $20 to a trans person today if you have $20. Chat, you should give $20 to a trans person. I'd heavily recommend it. It'd be really cool if you gave $20 to a trans person. In any case, ad will be hitting any second now. Twitch just forced me to run ads. Y'all know the drill. I think I might need to use the restroom. Chat, rare AE restroom break. BRB. I need to go restroom, but I'll be back in a second. Will game be after ad? Most likely, yes. I might take another like 20 to 30 minutes to yap, but very soon. I'll take a 20. Prob's gonna go towards artists. Real. Chat, you should give a trans person $20. Alright, apologies folks. The FOPS has successfully rest-roomed. Give me a moment. Chat, hands are genuinely my favorite thing to draw. I want to start getting art streams back on the rotation soon, and what I might start doing is even on these 3 stream weeks, pretty soon I might try to make sure I have a guaranteed art stream in there, because I really miss doing them. But hands are my favorite thing to draw. I've decided that I'm going to actually tarnish, because for chat, this is my 2nd ever scented candle, and I'm already doing the thing where I'm like, oh, but I don't want to ruin the candle. It's probably an expensive fancy one, unlike the $4 one I bought for myself, but there's a metal D20 at the bottom, and 2, I gotta use it. You know? So I'm gonna light this candle and I'm gonna see how I feel about it. You know? Get some ambiance in here. I do think one thing I have found is that oh, don't do that. The specific like visual experience of a candle is really good for when I'm trying to be productive. But I am big on the smell of leather, and so I'm looking forward to that. Why is my lighter not catching these? There we go. Oh, that did not want to light, but I did it. Alright, I'm gonna put that off to the side where it's like not where I put my drink so that I don't fucking drink it. Because I've tried to do that before. Alright, there we are. I can get $4 scented candles. It's fine. I do really like the flicker of a candle when it's late at night. I'm trying to be productive. I'm gonna be so honest. It's very nice. Hello, Ashleyna. How are you doing? Hello, Eileen. Bye bye. As much as I like my wax melts, and I think they're very good for my productivity, I do think I need to invest in, like, candles as well, just for the vibe. For the room. Welcome back, Missing Project. Bark, bark, bye, bye. Alright, let me catch up real quick. My veins are moving again, you know what I'm talking about, are my nuts, the hand veins. Oh, so I mean, the veins in your hand are gonna move around when you, like, move your hands. They're gonna kind of flex. But they can, if you are stressed or particularly tense, just kind of bulge or, how do I say, kind of pop and pulse. If your heart is beating really hard or if there's a lot of tension in your body, try relaxing. I'm alright, what about you? Doing well, doing well. We're yapping, we're causing problems, as we're off to do around here. It wasn't the most productive day in the world, but you know what, that's okay. I got some work done with some video editing. I meal prepped. I currently have 8 burritos all ready to eat, coming up soon. It's been good, it's been chill. Oh, why do they move only when your hand moves? I feel like that's, if that's so normal and relatable. Because you're flexing your hand and the veins are gonna do that. I don't fucking know. Chat, I'm not a biologist. I'm not a what do they call heart doctors? I'm not a cardiologist. I'm not a cardiologist. Try relaxing. Oh yes, why didn't I think about that? Yeah, why didn't you? Have you considered getting good? Have you considered getting better? Chat, I wish I knew what it meant to relax. Like, I'm gonna be honest, there are definitely times where I feel good and happy. There are very few times in my life where I feel relaxed, and I don't know how to. The veins move when you move your hand. They're quite malleable, or however it's spelled. Hello, Plague the Bird. Bark might bite. Your skin is also just kind of a weird outside layer, you know? Oh, hush, AE. You don't know what relaxed means. I know. I'm gonna be honest, I cannot recall the last time in my life I actually felt relaxed. And I don't know what to do about that. Because the thing is, I don't particularly desire for relaxation. I do not enjoy the feeling of doing nothing. I think for me, the closest I get to relaxation is just making stuff for myself. Just because I want to and not with any external pressure to meet a deadline or for it to be seen by an audience, you know? I don't know how to relax. Because, like, you know, drawing a bath and sitting in it, that's not relaxing. Taking a nap's not relaxing. Laying in bed playing video games is actively stressful. If I'm not working on projects, I actively feel stressed, you know? There's no need to be relaxed. I'm the most relaxed in high adrenaline situations. We're weird. Chat, I think we might be autistic. Hello, Road to Dusk! Bark Bark Bite Bite, how are you? It's lovely to see you. I need to poke you more often. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Found a baby bird about 5 days old, managed to keep it alive for 10 hours. I hope you're able to, like, bring it somewhere where it can get help. I would definitely recommend, if possible, bringing that to, like, a wildlife specialist, etc., etc. Oh, chat! Chat. I have something big to announce, actually. How many of you know Cafe Foxtail? How many of you are familiar with Cafe Foxtail? I'm sure most of you. Mods, by the way, can we shout Cafe Foxtail out? I have some really cool news. Chat. The long-awaited Cafe Foxtail and Archivist collab is real. It's real. We're doing it. Kat and I have been talking about recording a video together for an entire year. And finally, we sat down and made it happen. It is going to be coming out on Saturday for general audiences. It's currently available for members and for patrons over on her end. But it is, I'm not kidding, a 57-minute long video wherein we yap about gender, about hating the government, about... Oh god, what else do we talk about in it? We talk about sex work, actually. We have a really interesting conversation about the, like, line between fetishization and affirmation and whatnot in, like, sex work as related to trans people. I very briefly talk about, like, I don't know if y'all are at all familiar, but there's a very specific brand or, like, niche of NSFW content, which is primarily consumed and produced by trans mass people called, it's typically referred to as, like, fake boy, content, which in and of itself is like a niche of NSW content that heavily features, like, degradation and misgendering as, like, kinks. And it's a really interesting conversation about where the line between, like, fetishization and trans people using kink to explore their own trauma, and when oftentimes some trans people will find affirmation in content that wasn't made for us. But that does bring us some amount of affirmation in ourselves. A lot of really, really interesting things that we talk about in this. So we briefly get into sex work, we briefly get into, like, the ways in which rad femme ideology sneaks into trans spaces. We briefly talk about punk subculture. There's a lot of fun yapping in here, and I'm really excited for it to go live. Sounds like such a good watch. We don't get in depth on any of it, but it's a very cursory overview of a lot of it, chat. Chat, what if I one day did a video essay talking about fake boy content? What if I did that? I feel like I'd have to really tiptoe to get YouTube to let me do it, but I think it'd be really interesting to talk about, like, the relationship between being trans and kink. And I would probably have to interview a lot of people for it. You know, walking on eggshells. I think it'd be really interesting to get in a conversation and to make a video talking about, like, the particular ways in which trans communities interact with sex work, and with kink, and how trauma creeps into that, how a lot of people, about how it can both be exploitative and fetishizing, but also empowering. It's a fascinating subject, because I've noticed there are a lot of transmats people who are heavily into degradation, into dehumanization, in ways that oftentimes can include some very unsavory and uncomfortable things. Um, and I think it's a conversation worth having, you know? Because I totally get why a lot of people would be very uncomfortable with the existence of that kink, but ultimately it is trans people acting out their fantasy, and there has to be some reason they're drawn to it. And I'm all for how do I say? What's the word? I'm all for risk-aware, consensual kink. You know, with the love of the world, you ain't getting monetized on that. You'd be surprised. Extreme Eggshells to the fascinating topic. I would, if I were to do that video, it would be one where I interview a lot of trans people for their perspectives on NSFW content involving trans people. And luckily, I happen to know a lot of trans people who produce NSFW content. So I could actually talk to some people who make content in that realm about their perspectives and inclinations. I would have to figure out how to angle it in a way where I could stay monetizable, but now I kind of want to do this. Give me a second. Give me a second. I have a note in my phone where I keep video essay ideas, and I'm writing this down. I think this is the first time I've added something to the video essay idea folder in a while as well. I think the working title I have is Fetishism, Fantasy, and Fake Boys. I think that's the working title I have. Alright, got that one written down. Beautiful. Have a few content creators in that realm popping into my head that are really cool. I think a lot about like the Trans XP tabletop RPG crew, who make a lot of very kink-centric adult content, primarily targeted at trans and leftist spaces, and I vibe with it heavy. Extremely anti-censorship, extremely kink-friendly space. And like, while my content might be predominantly not 18+, I don't like getting overtly NSFW. I think it is really, really cool to engage with that stuff. I am extremely anti-censorship and extremely pro, like, risk-aware, consensual engagement with kink. You know. More notes for the notes god. God, I love taking notes. Chat, I take so many notes for so many different reasons. But in any case, collab video with Kat coming out very soon. I'm super excited. We put a lot of work into this. I'm really happy with how the video turned out. I hope you all end up enjoying when it does release. Teehee. Teehee, chat. Teehee. Teehee's at you. We unfortunately don't get as in-depth with anything as I would like to, but it was a very, very fun thing to record. Again, 57 minutes of us just yapping. It is an Are the Cis Okay video, which is gonna automatically, how do I say, just by its nature, involve a lot more unsavory content than a lot of others. I know a lot of people aren't going to be very interested in it just for the sake that it is an Are the Cis Okay video, but it allowed me, I think, a space to get a lot more into the questionable shit in ways that I appreciate. I was given the offer to just do a generic trans memes video or to do an Are the Cis Okay, and I opted for an Are the Cis Okay video because I believed it would give me more space to yap about queer theory, gender theory, and politics. And I think I was correct in that. Gotta love F-words, happy pride, I guess. I love alliteration. I love alliteration. AE wants to rip at the threads until they break, but videos are about more than one topic, usually don't work like that. God. I love to just absolutely tear at a subject until it falls apart. I'm definitely going to be paying attention to the comments on that video for subjects that people would like me to talk more on as well. Teehee. Teehee chat, teehee. Vor. Chatwin:3. I hope you all end up enjoying that video when it comes out. I'm really excited. It was an honor to finally work with Kat. I also... Yo, Toma! Thank you so much for the resub! Bark for my bite, how are you? I hope you're doing well! Arrrrrrah. Nah, I'm very... how do I say... I've had a couple interesting opportunities fall into my lap recently that I'm debating taking advantage of. Like, I may have a DM, a month-old DM from someone lying around about an interesting opportunity that I am thinking about pursuing. 1 year derail. Indeed, indeed. Thank you so much for 12 months. I appreciate the hell out of you. How have you been? How are you doing? Bye. I hope life has been treating you pleasantly. I hope you have not been too busy or stressed. I hope that that things have been easy. God knows life is never easy. God knows I'm stressed as shit, but hey, that's how it goes. I have a confetti gif somewhere. Do I still have that? One sec, where is it? Where is it? I know I have this. Images? Images, saved pictures. It would be in stream assets, maybe? I know I have this. Do I not? Did I get rid of the confetti asset? Where's my confetti asset? Thank you so much for the- thank you for the bits. You know what? You know what? That's close enough to being confetti. We'll take it. We'll take it. Thank you so much, Omega Scales, for the bits as well. How dare you? What do you mean, hype train? I'm just a little guy. Chat, I'm just a little guy. Thank you for the hydrates. Thank you for throwing things at me. Jesus Christ. Thank you, everyone, for the love. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. It means the world. Y'all make me feel very loved and remind me every now and then of why I do this shit. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I can't find my confetti asset. Oh, was it on my laptop? Was that all the way back when I streamed on a laptop and hadn't switched to a PC yet? That might have been before I switched to a PC. Huh. Well, guess I don't have a confetti asset. Damn. Soggy fops, indeed. I'm soggy now. Chat, I've been made soggy. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you so much, y'all. I appreciate the hype train. It means the world getting any amount of support out of this. Like, I've been very grateful the past few months to be making almost livable money off of content creation, which has been a serious boon in a case where, like, my date. Yeah, am I gonna open up about this? I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. Mic's gonna be muted in the VOD. Mike is now unmuted. I'm doing my best. Worst comes to worst, I'm really good at cutting corners and saving money. Hi, Pyro. Oh, I was just yapping about a couple things. Oh, Jesus Christ. When did it get to 3.5 hours? When did we hit the 3.5 hour mark? Thank you so much, Whisper Interstellar, for the sub. I appreciate the hell out of you. How dare you? If we all stop being broke, then we can make the FOPs not broke. Please always put yourselves first and foremost. I really, really desperately want to ensure that you all are always putting yourselves first and foremost. Please ensure your own safety and security, both physically and financially, before you throw any money at me. I know none of us are paid enough in this world, and it's really easy to overspend and end up in difficult or messy situations. And the fact that y'all even stand here and watch means something. You are generating ad revenue just by being here. And I want you to know also that you do mean more to me than just ad revenue, but even that means a lot. Please put yourselves first and foremost, but know that like everything y'all do means so much to me. Going to New Jersey tomorrow? What for, Pyro? Bye bye. Thank you for the hydrate mycelium network. You make good second monitor content for when I find a super good game to play. I'll take it. I don't mind being second monitor content. That is unfortunately the fate of the Twitch streamer. I hope it goes well, Pyro. I don't think I've ever been to Have I been to New Jersey? I don't remember if I've ever been to New Jersey. Chat, I can't remember if I've ever been to New Jersey. Thank you for the hype train, y'all. It means a lot. I'm just a loud punk boy on the internet, but thank you. You do make good first monitor content. I'm just playing a game right now. Kills you with my teeth. How about that? What if I started just killing you with my teeth? I should probably play the video game soon, shouldn't I? Chat, do you guys want to play the video game or do you want to keep yapping? 3 monitor content. Chat, I only have a singular monitor. I'm still rocking the 1 monitor setup, but I also cannot figure out how to fit more monitors onto my shit. Give me a second, actually. Let me take a photo of this. Okay. Alright. I love yapping. You have to be my primary entertainment resource when I'm on here, because it takes me like 10 hours to watch a 1-hour movie, because I must dissect everything out loud. God, that's so real. Playing Spiritfarer while listening to FOPs. I need to play Spiritfarer. I need to eventually play Spiritfarer. I'm gonna show you all what my setup currently looks like, okay? Note that I bought, like, essentially my dream desk, but it was a bit smaller than I expected it to be. Because I didn't read the measurements, but it's still the layout that I wanted. You know. Chat, it's not super aesthetic, but currently, this is my stream machine. This is what he looks like. I have my PC hooked up to this monitor. I have my laptop where I watch chat. I'm streaming off of the PC and not the laptop. The laptop is entirely there to watch chat and to occasionally check my Discord DMs. Just in case my mods have anything important to say to me. And then over here is my drawing tablet, which I technically can have function as a monitor, but I don't really know how to. Or rather, I don't know if I have the correct cables. I could try that. But that's my drawing tablet, which could technically function as another monitor if I plugged it up to my PC, and maybe I should do that. But, like, I don't know where I would even add an additional monitor if I were to upgrade my setup. I also need to move my drawing tablet to where my laptop is whenever I do art streams. And I need to figure out how to make that more convenient, to be perfectly honest. Think I gotta head out? No worries, you take care, Queen Ramen. Bye bye. Keep being loud and gay. This is the setup. Could use a dual arm to lift that up and add a second? Potentially. Potentially. I've considered moving my drawing tablet over to the side where the laptop is and trying to have that set up as a permanent monitor and then like switch it over to being a drawing tablet when I need it. The issue is just that if I put my laptop over on that side, then it's really hard to type on there. You know? But I'm doing my best. We make things work. Spiritfarer is a wonderful game, very comfy, but it did make me cry a bit. I don't cry easily. I'd like to see it try. Whenever people tell me that a game is gonna make me cry, I take that as a challenge. Did you know that those acoustic foam panels barely do anything below around 800 hertz? If you were a real streamer, you would have $1 billion recording booth. I love my sound panels, okay? They do actually make a difference. I can tell you, like, simply having cushioning in the room, though, does actually make a difference. Sure, acoustic foam panels aren't gonna be a fix-all, but they do actually make a difference. I recorded this room before I put them down and after, and yeah, it's significantly less noisy just having them, because they're picking up echo, and just having soft stuff in the room does do shit. I know you're being silly though. I need to at some point sit down and redo my audio filters for this space, because I haven't actually done that yet. I'm still running audio filters for my old space, but this space sounds significantly better. I do plan on turning one of my closets, because I have 2 closets. I'm going to turn one of them into a recording booth. Eventually. But no, like, these do work surprisingly well, and they do make a difference. Space, but there's no sound in space. Kills you with a rock. Nah, I don't diss the acoustic foam panels. They do stuff. For real though, having a goddamn bed in the room is like just as good as putting panels on the wall. Yes, this is true. But the fact that it's directly behind my desk and directly in the direction that I'm speaking makes a difference, you know? Having anything soft in the room eating up sound is huge. So having, you know, a bed in the room, the fact that my floor is carpet, makes a difference. Even just like, I will sometimes put blankets on my desk to cut down on sound direction that way when I'm doing short recording sections. But having something soft behind my desk makes a difference. Cars are good too. No, for recording audio, I would not recommend recording voiceovers and audio, especially professional stuff in your car. Would not recommend that. Which is why real budget ballers will absolutely cover themselves in blankets. If I'm recording like short vocal sessions, like under 30 minutes, I will usually put a blanket over the top of my desk, and have another one around me just to cut down on all of the noise stuff. By what factor does Boozle suppress noise? He doesn't like hanging out of my room unless it's 7 in the morning. Having 20 plushies in my room is sound dampening? Yes. It is unmuted, but let me check. I'm pretty sure I unmuted. Yeah, I unmuted. Cool. But nah, blankets are a great friend of yours as well for sound dampening. Before I had all of this sound paneling, I actually used to just hang up blankets on my walls. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. I like my sound paneling though, and it looks cool. It makes me feel professional. I have a closet that I'm eventually going to turn into a recording booth as well. One of these days. Some people call me soft. I volunteer as a sound dampener. Are you gonna, like, get pinned up against my wall and stay there while I record things, watching me eerily? Like a bug on the wall. How many boozles would it take to silence you? I talk to Boozle a lot. I don't think any amount of Boozles could silence me. Boozle hates me. Chat, Boozle fucking hates me. Chat, Boozle despises me and it makes me sad. He's a little shit. Boozle's so mean to me. Chat. Chat, I'm pretty sure I just received a fucking fake email pretending to be Twitch. Chat, I'm pretty sure I just received a fake email pretending to be Twitch. I just received an email and it appears to be coming, yeah, okay, it's coming from Russia. This is an email out of Russia. I can tell this is coming from Russia. It is pretending to be from no reply at twitch.tv, but the actual email it comes from is a .ru email, which means it's from Russia. And it is saying that, actually we fucked up with you know, taking taxes out of your Twitch income, and we owe you $160. Twitch does not withhold taxes. Twitch does not withhold taxes when they give my payouts. They just don't do that. That's not a thing. Why would Twitch withhold No, I have to file my taxes myself as a individual proprietor. That is very funny. That's not even a good scam. Come on. That's not even a good scam. They're not even trying, chat. Ugh. Twitch does not withhold taxes. The only thing Twitch withholds is my hate for CEOs. Real. Hello, JM. Bye-bye. Twitch does report in US, though. I know it's not withholding taxes. I'm pretty sure they do report income. So you gotta pay your taxes if you're streaming on Twitch. But they do not withhold. And they also really hate giving me tax documents. For 2 years in a row, Twitch has not given me tax documents. And I've been in the partner Discord trying to figure out why, and everyone's like, I don't fucking know. No one can figure out why Twitch is just not sending me tax documents. Twitch is an international company, am I right? How would they even do that? I mean, I'm pretty sure they do report income to the government, but this is no basis of evidence except that they have Amazon withholding, which makes me think they're a company which loves to cheat on taxes. I wouldn't be surprised. Hi, Orleans, how are you? Bye. I think everyone in chat is aware of the self-selecting typo principle of scams. I'll admit, this is not a diss on anyone, but I am constantly surprised as a content creator how many people fall for scams and DMs and like how many hacked accounts I have to deal with a month. It is admittedly only 3 or 4 a month, which is relatively small given the size of my community. But like I do have to deal with like 3 or 4 people who gets their accounts hacked a month, and sometimes they're other content creators. And that worries me. I was behind us looking at the desk. Oh, I see. Yeah, I keep my space pretty clean. I keep my space pretty well put together. How are you, Orleans? Bye. But no, it does honestly surprise me the number of people who on the regular do still fall for scams. And I don't say that to shame anyone. I know computer literacy is different in different places depending on where you grew up and your access to the internet and all of that stuff. But it does genuinely surprise me how often I have to remove people from the Discord server because their accounts got hacked, especially other content creators. And I don't want it to lower my opinion of anybody, but it does. I'm full of dinner, happy to see Mr. AE moving and grooving. I am, in fact, moving and grooving. I love moving and grooving. It's fun. It's very enjoyable. Would recommend grooving. Would heavily recommend grooving. It's a good time. We will probably be moving into the video game pretty soon. I am just, how do I say, a bastard. Have returned. Welcome back, Missing Project. Barbara by Bite. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr It no longer surprises me since I work in the tech industry with people that should be very computer literate. They spent 30 minutes the other day discussing if an email was fraud, for them to throw it in the cloud to sort it out. All they needed to do was see who the actual email sender was. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't be that surprised. I don't know. I think I want to believe the best in people, but I see people fall for like scams on a daily basis, and it concerns me how easily people tend to fall for this shit. Chat, if someone comes into your Discord DMs, even if they're a close friend, and asks you to download a file, don't do it. If someone's like, hey, I need you to download this Minecraft mod pack for me, don't do it. If someone comes to you saying they need you to click this link so that, you know, someone can verify if they make a good Discord moderator, don't do it. Be very careful when it comes to clicking links and downloading attachments, especially even if they're from people you know. You have to be incredibly careful. If your friend has just released a game and wants you to beta, no. If this is the first time you're hearing that your friend who you haven't spoken to in 3 years is now a game dev, don't trust that shit. And whenever you are going to click a link, even on like outside of, you know, Discord, make sure you know where the link is heading. I don't know if this is something y'all were taught to do, but I was taught as a young little pup, using the internet, in the few opportunities I got, to always look to see if I recognized the URL a link was redirecting to. We 2000s internet safety now? I was taught to always make sure and verify that the URL that something was redirecting to was something I recognized and looked trustworthy. Yeah, read the whole URL too. Don't trust it. Please be careful. Please try not to get your accounts hacked. Turn on two-factor authentication if you can, but even that won't save you from a lot of this shit. It gets bad when one of those scams makes its way through a game dev circle. Yes, absolutely. And I can imagine so. Unfortunately, a lot of people just don't have their walls up enough. do, 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 do. normallookingurl.com/sketchypart. Can you believe it? Deltarune just a week away. I'm very excited for Deltarune. I'm very, very excited for the new Deltarune to drop. I am planning on streaming it that night if I can. Watch for alternate letters. Also true. Also true. But yeah, there's been a few instances where like content creators I know have gotten their accounts hacked, and I should not be surprised by the lack of, like, computer literacy people have, because I've been on the internet long enough, but I am constantly surprised by, like, the lack of information people are functioning with. I kind of don't know how you use the internet without learning some of this stuff, at least for this long, but, you know. Like, being so honest, every single time I have seen someone... Okay. There's that one content creator who, like, occasionally, or most of their brand is covering, like, Discord scams and shit, and I don't agree with a lot of that person's ideologies and politics, but I'll sometimes watch them just to keep up with news regarding Discord and Discord scams, because I believe being informed about ongoing scams and problems, and exploits involving the primary platform I use for communication is important. Every single time I've watched one of those videos, I go, that's an obvious scam. There has never, I think there's only been like one time where an exploit or scam that was displayed was not something that did not immediately set off my suspicions, and I did not immediately recognize as a scam. Who are you talking about? I think it's Nexpo or something, I don't remember. So many people have to learn this shit, have completely thrown it out the window these days, and I do blame Gen AI for a lot of it. Fair point, fair point. I don't see it as being a recent thing. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, are just kind of thrown to the internet without safety lessons or safety wheels these days. And one sec, I think it might be Nexpo. Let me check. No, it's not Nexpo. Who is it? Different person. No text to speech, that's who it is. The first couple, the first syllable was similar. My bad, my bad. I think you can see how I mixed those up in my head. It's no text to speech. I'm not very fond of some of their politics and ideologies. But I do think it's important to be aware of ongoing scams on the primary communication platform I use. So I try to keep in the loop, and almost every single time I'm like, that is an obvious scam, I don't know how people fall for that. But, you know. It physically atrophies the brain, we've got scans that prove that, but that's not... Okay. Gracie Bacon, I am going to need a citation or source on that, because that's not how the brain works. My background is in neuroscience. That's not how the brain works. That's just not how the brain works. I really need a citation on that. That's some pop science bullshit. If I wanted to blame anything in particular, it'd probably be Gen AI for slop coding, which has very quickly eroded the quality of major important pieces of consumer information infrastructure. I mean, this though is a trend that like long predates generative AI, is part of my issue with that explanation. There's a lot of that too, and some people just don't know, but I'm talking specifically people that were quite literally trained in cybersecurity. Oh, absolutely, yeah. A lot of cybersecurity folk, like, have turned to generative AI and stopped kind of thinking for themselves because they don't have to anymore. I think it's not only computer literacy. Some people who fall into scams are people who are going into autopilot mode and forgot their OPSECs. I think a lot of people don't know what OPSEC is. As more and more people grow up inside the internet rather than alongside it, less people have seen it develop and as such thrown into the deep end. This means that more people see it as magic as opposed to technology that has just as much potential to do harm as good. They aren't giving kids PSAs on, like, not clicking sketchy links anymore, you know? I think a lot of people are just not equipped to have unrestricted internet access. No, not that they're not equipped to have unrestricted internet access, but are not taught the skills they need to keep themselves safe with unrestricted internet access. And admittedly, a lot of this stuff is obscured from us. I think about, like, the recent case wherein, the FBI managed to recover signal messages, and the fear-mongering around it, when it was very specifically a case wherein the message notifications had been cached by Apple, by iOS. And a lot of people never think about the fact that, oh, a notification is going to get cached. The text of that notification is getting saved by the phone. It's really easy to overlook those things if you don't know how technology and computers work, because it is very intentionally obscured from us. Just got whacked by a stick getting thrown an easy 30 miles per hour. How's the flops today and what did I drop in on? We're talking about Discord scams. Maybe mistaken on specifically how badly it is, but I'm talking specifically about the amount of actual thinking that's happening in the brain. Believe I saw from the Swedish government citing the reasoning behind their taking AI and similar tech out of schooling. That's not... Okay. I'm specifically talking about the, oh, we have brain scans saying that people's brains are atrophying. Because that's not how brains or brain scans work, and I need a citation before we start saying shit like that. I need a citation if we're going to say shit like that. You know, if we're going to make the claim that it is physically changing how people's brains look in that capacity, I need a citation on that shit. It's a very specific claim to make. I have no doubt that frequent use of generative AI does mess with people's heads and does push them into harmful cycles and patterns. I do not doubt that a lot of people have become so reliant on generative AI that they outsource a lot of their thinking, and that their problem-solving skills are atrophying, and that they are, in general, gaining less from their education, etc., etc., etc. But any claim that it's actually causing, like, material physical changes in the brain is something that I need a citation on. Because a lot of people don't understand how the brain works and don't understand how the brain changes. What I'm finding is that most of these scans are EEG showing decreased electrical activity in the brain, which is exactly what I assumed it would be. That has nothing to do with the physical shape and size of the brain. That just has to do with how many signals are being passed around. So yes, people are potentially, depending on the brain areas that this is being noticed in, are exhibiting less problem solving or less complex high level thought. But that's not the brain atrophying. And I apologize if I'm getting very pedantic here, but as someone who like has history in the sciences and has a lot of background there, I do care a lot about being very accurate in conversations about these things. I'm very particular about this shit. No, you're totally good. I'm not trying to tell you off, and you don't have to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I accept my mistakes, etc., etc. I have issues with a lot of pop science communication because very oftentimes news sources will repeat and propagate unfounded claims or complete misunderstandings or fabrications, and then through the grapevine they spread around, and you end up with like a statement that is very distinct from the truth. I have the flavor of autism where I tend to take things literally. And side note, I think it's kind of funny that generally speaking, we don't talk as much about that flavor of autism anymore, because when I was a kid, when I was like young and people talked about autism, one of the biggest things they focused on was a tendency to take everything literally. I particularly at this point like have fallen into and have this tendency, and the way this tends to display with me is that I love nuance, and I need my statements to be surrounded by and preceded by nuance. And especially in more serious conversations, I tend to take people at face value. So when people say things, I tend to take it at its most literal and extreme. And when I speak, I try to speak with as much nuance as possible. That is just an autism thing with me. I tend to perceive and take things literally and at face value, especially in more serious conversation. And so I care a lot about getting nuance correct. But particularly when it comes to neuroscience and biology, with how much misinformation is out there, I do care about correcting this shit, you know? Want to know my favorite pop science fact? Carbonation has its own taste, and carbonated water will taste different than normal water at pressures. The bubbles don't form. It's science about pop. Thank you, Techhead Zero. I appreciate it. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Because yeah, people will pass around notions that like XYZ, doing XYZ will cause brain damage, etc., 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 without fully understanding the words they're saying. And I don't blame people for that, especially when chances are there are a lot of news outlets which are reporting the fact that yeah, generative AI use is associated with less electrical activity in certain brain areas. A lot of people are probably taking that and going, yeah, the brain's atrophying. A lot of news articles and pop science reporters are probably pushing it in that direction. And I feel the need to clear up those assumptions or those perceptions, you know? I feel a need to communicate things accurately. I have my qualms with journalists. I looked into it and scams are actually a recession indicator. This I fully believe, yeah. I bet there's plenty of articles sounded like that. Probably. There are probably a lot of articles out there that are phrased as, oh, AI is causing brain damage, when that's not what these studies are necessarily finding, you know? And I care a lot about being careful with my words. Yeah, okay, a lot of people are specifically using the term atrophy in these articles. Oh, I hate that. Studies also show that 83% of AI users were unable to remember. Okay, one sec. Where's the EGG shit? Or EKG, rather. EGG or EKG? This is partly why I don't talk much in most situations. I promise I'm not ridiculing you, and I want you to be here, and I enjoy having you, and I am not, like, trying to... Like, I hope this does not make you want to talk less in my chat. I don't want this to make you want to talk less in my chat. I just enjoy nuance a lot, and I try to always talk about things from a nuanced perspective. And in doing so, especially because neuroscience is really important to me. Neuroscience is very, very, very important to me. I want to get this shit accurate. Huh. Okay. Can I find this actual study? Can I go to this original post? I wanna find this actual study. It's from MIT. VOR. EGG scan is not that useful. Most valuable brain activity can only be captured from the inside. Not fully true. EGGs are useful. So for folks who don't know what an EGG is, this is an electroencephalography. God, that is such a hard word to pronounce. It is a specific type of brain scan that records electrical activity in the brain using electrodes that you place along the skull. So it gets you, based off the positioning of those electrodes, a rough idea of where in the brain electrical activity is occurring, which allows you to kind of figure out, like, okay, what brain areas are activating in response to a certain stimulus. I'm looking through the study right now. I'll pull this up so y'all can see. I love neuroscience. I love neuroscience, chat. Hate when an article references a study but doesn't link to the study. Yeah. I found it, though. I found it. This also links to a full study, but this is a report on it from MIT, so I trust them to report on it mostly accurately. So this was a study wherein people were given a designated tool and used it to write an essay. There were people who were using LLMs, there were people who were using search engines, the people who were given no tools. And they had to write an essay. And EGGs were used to record brain activity, which just tells you, like, the rough brain areas that are active while a task is being performed. We discovered a consistent homogeneity across named entities, recognition, engrams, anthology of topics within each group. EEG analysis presented robust evidence that LLM, search engine, and brain-only groups have significantly different neural connectivity patterns, resulting in divergent cognitive strategies. So basically, when you are using an LLM versus a search engine versus just your brain, you are using different you're using different cognitive strategies and therefore pathways. The brain-only group existed the strongest, most widely ranging networks. The search engine group showed intermediate engagement and LLM assisted elicited the weakest overall coupling. So the brain-only group, I think relatively obviously, because they had to come up with everything on their own without referencing sources and external material, did have to use more parts of the brain to a larger extent. In session 4, LLM to brain participants showed weaker neural connectivity and under-engagement of alpha and beta networks. Got it. The brain to LLM participants demonstrated higher memory recall and re-engagement of widespread occipital, parietal, and prefrontal nodes, likely supporting the visual processing similar to the ones frequently perceived in the search engine group. Interesting. Wait, okay. Oh, I missed something important here. We conducted 3 sessions with the same group assignment to each participant. In the 4th session, we asked LLM group participants to use no tools and brain-only group to use LLMs. So they're finding even after using an LLM for the previous 3 sessions, the groups that had been using LLMs and now had to just do it off the top of their head still displayed reduced activity. Hi, Wonder! Bark, bark, bite, bite! Guys, Wonder, fellow trans anarchist content creator, good friend of the channel, bark, bark, bite, bite! Bark, bark, bite, bite! We're talking about LLMs and brain activity and science. So what they have found here is that over a small number of sessions, individuals who frequently used LLMs to perform a task showed weaker brain activity than those who did not, even when they were doing it without use of LLM tools, which makes sense to me. LLM group also fell behind in their ability to quote from the essays they wrote just minutes prior. This tracks. So I think what this is proving primarily is one, that using an LLM does not support recall, which already tracks. We already know that, for example, handwriting notes produces higher recall than like typing them on a computer, shit like that. The more involved and mechanical your engagement with like producing language is, the more likely you are to remember it. We already have evidence for that. It makes perfect sense to me that if you're writing something via an LLM, you're gonna have lower recall than if you are, for example, writing it yourself and especially handwriting it. And a lot of that has to do with the amount of your brain that you are using and the interconnectivity of all of those systems. Because, for example, if you're handwriting something, well, now you've brought a lot of physical motion into the task, which activates more brain areas and forges and reinforces more connections. This makes perfect sense to me. Because for those who are not very aware, when you utilize a connection between neurons, that neuron connection strengthens. That's the whole thing. In this study, we had a limited number of participants recruited from a specific geographical area, so of course it's going to have limitations. Performed using ChatGPT. Future work may also include LLMs with other modalities beyond text. We did not divide our essay resting tasks into subtasks like idea generation, writing, and so on. Our current EEG analysis focused on reporting connectivity patterns without examining spectral power changes. The fuck are spectral power changes? I don't remember. EEG spatial resolution limits precise localization of deep cortical and subcortical contributors. Yes. So like they can't really measure the hippocampus much, for example, as that's just a very difficult part of the brain to get to. Hi, Kiratur, I'll read that in a second. Bye. Findings are context dependent. This makes sense. Yeah, this all makes perfect sense to me. Is it safe to say that LLMs are in essence making us dumber? No. Oh, I actually love this. I love this. Thank you so much for them including this note. Please do not use words like stupid, dumb, brain rot, harm, damage, brain damage, passivity, terminating, collapse, and so on. It is a huge disservice to this work, as we did not use this vocabulary in the paper, especially if you're a journalist reporting on this. Hell fucking yeah. A lot of that language is harmful and not relevant. They have additional studies that they're planning. Anything else you feel is relevant to a story about this project? Lots of media and people use LLMs to summarize the paper. It adds to the noise. Your human feedback is very welcome. Hell fucking yeah. This study has a list of limitations, state very clearly in both the paper and on the webpage. To the best of our knowledge, is one of the first protocols of its kind. All right. In addition to the vocabulary from question 1 in this FAQ, please avoid using brain scans. LLMs make you stop thinking, impact negatively, brain damage, terrifying fines. I love these people. I love the people who wrote this. I love the people who wrote this because they're saying the exact same shit I just said. Because that's not what was being measured. Shout out to these MIT researchers for being very aware of how journalists tend to report on science research and for attempting to get ahead of it in the exact ways that I stated. Hi, Dice Mistress, how are you doing? Bye. Yeah, we're still in our yapping segment. Hello, the one Fergie, thank you for the raid. Bye. How goes it? Hi, everybody, I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping about queer and leftist issues. Thank you, Flannel Fawn, as well for the raid. Hi, we're y'all hanging out. So lovely to see you both, mods. Make sure we give shout-outs to both these wonderful individuals. Welcome on, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking about queer and leftist issues here on Twitch. Currently, I'm on a long ramble about how much I hate generative AI and talking about a specific study that utilized EEGs to essentially record brain activity associated with LLM use. Really fascinating shit. Fuck generative AI. Hope y'all had an amazing time. It's so lovely to see you. My pronouns are he, him, or they, them. I'm also a video essayist, by the way. I just released a new video essay and you should go watch it. It's about how much I hate AI. Thank you very much for the, Okay, alright. I'll read your slopaganda, but I might have things to say. Oh, this is too... Listen, okay. Trekkintosh, I love you, but I cannot read all of this on stream. I cannot read all of this on stream. Mods, refund that. I can't read all of this on stream. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about generative AI, many of which I have made clear on this stream. I fucking hate generative AI. I disdain it. I have a lot of very particular feelings. It's a well-researched argument against LLMs. I know it's against LLMs. I do not have time to read all of that on stream. That would take me easily an hour to read through. Hello, Monster Kicker. Bark, bye. We are differentiating Gen AI from simple AI. A lot of people don't. Oh, absolutely. I will pull out my own quotes from my own video essay. If I can pull up the script of the video essay that I just released.
Oh shit.
One sec, where is it? I do think there is importance in drawing a distinction between machine learning technology more broadly, which, while not immune to abuse, can have genuine useful applications across various fields, and the generative AI that has become so predominant in our conversations on the topic, especially as companies are keen to slap the term AI on every new product they release. Clarity is vital to adequately communicating what, why, and how we oppose these things, but for the sake of simplicity, when I use the term AI in this video, unless otherwise specified, I am discussing the latter. That is the literal quote out of my recent video essay. Thank you for the follow, Barker bye. But no. Thank you everyone for the raids. Y'all please give some love to Flannel Fawn and to that one Fergie. Y'all give your love. Wonderful shit. I appreciate the hell out of y'all. Sorry, AEI misinterpreted. Wait, did you think I was arguing for generative AI, Trek? No, I fucking hate generative AI. I absolutely stand against it. When I popped in, it was in the bits of the study that seemed to make it sound that, like, anti-AI sentiment was wrong. No. I was having a conversation about science communication. So, this is a study recently released by MIT which uses EGGs to analyze the brain activity of people while using LLMs, particularly ChatGPT. And I had pulled up this study very specifically because the claim had been made in chat that that AI causes, or that LLM use, or that AI use in general, causes degradation via that can be measured via brain scans. And I work in science education and communication. I am very well versed in the sciences. Neuroscience is actually my specialty. I have a very extensive background in cellular neuroscience and neurogenetics, so this is a subject that I'm very aware of and well versed in. And I brought this study up because, yes, fuck generative AI, but if we're going to talk about the ways in which generative AI does impact the brain, I want to be accurate about it. And it was really funny to me because down at the bottom, when they talk about how to report, because these are all notes that are intended for journalists, that they very specifically say, hey, do not use this specific language because it is either harmful, ableist, or is not what the study's about. Because a lot of the time, pop science reporting will take actual scientific discoveries and language and end up using, or rather, reframing it in ways that are not accurate. So saying that, like, oh, brain scans show damage to the brain or decay of neural activity, that is not accurate to what the study is actually measuring. And it's just a very common thing, both in how we tend to talk about science in the day-to-day and in how science is reported by journalists, to reframe studies in ways that, while not necessarily fully wrong, end up misconstruing the truth. And I just thought it was really, really funny because when the point was originally brought up, I was like, I need a source on that because, like, that's not how brain scans work. I was taking issue with the language being used, that they point out the exact terms that I took issue with in the original statement. Like the use of the term brain scan and brain damage are words that I'm like, that's not how that works. I was taking a little bit of personal joy in that the folks at MIT are very much on my side when it comes to science communication. Essentially, what this study measures is it used EEGs, which are a type of brain scan, or not brain scan, but rather a type of brain study which measures electrical activity throughout the brain in a way that roughly tells you what brain areas are activating while performing certain tasks, and had these groups compose essays using search engines, using LLMs, and just using their brains. And then they had the LLM group to then use no tools and just use their brain, and then the brain groups used an LLM and measured brain activity across 4 sessions. And that they managed to measure in doing so that the people who would use LLMs for the previous 3 sessions showed weaker neural connectivity and under-engagement in the EEG when they were asked to compose an essay with just their brain and no external tools, and also had poorer memory and recall. So yes, what this shows, the one thing that this study proves is that AI usage does impede your ability to then perform that same task without the use of LLMs. If you rely on LLMs to perform a task repeatedly, it then degrades your ability to perform that task on your own later, and also impedes your recall. And I think that's fascinating. Fuck LLMs. Fuck generative AI. I hate generative AI. I just think that there's a lot of value in communicating this shit accurately. Again, I work in science communication and education. But yeah, that was really cool reading through that study. Not very well versed in any science that isn't making spinny object do things, so I'll correct myself here going forward. And you're totally good. You're totally good. It's not your fault, especially when this is not a subject you specialize in, for like reading the headlines that go, oh, generative AI usage causes brain damage, and not understanding what that means. You know, it's not your fault that people clickbait you with catchy article titles and you don't know the difference. It's why people like me exist. Like the thing we can draw from this, the way that I would talk about it, if I were to like quote this study to people or use this as a talking point, would be to specifically state that we can measure decreased neural activity and how do I say? We can measure decreased neural activity and decreased recall when people have we witness and can measure decrease. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Super Camborg. How are you doing? Barber Bite Fine. How goes it? Thank you for the raid, mods. Or rather, mods already got the shout out. Everyone give some love to Super Camborg. Hi, folks. I'm AE. I'm your resident loud, chaotic bastard. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues here on the internet, and we're currently talking about how much we fucking hate AI. How goes it? AE complete a single thought challenge impossible. I'm trying my hardest. I took my ADHD meds right before stream today, and because of that, I'm on a ramble right now. I'm talking, my brain's moving faster than my mouth can keep up. The way that I would bring this study up to people and phrase it would be something along the lines of, we can measure decreased brain activity and decreased recall when people who frequently use LLMs perform writing tasks. You know? Hello, Carito, Barber Bite. You bite me, I bite you. Indeed, indeed. I like biting people. I take no issue with this. In any case, we're about to hit the 4.5 hour mark. I should probably play the video game. Love seeing the passion here. I love neuroscience. Chat, can you tell that I like neuroscience? Chat, can you tell that I like the brain? Can you tell? The only LLM I want is lick my lips. Real as fuck. Chat, can you tell that I like neuroscience? This is my specialty. I like how I almost never use the skill either. I'll take MLMs over LLMs any day. Real. Chat, I love kissing men. I love kissing men. I've been talking about this more often than normally lately, but I do have a background in cellular neuroscience, and I barely get to use it these days in my life. Because while I am an educator, I don't get to focus on neuroscience very often, so any opportunity I get to talk about it makes me very happy. I don't make video essays that talk much about neuroscience because I'm too insecure to do that. I may have a background in it, but I'm no expert. That said, I'm passionate about this shit. Guess what? I'm a male. I'm down to kiss. Ayo, gay? Gay? Yowie? Yowie? Yes, Curator, feel free to repaste your question. I'm so sorry. Also, mods, if we haven't already, oh, we already refunded it. Okay, perfect. Don't know how, but this reminded me I need to look into the glowing trees. How? Oh my god, how are the glowing trees doing? 1 second. Is there any new glowing tree news? Okay, there's a Wikipedia page for the glowing plants project. Is there any new news? Damn, it's not been edited since October 2025. There's no new tree news, guys. There's no new news about the glowing trees. This is so sad. There's no new information about the glowing trees. Wait. I'm gonna actually, let me go to the news page. There is new glowing tree news. Hello, Dove Bleeding Heart. Welcome on in, folks. Lots of raids tonight. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. Dove owns you. God, you fucking wish. You wish. You fucking wish. Oh, you wish you could. Huh? You want to own me so fucking badly. Thank you for the hydrates, everybody. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Everyone, please give your love to Dove Bleeding Heart. Amazing friend of the channel. Do be warned if you do poke over to his end, you are liable to witness anything you might find in the dead dove tag on AO3. Problematic fiction and tropes and yaoi abound. Please take care of yourselves first and foremost. Don't say I didn't warn you. We are very anti-censorship and pro-kink around here. Want to own you as a pelt AE? Hot? Question mark? In any case, folks, hi, I'm Archivist. I'm a resident loud, chaotic bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues here on the internet. I think I just said the same thing twice. I took my Vyvanse right before stream, and you can tell. You can tell. You can fucking tell. In any case, I'm a video essayist, an anarchist, a bastard. I love causing problems. It is my favorite pastime. I can tell you're wired. I love it. I get very energetic. Okay. I simultaneously love and hate. Thank you for making me normal. I simultaneously love and hate taking my Vyvanse right before stream because on one hand, the energy, the yapping, oh, I can talk for hours. I can do a 6-hour just chatting stream if I take my Vyvanse right beforehand. However, my brain is going faster than my mouth, and I cannot stay on one subject or finish a conversation for my life. Scandinavian AE be like, how do I even pronounce that shit? How do I even pronounce that shit? Guys, kill Dove Bleeding Heart with a gun. Chat, I'm shooting Dove Bleeding Heart with the gun that I own in like a very gay way. Let me find the question that Curator posted real quick. Is there any difference in recall rates between proper paper handwriting and iPad or digital tablet handwriting? I think so, but less so than by other means. I recall seeing a study that said that there was a slight decrease when writing via digital means, but it is not nearly as meaningful as the difference between, say, handwriting and typing. There is a small difference just because of the loss of tactile, but it's not nearly as big. I wouldn't worry about it. You want to gunplay with me so bad? I want to shoot you with this gun. Now I'm curious what shooting a gun in a gay way would look like. You put the gun between their lips and you pull the trigger. I close my eyes to have committed no crimes, honestly. Thank you. Okay, but maybe I want to commit crimes. Maybe I want to commit crimes. Listen, chat, we're allowed to get a little freaky as a treat. AE gunplay flirts with basically everyone. Okay, I don't always want to shoot people with a gun in a gay way, but like every now and then. Be gay, do crime, indeed. Chat, I love gay crime. I love gay crime. I love being a problem. Can I get shot in a gay way? Of course you'd fucking want that. Of fucking course you'd want that. Why am I not surprised? I could oblige. Hey, would you shoot me with a gun that you own? Yes. Bleeding out in the woods after a gunfight with AE. Hot? Question mark? Question mark? They've got a gun on their back? Yeah, it's an AK. Are you surprised? You shouldn't be. Being trans is a top tier crime. Chat, I do crimes all the times. I do crime constantly. I love doing crime. I commit crime at least once a week. Usually twice. Big fan of doing crime. Alright. Chat, I'm never gonna start the video game at this rate. I'm never going to start video gaming. Everyone, give your love to Dove Bleeding Heart. Absolute sweetheart, despite how he may present himself. I do quite adore him. Remember, the real rule is never commit a misdemeanor while committing a felony. You're so right. Have a crater in my chest, and the joke to people is that my wife shot me once. Based. Based. Hey, I take 60 milligram a day. What about you? Of what? Oh, of testosterone? I do... Oh god, what is my dosage? Shit. Oh? Of something else? Oh, Vyvanse. Oh, I'm doing actually, I'm only on 20 milligrams. I'm very sensitive. Very, very sensitive to stimulants, but I'm currently doing 20 milligrams, which is like the lowest dosage. I'm hypersensitive to anything you consume via the stomach. For those who are unaware, hi, AE fun fact, my stomach is paralyzed. I have a condition called gastroparesis, which is partial paralysis of the stomach. The muscles in my stomach just do not move as much as they're supposed to, so things stay significantly longer in my stomach, and I tend to absorb higher amounts of literally anything. So for example, when an average person consumes alcohol, you're only absorbing like 20% of it. I'm getting closer to 40 or 50%. A 10 milligram edible will have me high for like 20 hours. It is a blessing and a curse. You have gastroparesis? Yes, I have gastroparesis. So yeah, 20 milligram Vyvanse, oh, I'm fucked. 20 milligram Vyvanse, I'm zooming. And I also only take it a few days a week. I usually only take it if I am gonna be like home all day content creating, or if I'm gonna be like I usually only take it if I'm gonna be content creating, like working on videos and shit. I normally don't take it for streams or for my day job. Shrug. I'm mentally ill. One thing, I take 60 milligram Vyvanse, plus 10 milligram Adderall. That's so much. Honestly, with how quickly I work through it, like rather, with how badly, I crash from it, I wish I had like a little second pick-me-up in the evening, but you know. I was on 50 milligram Addy in high school. I used to do like, I think like 30 Adderall. 20-hour high is intimidating. Oh yeah, no, it gets really lame after hour 8. I do love my Vyvanse. So technically I am supposed to take it every day, but I was actually told when I first started taking stimulants to skip it on the weekends. In order to prevent, how do I say, withdrawal symptoms from extended use, and to prevent my system from getting too used to it. So I would never have to up my dosage if I got accustomed. The way addiction tends to function is your body gets very used to the amount that you take at baseline, and you require higher dosage to reach the same effects. So by skipping it like 1 or 2 days a week, you do end up, one, stockpiling it for when you have shortages, which is great, and you end up, how do I say? My brain hates me. You end up avoiding the effects of increased tolerance. It's, for me though, I kind of just take it as needed, which I'm not supposed to do. I am supposed to be taking it like most days, but that's the way I go about it. For me, I want to be using it for content creation. Late o'clock in these parts, you take care, Fuse. Bye. I'm shooting with the gun gaily. Lower what you would have been at if you took it every day tolerance, yeah. I do get side effects from Vyvanse. It does tend to cause me an amount of nausea, and how gross are you all okay with me getting if I'm describing my Vyvanse side effects? How gross are y'all okay with me getting? Do I want to admit to that? Yes, that's exactly what it is, Joe. Which is also a normal expected thing with Vyvanse. It also massively decreases appetite. So I very easily, when I'm on Vyvanse, will skip meals. I haven't eaten in like 7 hours. Random on and off days can really make it hard to get addicted to something. That was a tip from my old Fiend days. That's how I do it with Vyvanse. ADHD equals skipping meals anyway. I mean, I know that, but like, I don't get hungry. I have gone entire days without eating well on Vyvanse and just completely forgotten. But I will eventually get hungry on without it. It like doubles the time that it takes for me to like, you know, feel hungry or notice I haven't eaten. How do I say? But yeah, the biggest effects are gonna be like nausea, diarrhea, shit like that. It's rough. It's rough. Vyvanse making me not able to eat is why I swapped it. Like the side effects of Vyvanse, I also get very jumpy, and you can tell when I've taken Vyvanse before stream because I'm talking a lot faster, my brain's a lot more active. But all of that is worth it to me. All of that is extremely, extremely worth it for me. Because it allows me to actually create consistently. My brain's going Neum, I'm actually on top of stuff. I'm able to think clearly. My fatigue gets a lot less. I have another medical condition because I'm full of physical maladies. I have orthostatic hypotension, which is when your blood pressure drops massively when you stand, and I already have a very low resting blood pressure and a very low resting heart rate. So my resting heart rate is like anywhere from 57 to 65 depending on the day, and my blood pressure when I'm sitting down is sitting at like 104/62 or however those numbers work. There's not enough blood getting to my brain a lot of the time, especially when I stand up. Doesn't the stimulant make blood pressure and heart rate go up? Yes. My blood pressure and heart rate are both on the lower end of normal and prone to dropping outside of normal ranges. So I find that Vyvanse brings my blood pressure and heart rate up to more normal levels. So I'm actually able to feel like awake and conscious. And it wasn't until relatively recently that I noticed that my Vyvanse was actually meaningfully helping me with disability. Ha 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 ha. It's getting more blood to my brain. I would be curious to hear Lycan's perspective and opinion on that as a usage of it, though. I can take Vyvanse and just fall asleep, though. In response to the question of if it fucks your sleep schedule, I can take Vyvanse and pass out. Miss gaming with you, friendo. I miss it too. I'm just so busy these days. I've been so all over the place with video essays and the move and so much life shit. I barely have time to game anymore, but I do miss you. I hope you've been well. Literally take my 60 milligram and take a nap and wake up at like 11. Yeah, it won't necessarily keep me awake, but it does increase my heart rate and blood pressure enough that I'm like not dizzy all the time. To be fair, my sleep schedule is also already fucked though. I'm very prone to sleeping under 6 hours a night. Most nights I get under 6 hours, and I'm very prone to, how do I say, sleeping at weird hours. So some days I will sleep a relatively normal time. Sometimes I will be awake until 6 a.m. I'm just built like that. I cannot maintain a regular sleep schedule for my life. I find I get less productive and a lot more depressed if I try to maintain a normal sleep schedule. It's actually a strategy for a lot of folks to take their meds and go back to sleep for a bit until the meds kick in. I do that sometimes, yeah. Same, but different, that's how it goes. The content grind's been going well for me, though, at the very least. My sleep schedule is whenever I can get myself to, real. Imagine having a sleep schedule instead of napping at inconvenient times. Nods. I don't sleep on a regular schedule. My body's been refusing to move until I've laid down for at least 8 hours, usually about 4 of it is some kind of sleep. I love not sleeping normal hours. Got like 3 hours yesterday. I actually got 6.5 last night, which is on the good end for me. Let me check what my average sleep length has been this past week. By the way, fuck the Google Health app. Screw the Google Health app, I hate it. How did I get 10k steps in today? That sounds wrong. That sounds incorrect. I've actually, surprisingly, averaged 7 hours of sleep this week. Brought up by the fact that there were 2 days that I got 9 hours, but most days have been about 6. Huh. Fuck Fitbit / Google Health, it's horrible. So the Fitbit app has recently rebranded to the Google Health app, and it makes me very mad. Not a fan. But no, I don't sleep on a consistent schedule. When I am not working on big projects, I tend to sleep like 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. But aside of that, when I am working on projects, I sleep when I sleep, which is not much. And I'm honestly happier that way, to be honest. Mods poison the Fitbit's dataset, if only. Chat, I'm never gonna play the video game tonight, am I? We're at 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm never playing the video game. I mean, they shoved it full of generative AI. I do agree there's a distinction between machine learning more broadly and generative AI. 100% there with you on that. They crammed it full of generative AI. And also they're hoarding data, but I need this thing to track a lot of my health shit. See, for me, I need to be able to monitor my heart rate at any moment, and I really enjoy the cardio load feature for, like, telling me when I need to be sitting the fuck down. Okay. I'm very mad that, you know, Google Health / Fitbit has filled their shit with generative AI, and I know it's hoarding data, but given I work a job that requires me to spend a lot of time on my feet, and I'm very prone to fainting and fatigue, and can very easily push my body too hard and not know for several hours, or if not days, I am not comfortable if I do not have constant access to a means of measuring my heart rate and estimating my cognitive or my cardiac stress, you know. So unfortunately, I do not currently feel comfortable distancing or you know, reducing use of it, because if I suddenly get an alert from it that says, hey, you know, your heart's moving too fast, or if I get an alert that's like, hey, you're getting a shit ton of cardiac load right now, that is my sign that I need to sit the fuck down and take it easy for a while. And if I ever find an effective alternative, thumbs up. I would be so happy for it, but right now this is what I'm doing to protect myself. Is a portable handheld that can measure blood pressure a thing? Not really. Blood pressure is much harder to measure. No energy drinks for you though? No. You misunderstand. My heart rate and blood pressure are both too low all the time. I have a resting heart rate of anywhere from 57 to 65 depending on the day, and a resting blood pressure of around like 104/62, and it drops when I stand. My blood pressure drops massively when I stand. It's called orthostatic hypotension. Teehee. I have a portable blood pressure cuff, but it's a pain in the ass to pull out and use. Got it. Yeah, it's not as easy to measure. 57 is kind of slow for an elephant, Fops. I know. Shoot all the blood down to your feet when you stand. Yep, basically. I'm very prone to dizziness, fatigue, fainting, etc. Have you been wearing your compression socks, nerd? I'm gonna be honest, I can't find them. I can't find them. I know I have compression socks. I can only find 2 of the pairs, so I'm missing a pair. I need to get more. I can only find 2 of the pairs, and that's not enough. Put socks on throne right now. I'm fine. Alright, I'll put some new ones up on throne, but also fuck you. Killing you. One sec, I'm checking the fucking figure out what brand I got last time. Oh, they have cute ones with cute designs. What the fuck? Why do they have cute ones with designs? That's annoying. Don't do that to me. Alright, let me just find, like, where's the just black? That's illegal. It's illegal for them to do that and then not have you just be able to pick and match. Alright. There's the 3 black, I think. No, there's a 3 navy. Where's the 3 black? There's the 3 black. Perfect. I'm gonna kill all of you. Look how focused AE is in their natural habitat. Killing you with my teeth. How about that, huh? I do need to actually just put more shit on my throne in general because it's a bit sparse right now. But, you know. Three pairs, black. There we go. I don't remember what size I got. I'm gonna guess it's small, medium. Actually, does it say anything on how you know the fucking size? I probably just got whatever was default. I'm going to assume that that's fine. Yeah, I'm normal. Personal use. There we go. It's been added to the wish list. Fuck y'all. I'm killing you. AE, I'm so normal. Rest of the world, you're a VTuber. True. I was threatened into adding something to my throne. I lost one of my pairs of compression socks and chat was being mean to me and was saying to put more on the throne. And there's a really cheap brand. And the nice thing is it's 3 pairs for like 10 bucks. It's a brand that I've used in the past and have they work well. But also, I'm gonna continue being mean to you. Of course you are. I'm not surprised. Normal in the social circle? I think not. Chat, am I one of the more normal content creators you watch? Compression femboy socks. They're knee-high socks. Okay. We need to get AE a G4 suit. I'm just gonna get the black ones for now, and I'll probably maybe put some colorful or patterned ones on eventually, but I just need the black ones. It's fine. Hit me up to hang out or something anytime. I'd love to just vibe with you, even just chat together. I'm really big on co-working if you'd ever be down. I'll try to remember to hit you up. I'll do my best. I'm really bad at messaging people, but I appreciate it. Bye. You get some good rest, okay? AE, that's not fair. I watched dubs, so you're the most normal by default. Am I more normal than... I think I am more normal than Dove, actually. You took me out of lurk to say you're so normal. I'm so normal, chat. I'm so normal. For chatters who are unfamiliar, compression socks are not programmer socks. Yes, compression socks are socks that, like, compress the veins in your legs so that blood does not get trapped down there as easily. And they're actually really useful tools. I remember the first time I went out wearing compression socks, and genuinely for the first time, ever I was able to run a grocery trip without needing to lay down afterwards. It's pretty cool, actually. Dev is maybe the only person you're more normal than. You know what? You're right. You're right. Remember, I exist in my tism equal no friendship decay? God, I wish. I wish I had no friendship decay, but I appreciate the hell out of you. I bark and I bite. I feel like Dove wears business casual and works in IT. Chat, I need y'all to know, I'm not going to give further context for this, but I've taught Dove how to commit crimes. I've taught Dove that. You're not one of the most normal, but not normal, more of a good way if that's possible. Oh, I prefer being not normal, to be perfectly clear. I think it's really funny to say that I'm so normal when I am a queer, furry, therian, pro-kink, anarchist, anti-censorship, video essayist, and VTuber who makes folk punk music and enjoys getting thrown around in mosh pits. I think it's really funny to say, oh, I'm so normal, when that's me, you know? When I am most certainly not normal. But I wouldn't want to be normal. I think there's a lot of joy to be found in being a little bit weird and funky. I think there's a lot of joy to be found in embracing oddity. I enjoy being, for lack of a better term, a little bit of a weirdo. I enjoy leaning into the silly. I think that there is so much wonder in how diverse and odd people can be and how particular folks are. I really, really enjoy being a bit of a freak. Why would I want to be normal in a world that bends so easily to, like, fascism anyway? Hockey, thank you for the raid. What the actual fuck? Thank you so much. Moz, can we get a shout out? Welcome on, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard on the internet. You can find me yapping queer and leftist issues. I'm an anarchist, a leftist, a video essayist, a musician, an artist, a jack of all fucking trades. How goes it? Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. We are currently yapping, but I promise we will move over to the game eventually, I swear. We will video game soon. There will be a video game. Everyone on my end, make sure you give some love to Hockey. Good friend of the channel. Someone who really helped me out about a year ago. And who I greatly appreciate. Give your love. Give your love. We will video game soon, AE at hour 5. I'm not sleeping tonight.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the follow. Bark, bark, bite, bite. My teeth are already in your arm. Press X to doubt. You've been yapping for hours. I intended to jump to the video gaming at the 3.5 hour mark, chat. Thank you for the follow.
Oh,
shit. We're currently talking... What were we talking about? Knight, I'm gonna kill you. We're talking about the notion of being normal and how I'm not normal. We were talking about how I am a bit of a freak and how honestly I kind of just prefer life that way. I think it's really nice being a little bit of an oddity. I think there's a lot of joy in it. And also, Derived Knight, I'm going to assume that was you and I'm killing you with my teeth. I'm assuming that was you and I'm currently murdering you with all of my teeth. But no, it's I think there's a lot of joy and fun to be found in being a little bit of a weirdo, a little bit of a freak, existing out of the norm. And in a world that bends so easily to fascism, in a world that so often desires to outlaw entire groups of people, I would rather be a freak, you know? If we're living in a world wherein fascism is a default and wherein standing up against it makes you something undesirable, wherein gender is some stringent thing I'm expected to abide by, wherein being a respectable member of society means bending to capitalist interests, I'd rather be a freak. Rolled up with Dubs, so I know you're legit. Hell fucking yeah. Oh, I'm a weirdo. I'm not normal. I threatened to put a gun in Dub's mouth earlier, in a gay way. We love Dove. We love Dove. Nice, I want to witness it. Hot. Listen. We love risk-aware consensual kink, and we love problematic fiction here and there. Hello, Mothy Vibes. How are you doing? Barper bye bye. We love risk-aware consensual kink, and we love questionable fiction. I stand by that shit here. I'm extremely anti-censorship. But no, how are you doing, Moth Vibes? Please take care of yourself first and foremost, but it's wonderful to see you. I'm a furry and it's your fault. You're welcome. I'm proud of you. Racking a gun! Nice. Based. I'm here for it. Hello, and Sarah Vera Green, it's lovely to see you. Getting a lot of critiques on a story I'm writing that stars a trans girl. Been getting 0 complaints about her portrayal, so I'm proud of my cis ass. Hey, I'm proud of you, genuinely. There is so much value in, like, cis people doing the work to accurately, research and tell queer narratives, you know? Hell fucking yeah. I hate the notion that, like, oh, only trans people should write trans characters, because, like, if we want to normalize our existence, part of that is giving people the tools to accurately represent and write our experiences and whatnot. Hell fucking yeah. Good on you for doing your research and doing your best. Did I miss gay sex? Oh, always. Oh, always. Always. Joe, every time you leave, I start actively having gay sex on stream. Kind of talk that almost makes me want to be a guy again, but I'm past that. I mean, listen, gender's a little bit of a fuck sometimes. This is a joke for the record. This is a joke. Twitch, I am not having gay sex on your platform. Straight sex, on the other hand. /J. There's a phone on here that's waiting to be funded. No, please, no. That's just for face tracking. It's just for face tracking. I'm killing you with my teeth. No. Don't be nice to me, I'll cry. Don't be nice to me, I will cry and throw up. I'm killing you. She's gonna pull the reverse and go, everyone in the story is trans because I'm not cis and don't feel comfortable writing cis characters. Hello, Scarth, how are you doing? Bark, bite, bite. Bark, bite, bite. Why are y'all like this? I'm gonna kill all of you affectionately. AE, you're awesome. I'm just a loud punk boy on the internet. Sorry. Okay, so Twitch automod has just held Azal's message there, and I feel the need to clarify that the reason it did was because of the phrase, fuck, I'm non-binary. Twitch really hates people coming out in this goddamn stream. Fuck him. No, it did it again. Fuck. No. Wait, does Twitch just not let you say fuck I'm sexuality or like fuck I'm identity? That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my god! It won't let you say fuck I'm gay, it won't let you say fuck I'm trans, it will not let you say fuck I'm lesbian either. Fascinating! Chat, every day I learn a new banned term that Automod doesn't like. Automod is just like Twitch's built-in moderation tools, which filter messages that are likely to be offensive. So, you know, if someone comes in here and says a slur, it'll probably automod that. But it's really, really weird where it chooses to apply that moderation. Because it will automod things like the word gay boy, or the phrase gay boy. it will also auto mod. What are other funny things that it auto mods? This as well. Yeah, this is another funny one that it auto mods. It catches a lot of like false flags and really dumb shit, and it's very annoying. I do think it's a useful tool to have. Hello, Sekmar, Barber by Bite. I do think it's a very useful tool to have because it, you know, filters out a lot of messages so that my mods and I don't have to deal with them. Most of the trolls that come through the channel, y'all never even see, because, you know, they get auto-modded out. And that's really useful to me and my team. But it picks up a lot of stupid shit. Automata hates when chatters let it up. Give me a huge pop-up for saying slutty. I mean, I am a slut. Sometimes sometimes it auto mods slutty or slut. Yes, it depends on your specific settings, and I think I have mine on the weakest settings. And my gender is exactly what I needed. Hell fucking yes, Sekwar. Do you think automod is just a bottom with low confidence that gets scared when it thinks someone's flirting with it? It's been fun, but my brain is shutting down. No worries, no worries. You take care of yourself first and foremost, Gracie Bacon. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm killing you with my teeth. Got automodded for using gay as an adjective a lot. It's a thing. It's annoying. Like, I totally get why it exists. I wish, or rather, I think it's funny enough that okay. I do have the ability to fix this. I could say, hey automod, stop automodding the phrase gay boy, but I unfortunately think it's really fucking funny. So I just keep letting it happen, but there's a bunch of weird little niche cases where it just catches people typing regular sentences, and I wish it wouldn't do that, you know? I hate when it grabs just completely innocent conversations, but it's really funny when it auto-mods the phrase gay boy. Hugs and bites, AE? Bites! I love biting people. I have very sharp teeth. Chat. Did you know that I have very sharp teeth? Chat, did you know? Oh, I just knocked over my everything. One second. Chat, did you know that I have very sharp teeth? My model for this runaway has a lean in, so I can lean in close to the camera like this. And the face tracking isn't great when I do it, but I think I need to figure out a means to hotkey or make this easier. Because I think just leaning in, it's very intimidating. I enjoy it. I feel powerful. Boozle behavior? Okay, first of all, fuck you. Look at them fangs. Yeah, I got very sharp teeth. Look at how sharp my teeth are. Oh. I put a lot of work into this model. I did my best. Super loud AE, yeah. Sometimes I just get right up against the microphone because I think it's a little intimidating and silly. I have very sharp teeth. I have very sharp teeth. Teehee. I'm just a silly little guy. How do you do it? AE, you turn people gay trans. It's called being really hot and charismatic, you know? It's the gay... Okay, what actually is causing that? Every time I move my mic arm, it is knocking over my webcam, and that's not normal behavior. Huh. Chad is doing his best. He's doing his best. Anyway, it's called being like very charismatic and hot, and also the gay agenda, you know? The conservatives keep talking about how like the gay agenda is to make all the kids gay. Unfortunately, they were correct. They were right. I am in fact coming to make your kids gay. You're welcome. Hello, old man Windbreaker. How are you doing today? Much to learn from you? I'm so powerful or something. I don't fucking know. Listen, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my fucking best. I'm trying my hardest. Professional Twitch streamer. Chat, this is not my full-time job. God, someday. But hi, old man. How are you doing? Bite bite. I hope you're doing well. It's so wonderful to see you, as it always is. By the power of Chatwin:3. Hey. Chat. You know what that means. I'm waiting. There we go. Close enough. Hope you get to case levels of awesome. Oh, I hope I'm never quite that big, but I hope eventually this is my full-time job. You know, that's the dream for me at least. Fish. Big fish enjoyer. Alright. There's gonna be an ad hitting in like 2 or 3 minutes, and during that ad break, I think I'm gonna finally bring us into the video game, because we did have a video game that I wanted to play tonight, chat. World's most focused on topic on planned streamer. I definitely did not go 2 hours longer than intended on the Just Chatting segment. We will be playing In Stars and Time for a couple hours. Very, very good game that I've been really enjoying, and I hope you all will join me in the chaos. Anything else to say about the game? Do be warned, we are entering, I think, Act 3, so there are spoilers ahead. If you're interested in playing the game yourself, bear that in mind, but I hope you all will enjoy. It's time to play as a silly little rogue who I kin aggressively. Oh my god, chat, I have psychological problems. At the top of Act 3, indeed. Yippee! Yippee! I'm normal. World's most normal guy. Alright. What do I gotta do during the ad break? I should put out this candle. Candle out. Chat, I love the scent that candles make when you blow them out. Why does that smell so good? Why is the smell of a candle that you just snuffed out so good? What the fuck? Anyway, I'm normal. Ad will be starting any second now. Hang on in there. I'll be back with you soon. Alright. Let me pause the music while I get the game up and running. You need to be more specific when saying psychological trauma when talking about you. I said problems, but it is in fact a very long list. You're right. There's much wrong with me. It's part of my charm, though, you know? It's part of my charm. The fact that I'm so fucked up and evil is part of my charm. The fact that I'm so much of a problem. It's part of my appeal. You know? I wouldn't be nearly this funny and entertaining if I was psychologically well. I'm just now noticing things about the game capture with this that are bothering me. Is that... Oh, that's what that was. Okay, got it. Charming sick boy, indeed. Chat, I'm so gay and charming. Is it funny that I just now got an ad for a Christian music concert on your stream? Yes, that is hilarious. Alright. Where's my controller? There's my controller. If they were psychologically well, they wouldn't be a VTuber. I hate that you're right. Unfortunately, my love of loud theatrics has driven me, and raw mental illness has driven me to be a VTuber. Unfortunately, chat, my love of loud theatrics and raw audacity has driven me to be a VTuber. There we go. Alright, one moment. apologies, folks. I had to grab my laundry real quick. Your audacity, dashing good looks, and desire to be a thespian made you the perfect mix for a VTuber. Indeed. Alright, folks, welcome back from the ads. We're here, we're queer, I need to change the category. Realizing I forgot to do that. Alright, in stars and time. Beautiful. Starts a petition to have AE wear a hat when playing this game. I only have one hat set up for my model, I think. I'm pretty sure there's a singular hat that I have set up for my model. And it is the men want me, fish fear me hat. Loud theatrics, sure. It's not your need for validation being seen as useful to justify yourself. Okay. First of all, fuck you. First of all, I've been waiting patiently all stream to find out what part of the game you're at. Act 3 is my personal favorite part for is the view-shaped reasons. Ooh, fun. Exciting. Welcome back, everybody, to In Stars and Time. We are at the very top of Act 3. And I'm very excited. You thank the Change God for its blessing and quickly run away. Welcome, everybody, to Act 3. I'm trying to remember what I've done already, because I think I did go through and talk to everyone already. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I already talked to and had a whole conversation with Loop. I think yeah, I'm pretty sure we've talked to everyone already, because we talked to them about how to fix their problems. One sec, let me, yeah. Where's everyone again? You don't actually say that. You know where everyone is. Okay. I think I've asked all the questions I need to ask. Watch out, some fool-stealing noses out there. In Stars in Time, hello, welcome to the perfect moment. Good morning, Azu, welcome on in. Barbara by Might. I'm pretty sure I talked to everyone, because, like, Isabu's up here, right? Right, okay. We've talked to everyone, so we continue on, we progress. And I think we're just gonna progress linearly for now. I wanna see what the game has to offer if I go through it linearly. Got your nose? I'm killing you with my teeth. Even if you don't have to go talk to everyone again, you should still talk to Loop and hear what they have to say. Okay, we'll go talk to Loop one more time. I thought I already talked to everyone. Nervous joining the trans groups in person? How to not be nervous? I'm gonna be honest, I can't tell you how to not be nervous. I'm someone with severe social anxiety, and generalized anxiety as well. You kinda just have to do it. As much as it sucks, you just have to power through it. I would not have ended up an active part of my local punk scene if I was not willing to just go out there into my IRL spaces and engage with them. And that requires, even to this day, a lot of pushing past my anxieties. There are so many instances wherein I feel insecure and nervous and scared to exit my personal space and to go out and exist in public. And I just have to do it anyway. Even when it's terrifying, even when I'm worried, I just gotta go out and do it. And does that suck? Yeah, it does. And while it gets easier, it never stops being scary. I have severe social anxiety, and I still have to give myself pep talks to walk into venues that I've been in a dozen times, you know? It doesn't necessarily get easier, but you push yourself. You do, to a certain extent, just have to be willing to face the fear, and I know that's hard, but it's worth it. I found repeatedly that pushing myself through the anxiety ends up being okay and worthwhile. Hey, Stardust. It takes you a lot of time, doesn't it? To loop back and talk to me? It sure does. It's fine. Is it? It's fine. Uh-huh. But, I wonder if... Yeah, that's a good idea. How about I teach you a special craft skill so you can talk to me whenever? A craft skill to talk to Loop even when you're not near them? That seems impossible. Only because you don't know the specific hand shape for it. Yes, Stardust. A fourth hand shape, so you can talk to me whenever. Are you interested? A fourth hand shape. If anyone would know about this, it'd be someone like Loop. You nod. Great. Alright, are you ready? You nod again. So, take your hand and make a fist. You do so. Then you're going to raise your thumb and little finger. Raise thumb, raise little finger. And, keeping your head in that shape, you're going to put your hand next to your face, with the thumb to your ear and little finger to your mouth. That's the secret hand shape no one knows about. Interesting. We never heard about this. But you have a bad memory. You may have just forgotten it. And then, the very last step. There's more. There is Stardust. You just have to think very loudly. Boy, I sure wish I could talk to Loop right now. Now that part just sounds silly. Hi, Pio, how are you doing? Bark by bites. New humans be scary sometimes, indeed, but I promise it's worthwhile. I know it took me a long time to start getting really any confidence in my existence in my local punk scene and all of that, but it's worthwhile. You do just have to push past the anxiety sometimes. There isn't a magical cure. Okay. So when it comes to fixing issues like depression and anxiety and learning to live with them, there's a certain extent to which you can develop like coping mechanisms and whatnot to reduce. Okay. When it comes to building, I'm going to rephrase myself. When it comes to building coping mechanisms for dealing with things like anxiety and depression, there are a few strategies you can use. Of course, there are things you can do to try and reduce the amount of depression and anxiety you feel in the first place. And those are super valuable. Those can be anything from medication to tools that help you kind of think more rationally. But there are also tools that can help you increase your tolerance for discomfort and distress. And I think I would argue those are even more valuable. Because no matter what, you're always going to feel those emotions to some extent. And having the skills you need to cope and comfort yourself and to tolerate distress are incredibly important. The biggest improvements in my life have come not from me getting rid of my psychological problems, but in building distress tolerance that allows me to continue functioning even when things are really bad. Doing alright, was super tired, went to bed, I stayed awake till 6 a.m, you know, typical Wednesday. Sounds like a typical Wednesday. Wednesdays, am I right? But no, like, I am always going to have schizoaffective disorder, but I've been able to build skills with distress tolerance that make it easier to cope with. Things like that, you know? Lurking while I rest after a long day? You take care! Appreciate you, Good Apple Boy. Thank you so much for the lurk. Y'all, Good Apple Boy's a super sweet and talented artist. Give your love. Bark for my bite. And I hope your birthday went well. I never thanked you. Thanks to you, I learned there's a Food Not Bombs near my city, and they're organizing an event soon. Will there be a concert? Decided to invite someone to go despite my social anxiety. Hell yeah, Azu! I hope it goes well, genuinely. We absolutely adore getting involved in our local communities. I hope you meet some cool folks or get involved in some cool activism or just enjoy yourself. Hell fucking yeah. Thank you for helping me celebrate my birthday. Of course! I send all my love. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Always happy to support fellow creators. There's a lot of cool folks out there on the internet, and I am happy to meet them and forge those connections and see them make cool shit. I am, if nothing else, more than anything, just passionate about seeing other creators following their dreams and engaging in art. I adore seeing people who are driven make shit. You take care of yourself, get some good rest and whatnot. Imagine I'm saying this over a picture of a cool skeleton wearing sunglasses and leather jacket. Happy mother frickin' birthday! Yes, it's definitely the silly part of this ritual. And that's it. Now you can call me whenever. Well, mostly whenever. It might not work sometimes, especially if you get too far. And we won't be able to chat very long or anything, so you'll still need to come whenever you need a breather or need to chat. But now I can help you out and give you hints whenever. Or, if you want me to put it another way, you've just learned the skill call loop. You can call me anytime to get precious hints. To call, just go into your craft menu and select call loop. Easy as pie. How? Alright. Now that you're here, though, how can I help you on this wonderful new loop? You're doing so many different things. What do you need help with? I think I already went through all of this, didn't I? I think I did. In any case. Which one's Stardust? So your housemaiden is hiding something, some papers. She implied at the time that she has more of those papers somewhere in her dorm. Maybe you should go and take a look. Be careful, though. She might be watching you closely since that's her room. You might have to be sneaky about it. Your fighter apparently wants you to help everyone else first. Scary. Don't you think he's asking you to finish helping everyone first because he wants to ask you something really complicated? Well, only thing you can do now is helping everyone else. The researcher. She's looking for a sort of book called A Family Tale, Interesting. I've never heard of those. Maybe the librarian in Dormant might know something. We already talked to the librarian in Dormant. Them, You need to prove to them that you know their favorite foods. How childish. Don't you take snack breaks every so often in the house? You should pick some different snacks every so often instead of going for your favorites. You might find out something new, or you can just brute force it. Talk to them until you get it right. That's what lipping is for, after all. Go on, then. Go and find out their favorite foods. Okay. I think we just continue on. I saw it was the state mandatory testing and took it too seriously as a kid. Is that really what we're calling this adorable game? Yes. You're welcome. Get out there, be courage the cowardly dog, Dada. Yeah, exactly. Nothing wrong with being scared, but you do gotta push through it sometimes, and increasing your tolerance for distress is a very valuable skill that I've had to leverage in many cases in my life. It's definitely not an easy lesson to learn, but like, there is so much value in just increasing your tolerance for discomfort. Alright, none of this matters to me. I don't think anything is gonna change all that much. Is anything gonna change here? I'm curious. You will not learn tonight. Yeah. Okay. Against your will, you hold your breath. Alright. This game is still funny to me because I remember first seeing it, someone started the game, then went to sleep, woke up and they were still playing it, but they were, at the end were spoilered. And I really felt like the protagonist just skipped all cutscenes. Basically what the character's already doing. No worries, Zelda, do what you gotta do, bye-bye. That's basically what Sif just can and does do sometimes. I do really like the way this game plays around with time loops and your ability to just like jump forward and backward. It is very fun. Alright. I'm going through from the beginning to make sure that I don't miss anything valuable. There are a lot of things that we need to do to prove to our team that we care about them and shit. And I don't remember where most of those are. So, you know. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate, Azu. Barbara, bye-bye. Alright, and I do want to still be getting XP and stuff. There we go. If we're going on adventure, remember to properly hydrate. You're so right. Chat, I don't remember if I've drank water this stream. So close to 150k, you're almost there. You can do it. You can do it. Thank you for the hydrates, folks. Bark, bark, bye, bye. God, chat, I kin Sifrin. Chat, I fucking kin Sifrin. I love him. Yeah, I'll drink water. Thank you, chat. I'm drinking water. Are you proud of me? I'm putting so much water inside my body. Alright, I'm gonna make sure we grab everything that we need. Very dangerous, you respect the body. It'd be so funny if I blew all my points right now. Okay, but don't do that because I'm liable to increase that price any day now. Then the only reason I haven't is because I keep forgetting. I don't want you to regret that. I do honestly need to take some time to, how do I say, explore or like revisit my my channel point redeems pretty soon and figure out like what direction I'm going with them. Because I think there's some that I could stand to reprice or rework a little bit, and I want to add some more stuff. I don't think I have enough channel point redeems right now. Alright, I'm trying to remember where I go here. You're only 70% water, you can always make the percentage higher. Did you know that sometimes you're actually only 50% water? I have a scale that that records a lot of things with like body fat percentage and whatnot, and one of the things it records is how much of you is water. And I'm pretty sure I am only like 54% water. But 50 to 70% is considered normal, so I'm normal actually. So actually that's nothing to be concerned about, have we considered. But no, 70% is actually on the higher end for how much of you is water. That's so cool, I want to know how much water I am. Get a scale that reports that shit. They exist. You can just like buy a scale that reports that shit. I have no idea how this is possible. It puts electricity through your body and like measures your actual weight compared to like your electrical connectivity or some shit. It uses that to measure body fat percentage, percent of you that's water, percent of you that's like muscle mass, shit like that. It's a lot of math and a lot of fancy shit. I don't fully understand it. I will work on becoming 100% water. One day I will be jellyfish. They're only like 95% water. So even then, you're still not 100% water, you know? Alright. Skill go buzz. I love how that was a reaction there. It's very silly. I really enjoy this game. Alright. We've been through all of this before. None of it is unfamiliar territory. We're just going through it fresh for the sake of, like... Arrgh. We're doing all of this fresh to make sure I don't miss any necessary content. Meds check for chat. Chat, take your medication. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Medication is important. I'm seeing a new psychiatrist tomorrow. That'll be Nito Burrito. I hope that goes well for you. I hope you get good insight that helps you take better care of your fucking health. Self-care is so important. Please take care of yourselves, chat. I know it's easier said than done, but I would genuinely appreciate it if y'all like stayed alive and self-cared. I don't remember how I killed this enemy. Okay, it is weak to my damage type. Cool. We're gonna your turn to Sifrin. Ha! I'm supposed to draw tonight? I'll be laying down again. Fell asleep to ASMR. Please take care of yourself. If you need rest, take rest. I know it's easier said than done, but I would appreciate it if you slept. Okay? I think it'd be really nice if you took good care of yourself. I like it when you all take good care of yourselves, chat. Nothing wrong with sleeping, though. You can always create more next time. I hope you know that. Oh, lot of damage. Big number. Not a huge fan of that. I'm gonna do something relatively poor form here, but I'm doing it because I think it's interesting. Let's see if this works out in my favor. Okay, that worked out in my favor, winning. Reminds me I might have to leave for shower soon. For once I'm the stinky one. Hey, I showered today. I showered this morning. Okay, I self-cared. You're not allowed to get mad at me. Yes, I said yeah, who cares? Whoa. Friend, are you? Nyagri? That's such a cute interaction. That is such a cute new interaction. Oh, I love that. This game is so silly sometimes. Alright, we're speedrunning, chat. We are speedrunning this shit. Bark, bark, bite, bite. Chat, sometimes a guy just needs to bark, bark, bite, bite. You understand. You understand. Oh, these fucks. I've never figured these fucks out. Right, you're resistant, which means you're a rock type. I will never manage to successfully beat one of these. It's just not happening. We'll turn it up to Isabu. And there it goes. I think Sif would murder me if I called him a little yanya. So okay. Does Sifrin qualify as a poor little meow meow? Genuine question, chat. Does Sifrin qualify as a poor little meow meow? For folks who do not know, Poor Little Meow Meow is a category of fictional character, usually but not always a man, who is just deeply sad and pathetic. They tend to be on the older end, which is one of the factors that I think does stand against Sifrin in that category. You know? Let me refresh myself on what how people describe a poor little meow meow. So, a poor little meow meow, chat, is going to be a type of fictional character which tends to be a sad little man with pathetic energy. What people have to say. The thing about a true poor little meow meow is they have to be downtrodden, morally questionable at best, and deeply and pathetically miserable. And I'm curious, is he a poor little meow meow? Sifrin is in his mid to late 20s, because I kind of associate poor little meow meows with being older. To me, I feel like a poor little meow meow is on the older end, you know? We have mandatory traits on the checklist here. Is your character a poor little meow meow? Mandatory traits, tragic backstory, traits that make them sympathetic towards the audience, mentally ill, commonly incorrectly characterized as weak or as boobified, miscellaneous traits, seen as gay, extremely insecure, cat-like or associated. Okay, chat, he's a poor little meow meow. Chat, I think Sifrin's a poor little meow meow. Chat, I think he's a poor little meow meow. I don't think he necessarily comes off as pathetic, but the game definitely codes him as like a silly little, like, the way his teammates treat him, he is kind of just like a little guy who gets teased, you know? He's not necessarily pathetic, but there is something to be said for the way like his teammates code him. I also love the poor little meow meow alignment chart here, chat. Where do I belong on the poor little meow meow alignment chart? Because I personally put myself as stinky bastard man, I could make him worse, but I'm curious where chat would place me. He's not pathetic, he gets teased as, if he is, yeah. He's not pathetic, but he does get the kind of teasing you would expect from a pathetic character. Also, this music goes hard. Stinky bastard man can make him worse as your corner. Yeah, I agree, I think that's where I belong. I think I'm a stinky bastard man. You can make me worse. That's where I think I belong. I think I put you in the dead middle of fix slash worse and lean towards stinky bastard man. I'll accept this. I'll accept this. Definitely Sticky Bastard Man, but only barely could make him worse side. Fascinating. We need the heal. Alright. I'm curious on the reasons for why I'm not further on could make me worse. And is it because you don't want to make me worse, or is it because I'm already so terrible? You know? Those feel like the options. Knife to meet you! Chat, one-shotting an enemy makes me feel very good. Big fan of one-shotting an enemy. I feel very powerful. Chat, I love it when I one-shot the enemy. I don't want to make it worse, but you're already talking about, voring me out. I could become worse. You sounded like you almost hawked. Listen. I was so surprised and taken aback, but absolutely here for it. I love just decimating things in the game sometimes. I like when a game lets me feel a little bit powerful, you know? There is something fun about, like, one-shotting enemies in a video game every now and then. Does Sif's attack portrait change to more stoic now or before? I don't know if it has. I can't remember. That's one of those things that I likely would not notice unless I had them right next to each other, because my memory is very poor. I'm just a little guy, chat. You wouldn't hurt a little guy on his birthday. It's not my birthday, but like, you wouldn't hurt a little guy on his birthday, would you? He's smiling before now, I think. Oh, he smiles when he's taken a lot of damage. He smiles when he's heavily damaged. Being silent and surrounded by people you like is nice. Why is he so me-core? I'm very fond of and very prone to just kind of sitting in the same spaces as other people, listening to them talk. And I do like talking. It's not even that I dislike being an active part of the conversation, but sometimes I'm just kind of out of things to say or my social energy is low, and I still want to be in the same room as people. I did this the other day, where my Pierce had some friends over, and I straight up, like, I sat down on the floor near the couch and went, my social battery is dead, I just kind of want to be in the same room as everybody. Because I'm just a little guy. You know? Sometimes you just want to be in the same room as everybody. Apparently Hawk is the older spelling and Hawk is the variant. I don't get the reference, I'll be so honest. The Cosmic Dice did a pretty good job making you suffer. Yeah, I'm very good at suffering. If he was smiling before, I don't remember. I do not remember if he was. Doesn't mean like he smiles because he enjoys. Okay, first of all, I'm killing you. He kind of stopped smiling during fights. I would have to go and actually check his portraits to see, because I don't remember if he used to smile when he was at full health. I think it honestly would be very fitting with the story the game is telling, though, if he were getting just kind of sick of this, you know? I think that would very much suit the narrative. He is at this point kind of trapped. Like, this started and was born from a wish to not have to leave his friends behind and to be able to continue existing in this shared space they built. It's no wonder that he's starting to feel trapped and stuck. Used to be a smiley silly Sif. Chat, I'm so Sif core. I kin him. He's just like me for real. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. I'll take the XP. You know the meme image of the cowboy in the bar? I don't think I do. Feel free to elaborate. But no, with the messaging the game seems to be portraying, I think it's very fitting to have Sif be just kinda tired and ready to fall apart. This started as a wish to be able to continue adventuring with these friends. Fear of this journey they shared eventually being over. And he's starting to realize maybe that wasn't something to fight for. Maybe that wasn't. I think it's a perfect game for every person that strongly relates to Sif. I think this is the game I would have needed to play like 3 years ago, being so honest. I think its messaging is stuff that I could have benefited from hearing like 3 years ago. Alright, I'm not gonna... No, I'm gonna bother to keep him. Do I? I'm debating if I'm keeping up the pattern. It works. I'll keep up the pattern. Plays on release, and damn, I needed to hear it back then. Yeah, sometimes a piece of media is just what you need at a certain given point in time. Oh, that reminds me, chat, y'all know I am a pretty big fan of the video essayist Leadhead. Leadhead recently came out with the 3rd episode in the Avant Core series. The Avant Core series being a half video essay, half, like, narrative live action series exploring, someone getting radicalized into a leftist organization. And this 3rd episode hit me like a fucking truck. I actually still have not finished it because it's given me so much to think about and I kind of needed to take my time with it. But it hits on a lot of the same themes that a video I never finished. It was going to be called something along the lines of like a VTuber's Guide to Activism or a VTuber's Guide to Protest. It was essentially what that video was going to be about had I ever finished it. A VTuber's Guide to Protest was eventually a video that I dropped because it was too bad for my mental health to work on. Because it was a video talking about activism in digital spaces. And in many ways, despite the fact that I know it wasn't necessarily a diss at myself, it at many times made me feel a lot worse about my own place in activist spaces as well. There is a point in the video wherein, like, you know, Leadhead acting out this part goes on a ramble about how, like, unless making this art counts as activism, then she's doing nothing. And that hit me like a truck, because that is exactly what that video was going to end up being about. This feeling that unless what I do via my content counts as activism, then what I'm doing is nothing. Sometimes a piece of art just hits you when you fucking need it. And ultimately, I've come to recognize that the art I produce in these spaces, I do think does make a difference. I have been the reason people have gotten involved in activism and protests. I've been the reason people have transitioned. I think there is value in the things I do and say in this space. But sometimes it's difficult to see that through the trees. Sometimes it's difficult to feel that. I would heavily recommend people check out like Leadhead's recent work because it's very intense in some very beautiful ways. The harder life gets, the more art such creating matters. I do agree with that, but I'm also someone who's of the mindset that, like, how do I say this? We're not gonna make a difference by just talking about politics on the internet. And I'm kind of tired of existing in spaces wherein so many people's activism boils down to just talking about politics on the internet. We're not going to make a difference without organized efforts towards creating change. And am I actually... There's a scene wherein the character essentially attends like a DSA meeting and gets pissed off because they don't do anything of value within it. Because in the course of the meeting, it is just people talking about politics within the group, and it ends with someone reading a poem instead of any investing in, you know, creating an ice watch or meaningful disruptive action in the community, and that is something that hits incredibly hard to me as well. It speaks to this fear I hold over the value of my own work at times. Alright, immune to rock? Paper? Paper, got it. How do I say? Hi, Gremlin Transbean, bye bite. I don't believe that we are going to make a difference in the world simply by talking about politics on the internet. And sometimes I feel as though I am complicit in that. Even though I know to myself that I very actively in my work push people to get involved in local activism, and I act as an educator, and I do think there is value in some of the things that I do and say and in the ways I make politics accessible. It is easy at times to feel as though I am no better than people who just complain about politics on the internet and end their political action there. And even so much boots on the ground action and activism is ultimately kind of meaningless in that it stops and ends at feel-good, directionless work. But all that to say, Leadhead's video said a lot of things that I needed to hear, and that I had wanted to eventually say myself. Hello, Luna, it's Brady. Thank you for the resub. I hope you're doing okay. I hope everything's alright. I think it's really valuable when you find a piece of art that just fucking says something you needed to hear. This isn't me looking for affirmation over like whether what I'm doing means something, because I think I've come to my own conclusions on that. Which largely revolve around I am making a difference in the world, but I think it is even more important that I'm involved in my IRL community, and I have occasionally talked about the action I do in those spaces, but I can't get too into it for my own safety. But I still eventually want to make that video, a VTuber's Guide to Protest, because there is a lot I have to say about the means of digital activism, about how we can utilize our digital spaces more effectively towards the creation of change, and about my own relationship with protests as an artist. And watching that video has made a lot of that energy and passion come back. Alright, plantain chips, chocolate chip cookies, and onigiri. Bonnie likes rice. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
There you go.
Oh, whoops. Okay, I don't think we're any closer to finding Bonnie's favorite food. I don't think it was the onigiri, given he could not pronounce it correctly. I don't know, I could be wrong. I wasn't really paying attention to what they said. My brain. Oh, my brain just buffered hard. My brain just buffered hard. I'm normal. Things are okay for now? I'm glad things are okay for now. Sorry I couldn't, like, be present for more of it. I wish I could help more. Life has been a lot lately. But I'm always sending my love. My brain buffered hard. Alright, I'm normal. There was nothing of value in here. That room is so interesting because there straight up just is nothing in it, you know? Alright, we come through here. We, of course, need to grab this. She knew something about whatever's happening to you. Maybe you could try to ask her what she knows. You pick up the key. You found the rock key. Chad, sometimes a guy just needs to bark bite bite. I'm looking to see if there's anything else new in here. Okay. And then rock is gonna drop. Ah! Key time. I know that my work won't alone change the world, but I hope to make some kind of difference. Here we go. The bookcase is filled with random books, from novels to picture books to massive research essays. Which book should you examine? Running from your problems. No key. This book seems to be about getting a better running posture and better endurance. Madame Dial could use this book, huh? What does that mean? Just that you're not very fast is all? And you get tired easily, too. Maybe if you kids would stop running everywhere you go. Sifrin, you smile cutely.
It's okay, Dial. I can teach you how to run good.
Yes, madame. Take lessons from the kid who puts their arms straight behind them while running. I want to see you do it too.
It is a very interesting way to run, Bonnie. But why? Another kid in Bamboo said running like that was ergonomic.
Ergonomic? I don't know that Vingardian word. Me neither. What's it mean?
It means wind doesn't matter and I can go fast. It's ergonomic.
Ah, do you mean ergonomic?
Do I?
I hope not. That's not how you use that word.
It's not?
Nope.
But running like that makes me faster. Does it? It does.
Okay.
So Dial should run like this too.
I'd rather not.
Aw.
They're very silly. The book falls open on a recipe for some kind of Kabuin dumplings.
Dumplings!
Those are called gyoza, Boniface.
Gyoza! How do you make them?
Please stop screaming.
Sorry. How do you make them?
Bonnie looks intently at the recipe.
Huh. Okay. Oh, that's grabbing easy.
Our little adorable chef's at it again.
What? Oh, sorry. We can go. I can look at it later.
No, it's fine. You might as well look at it now. Chad, they're so cute.
Okay. My sister, she...
What about your sister, Bonnie?
It doesn't matter. We can go now.
Oh, Bonnie. Alright, we get the key from here. Perfect. And now we go through to the library. Chat, life is really wonderful and worth living, and I hope you all know that. Despite everything, life is a very worthwhile experience. I'm happy to be alive, and I love the life that I'm living. As hard and difficult and scary as things can get sometimes, I am so grateful to live the life that I do, and I can largely do it because of y'all. So thank you. Color theory. What's it mean for us and for our past? Looks boring and dense.
Oh yes, color theory. Are you interested, Sephron?
You shrug. What's a color?
Zad doesn't know what a color is.
I really don't. Tell me.
It's it's like weird shades. I learned it at school, but I wasn't very interested, so I crafted a drawing on my table instead.
Wow, Bonbon, you're so hardcore. They are weird shades, yes. This is a relatively new discovery, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard of you. But a very long time ago, we could apparently see shades called colors.
Yeah, they had a shade called blue, and that's the sky's real shade, and one called green, and that's what the grass looked like.
I think the world around us, still are these colors, but we just, forgot how to see them? So researchers say, I think the house over in, Corby was researching it. That's such big news. How did I not know this? I failed you all. Yeah, canonically, apparently, the characters can't see color, and that's actually really cool. That's fascinating. Oh, don't worry. We don't usually count on you to know things. Oh yeah, that's true. Colors, shades people can't see anymore. It seems silly, but somehow this knowledge feels familiar to you. Huh. Give us a second, Mirabelle. You look through the titles, mumbling each one under your breath. Lost Inland, The History of Pepper, What to Do When You're Sad and There's No Chocolate Around. Ah, here at the very bottom.
Paper all say Family Tale.
Where? Paper what? Who checked it out? Someone called Charles Choquette.
Charles Choquette? Oh, that's the... Boulanger in Dormant. Does he have a book you want, Madame Odile?
So he has it. The Boulangerie in Dormant, huh? They sold croissants, if you remember correctly. Well, I'll have to check after we beat the king, and before I go away. What? What are you talking about? What about you, Sifrin? You were looking around. Did you find the book you were looking for? Huh? A book? Are you both looking for a book?
I was, but it's fine. Hey, are you ignoring us? What's happening? Is this another secret quest?
If you say it's fine, then it is. Let's get going, everyone. What the fuck? Colors canonically fucked? Yeah, apparently, as we're learning. They made them cartoon colorblind, not lore accurate colorblind. I think that's funny, though. I think that's really fitting for the kind of setting we're moving around in here. Given that the whole combat system is about, like, crafting, it's rock, paper, scissors, and all that, I think it's honestly very fitting that this world has interesting connotations and connections with art. And it's fascinating to think what the world might look like to them in that case. I like it a lot. I think that's a very, very interesting choice, and I'm curious where the game's going with it. What's your current goal in the game? I am trying to get information and complete a quest for each of the characters. So we're probably relatively soon going to go back to the main city to grab that, but I want to see if I can complete any of the other quests in the meantime. French jump scare. But nah, how are you doing, Matu Dad? Bark bye bye. Tired, should probably sleep. I admit the EB Sleepy is starting to get to me, but I'm gonna push on a little bit longer. There will be an ad hitting in about a minute, by the way, folks. Bark bye bye. I love this game as well. I've been having a lot of fun with it. There's a big part of me that wants to keep pushing, like, as long as I can, because I feel bad that I only started the game around, like, the 5-hour mark. And I'm gonna try to get at least another half hour in, but I will admit the EB Sleepy is starting to get me too. Hi, Lucky. How are you doing today? Bark bye bye. Hope you're doing well. Nah, I'm not heading out yet. We are about to have an ad break though. I'm planning on continuing to stream as long as I can tonight. It just might only be like 6.5 hours. I'm making tacos at the Waffle House. How are you making tacos at Waffle House? And also, I want one. I want one. Put in mouth. But hot sauce and wraps? Hell yeah, that sounds so good. What the hell? I'm jealous. Explodes you with my teeth? Because that's how teeth work now, chat. I've decided now that that is how teeth work. Perfect. Fun fact, put parm on the wet tortilla before you fry it and heat it up and get cheesy wrap. That sounds tasty! I want it. Give it to me. Exploding Lucky with my mind? You understand. I don't know if it's possible for me to defeat these yet. I'm gonna give it a try and see if I can finally defeat this enemy, but I don't know if it's possible yet. I can't turn it up, shit. We'll do this. Yeah, almost. Getting close to being able to do it, but not quite. We need to be faster. Oh. I definitely need to go heal after that, though, so we're gonna do that real quick. Please don't be the same. Okay, okay. Actually, we might be able to get a free heal off this enemy. We're gonna Super Sparkle heal you. And then we're going to smash. Huh, we might be too powerful for this now, actually. We might have gotten too strong. Actually, no, we got this. As long as this doesn't kill, we're good. There we go. Beautiful, we all get a full heal. Maybe it would explode with your mind, but that enemy can explode with its entire body, and it's terrifying, chat. He's too powerful. Who let him get this strong? Who let him get that strong, chat? Welcome back from the ad break, folks. Apologies for that. If I could avoid running ads entirely on the channel, you know I fucking would. But we are currently vibing over some in-stars in time, yapping, chat, and as we're off to do, it's so lovely to see everybody. You understand. I think this one is scissor type, so we want to use rock. Yeah, okay, I was correct. I was right. Chat, he's always right. Kaboom. He's always right because of how normal he is. Exactly. Right now we summon work clothes at work. Hell fucking yeah. No, I'm glad you're still able to like take it easy and chill and get silly at work. I'm really glad that you still have those opportunities. You deserve them. Alright. So we've always taken the down path in the past. We're gonna take the up path today. Since going with the Beauty Alliance brought you to a room with the key, but you could also pick the wrong on purpose and see what the other side has to offer. I think I want to go up. Been some dull days, dude. We've been chefing up, just killing time on some of these shifts. Hey, listen, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. I'm glad at the very least you're still able to take it easy on your shifts and like goof off and whatnot. You do deserve that, if nothing else. I hope you enjoy your tacos. I'd love to come visit again one of these nights. I would love to come hang again. It's been a while since we've fucking kicked the shit. I do miss you, dude, a lot. Then pull the fuck up. It's gotta be on a day where I don't have to be up at 10 a.m. the next morning, you know? Nah. I gotta find a good opportunity sometime soon. Shh. Sif, no. How could you? I thought we were friends, Sifrin. Betrayer. Yo, you're playing Undertale. It's not Undertale, it's In Stars and Time. Sleep is for the weak soon. Unfortunately, if I don't sleep, then I can't create, you know? Unfortunately, I have learned I need to sleep at least a little bit. Next time I give Plasma a kick down, hey, no pressure, no pressure. But I appreciate the hell out of you. I want to make some time to hang out. Besides, I get free gas right now, so, like, I would love to drop by sometime. Right now, also, my car's AC is out, so, like, I kind of am trying to not do long distance drives until that gets fixed, but I'm going to be fixing that over the weekend. Deltarune tomorrow. Didn't I make this joke last time we were playing this? I don't remember if you did, honestly. I'm hoping to, over on Saturday, get the AC in my car fixed so I can do long drives again. Broken AC, buddies, I hate it, it's horrible. Deltarune is just Undertale for hipsters, they refuse to elaborate. Deltarune is actually really fucking good and I'm killing you with my teeth, and I'm really looking forward to the new chapter. Betrayer, traitor!
Let them eat 1,000 needles.
Okay, they actually look sad.
Oh no! We didn't mean it, Sifrin.
You force yourself to pout exaggeratedly, then wink cutely at them.
Ew.
Let's use this quest then, shall we? That's the mood. My Toyota's AC is blown. It's no fun. I'm hoping that just refilling the Freon will fix it, but I've had to... This is the second time in a year I've had to refill my Freon. And that fixed it last time, but that to me suggests that I have a leak. If I'm having to refill my Freon twice in a year, that to me suggests there's a leak. something's wrong. You should not be needing to refill your Freon more than once every 3 or 4 years. So, something's going on here. It was like 9 months ago that I refilled it, so I don't fucking know. A little dog. It's frozen in time. So yeah, I need to take that somewhere and get that fixed. The king freezing humans in time for all eternity wasn't great, but him freezing a dog is really the last straw for me. Yeah, how could he do such a terrible thing? I can't believe this. Why would he attack a little dog? I'll never forgive him.
And such a cute dog, too. Ugh, the king is the worst. I can't wait to see him and punch him in the face.
Can they do a leak test? I'll have to talk to a mechanic and find out. Leek? Use it to make a stew. You're so correct. Odell reaches out and roughly ruffles Bonnie's hair. You don't feel like there's a key there. But you could be wrong? You're not. You picked the wrong way, Stardust. Oh. I did it on purpose. A bed. Doesn't seem very comfy. There's a bunch of things on the bed like, oh.
Earrings. Pretty.
Just one, though.
And it's broken, too.
I'll take it. There's a poster on the wall. It says, in big bold letters, wash your crabbing hands. Someone is laying on the bed, frozen in time. They look like they're sleeping. That's, I don't actually know who that is. They look, protean, don't they? Look at those clothes.
And they're covered in bandages.
A traveler, perhaps? Trying to escape from something.
Maybe. They left their home and then went right back to Vaugarde, right to the king, and got frozen.
Talk about bad luck. Time to whip out the soapy water. But no, I need to take my car to someone who knows cars and see if I can get the issues fixed with whatever's going on with my AC and my Freon, because I would like to not have to fix that problem multiple times a year. I would like to have functioning AC in my car. That'd be nice. It's very difficult for me to make long drives otherwise. Hello, Road to Dusk. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Hi, everybody. I'm Archivist. I'm your resident loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me talking queer and leftist issues. How goes it? What are y'all up to? And Nebulous Noctis VT, thank you for the raid as well. Mods, make sure both of these lovely individuals get shoutouts. What were you both up to? Also, you take care. No worries if you need to raid and run Road. No worries. Feel free to send anything you need in DMs. Always a pleasure to see you. I bark and I bite. Welcome on in Xena as well. Folks, I am a loud punk leftist on the internet, talking about queer and leftist issues. You can find me yapping about anarchism, about all sorts of similar shit here on the channel. We're currently playing In Stars in Time, yapping and chilling. We are around the 6-hour mark, so the EB Sneepy is starting to kick in, but we are having a good time chilling and vibing regardless. Everyone make sure you give love both to Road and to Nebulous here. Bark bark, bye bye. What were y'all up to? No shame in raiding and running, though. Take care of yourselves first and foremost. Why do I have hiccups? Why do I suddenly have hiccups? Chat, my body is evil. Of course you can have a hi, Zelda. Hello. You look at it. It's abuse sees you look. Okay, no. We know about this. We don't have the phrase for this yet. Oh, you were playing Resident Evil together. Hell yeah. I hope that went well. I've not played that particular Resident Evil yet. I've only played the first one, but I hope you had a great time. I hope it treated you well. I hope you enjoyed, and I send all my love. I'm normal. Okay, I think I do need to drink water and try to fix whatever's wrong with my throat. Give me a second. It's been crazy of a stream, much scuff. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. Scuff is the name of the game. I've been doing this stuff, I've been doing this shit for 4 years. I promise you it does not get better. Scuff is part of the process. No shame in it. I did see the link and I appreciate it, and congratulations, genuinely. I'm so proud of you for making content, making videos and shit. I'll give it a look when I get a chance. Chat, I'm so fucking glad and proud for anyone who just makes art in this world. Keep on loving, keep on fighting, keep on creating. I think that is the greatest thing you can do. Or one of the greatest things you can do as a person. Just make art that inspires yourself and others. Produce things that bring value to yourself and the people you love. It gets worse when you're doing a 2-computer setup. Ooh, so okay. I don't necessarily have a 2-PC setup. I do, however, have one PC and then a laptop. I'm running basically the entirety of my stream on the PC, but I use the laptop for a lot of auxiliary things. I, however, stream a lot of games on console. The majority of games that I stream are not going to be like things that I'm streaming just on my PC. A lot of them are console games, several of which I stream on original hardware. So while it's not quite that complicated, ha ha ha, there is a lot of scuff involved. There's a lot of layers. So I can understand to an extent. Also, Magnus here is deathly afraid of zombies. Oh, poor thing! Good luck to you. Are y'all planning on continuing the game, or was it just a one-off? In any case, I hope you all are enjoying your time, even if it's quite terrifying. I'm a big horror game enjoyer, so I'm all here for it. That's what I have, a desktop and a laptop. Got it. Yeah, I'm not running any of my actual stream software on the laptop, though I will, like, during art streams, draw on it and, Elgato capture card the footage over to my fucking, PC. It's a whole thing. There's too many layers to it all. Mercy Silent Burst. Shouldn't say deathly afraid of zombies, more just easily scared. I mean, I knew what you meant. I am capable of understanding sarcasm and turns of phrase and jokes in my mouth. You're all good. Running in 4 hours of sleep and tiramisu for caffeine. Please take care of yourself, get some rest if you need. Food, water, etc. are so important. Please take care of yourself. You gotta do what you gotta do, okay? I will never get mad at people for taking the time and directing the energy they need towards self-care. Been playing it every week. Got it! Alright. Ongoing for a while then. Well, still, I hope y'all are having fun. Laying down for a quick sec, of course. Self-care is vital and takes priority. I send all of my love. The more graphics intense games I stream from the laptop, let the desktop just run the game while I'm recording with an Elgato. Fascinating. Alright. I think for me, so my laptop cannot run my model because this model is over 1,000 layers. This model is over 1,000 layers. There's a lot going on here. He's very fancy. I put 8 months of my life into making this model a reality. So I cannot run this thing on my laptop. I have at times thought about, with more intense games, trying to run the games on my laptop and then stream from my PC, but I don't imagine that there's anything I'd be able to run on my PC that would run well there, and not just run into the same problems. I don't know. Things to think about. Maybe one of these days. Leave a tab open for you, of course, of course. Get some rest, get some rest. I appreciate the hell out of you, as per always. Bark, bark, bite, bite. I'm barking and biting aggressively. Chat, I love my friends. My friends are cool. Big fan of having friends. It's pretty peak. Would recommend. Would recommend, chat. Alright, and with that, we've progressed as far as we can in this little set here, so we're going to perish. You froze yourself in time. And we're actually going to be going back to dormant. You dreamt about someone crying into nothing. Whose voice was it? Alright, we've seen all this before. My laptop is a gaming laptop from 2022, so it is decent, especially for games or streaming, but doing both at the same at once has issues. So valid. Mine does not have a dedicated GPU. My laptop does not have a dedicated GPU. Integrated graphics. It is an art machine. It has a very fancy touchscreen with some really advanced like color display shit. And it has pen pressure. So I'm able to draw directly on it without needing an external drawing tablet, though I do use an external drawing tablet sometimes. Just because it's less buggy of an experience. It's my old art machine before I upgraded to a very expensive drawing tablet. Here again. You'd like to make sure Mirabelle doesn't get upset, but is there any way to make this conversation go faster? Something like... Hey Mira, have you thought about doing a sleepover tonight? I was actually just thinking about it. What do you think? Absolutely, I'll let everyone know. You're right. We don't have a moment to lose. But wait, do you know where everyone... Talk to you later, Mira. Oh, okay. You need to make sure Mirabelle knows how to shield all of you against the king. You tell her about the carrot method, whatever it is, so she'll be able to cast it. Oh, this makes so much sense! I also love my model, so I want to do whatever I can to use as much as possible. That said, biggest con is I have to use Nightlight feature to prevent migraines. Ah, that is unfortunate. Hello, Whiteflower Blackslog, how have you been? Haven't seen you in a hot minute, hope you've been well. What are you up to? Bark, bark, bite, bite. I hope you're doing absolutely incredible. Isabeau is here, probably pondering what favor to ask the tree. Hi, Issa. I need to do the favor tree thing. Oh, sorry. I'm in your way then, aren't I? I'll get out of your hair. See you at the clock tower. This game is adorable and also very emotionally intense. This game will traumatize you. But no, hey, gotta do what you gotta do to make streaming work out. Nebulous. No shame. Do what you need to. I know there have been times where my setup was a lot more scuffed. When I first started, I was actually streaming on my laptop. Again, integrated graphics, no dedicated GPU. And I did that for my first 9 months. So it certainly could be worse. 2 PC setup is weird and scary. Been okay writing a new book and exploring my identity. Hell fucking yeah! Any name or pronoun updates we should be aware of? Proud of you. Self-exploration is always something to encourage. I love seeing people explore their identities and figure themselves out. I love writing about how gender is fake. It's fun. Chad, did you know that gender is fake? Did you know that gender is not real? Did you know that I'm a threat to the social construct that is gender? Hey, Stardust. How can I help you in this wonderful new loop? Actually, I don't really have anything to ask him about. I came back here for other reasons. Forgot about that. I need to talk to the people at the bakery. I need to talk to you. Hey, wanna buy something? You show your only silver coin. With one of those, you can get a third of a pastry. But aren't you one of the saviors, traveling with the little Mirabelle? Don't worry about a thing then. Can get you anything on the house? Incredible, incredible. I've never seen anyone give such a look of disdain when offered a croissant. Just set up a timer that lets people know, hey, the screen is orange because I must use a nightly screen to prevent migraines and my setup captures that. I wonder if there is some kind of workaround there. Like, I wonder if there's a way to handle that in post-processing? I'd be curious. Hello, Peru, bye-bye. We're just playing our way through the game, yapping, chilling. We are on a brand new loop. Like, I do wonder if there's a way to handle that maybe on monitor end post-capture, or if there's a way to correct it afterwards, but that's just curiosity on my part. I feel like there has to be a way to work through that, but I'm just a guy. Like, having that option for newer games like the R82 remake because it means I can stream with good graphics. Did learn the hard way. Everything on my desktop, set everything on my desktop to Magnus the hard way. No, I get it. I get it. I've had to learn to section off a lot of my files whenever I'm doing art streams. 49k, or 149k. Congratulations, Peru, very soon. Maybe even tonight, who's to say? Huh. One pan au chocolat coming up. You're still hungry. Good luck tomorrow. My little girl. I don't usually let her in here. Too many dangerous thieves. But she says it's her dream to work with me in the bowlingery, and she might not be able to. Good luck tomorrow. Aren't we supposed to get a book from them?
Welcome. I'm helping Papa today.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be able to grab a book from them. Didn't they, like, check out the family tale that we're looking for? You tried to fix it in post-processing, but it didn't work out. Got it. I'm sure there's some kind of way, but ultimately, I'm just a guy on the internet. What do I know? You take care, Monster Girl. All the best. Hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Bye-bye. Odell is here, looking at what the shop has to offer. Oh, Sifrin. You look rested. Glad to see you this laid back on the day before the end of the world. Anyway, how can I help you? Do I need help with anything? Are you this bored, Sifrin? Alright, I'm trying- so we've been through this dialogue before, but we know where to find the family tale. We know where it is. How do I trigger that? And so you'd like a family tale of a family that died off? Yes. Family taleology? Of a sort. Oh, I've heard the Boulangerie is one of those. What? What? Huh? Really? There we go, I figured it out. She doesn't seem to know how to react. You look at her repeat the same words over and over. Sifrin, will you come with me to ask them if I can borrow it? It might take some time, so make sure you have time to help me. I have time now. Thank you. Let's go then. So we're solving at least one of their problems. You and Odile are now hanging out. You should head to the boulangerie. Oh, this is so cute! I think you keep voicing Zephyrin as Sonic the Hedgehog. Am I doing a Sonic voice? Because that was not intentional. I'm just kind of doing like my... This is a... I have a couple default voices I jump to, and you'll hear me use them for different characters in different pieces of media, but there's like, I have, oh shit, Cade Corvus, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, bark, bark, bite, bite. Mods, can we get a shout out? Hi everybody, hello, I'm Archivist, I'm a loud punk bastard here on the internet. You can find me yapping about queer and leftist issues. I'm a video essayist, new video out on YouTube. I'm a fucking anarchist, and I'm biting you right now. My teeth are already in your arm. How goes it? How was your stream? What were you up to? Everyone on my end, make sure you give Cade Corvus some love. Currently partner pushing last I checked, and Hikari, thank you for the raid. Shit, a lot of y'all coming in. I'll make sure everyone gets shout outs. Appreciate the hell out of y'all. But how is everyone? Hi! It's so lovely to see y'all. Hello, 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 hello. Let me go through and say hello to everybody proper. Welcome into Cade Corvus in the Flash. Hello to 2-in-1. Hello to Zoe the Archivist. Hello to Corrido Taquito Phantom. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's so wonderful to see everybody. I'm just a loud punk bastard, fucking talking queer and leftist issues from an abandoned library and a version of Earth where everything is just slightly worse. We are pretty late into the stream, so I'm a little bit eepy sneepy, a little bit disorganized, as tends to be at this hour, but it's wonderful, wonderful to see everybody. Folks, make sure you give some love to Cade Corvus and to Hikari Chance, both wonderful people who I send all my love to. Steam Next Fest demo, rest of the Pokemon Infinite Fusion demo. Hell yeah, a lot of demos tonight. I was honestly very disappointed with the pickings for Next Fest this year. That said, I only checked it out on Monday. I haven't like poked around since. But I'm so angry at the amount of generative AI garbage that is just flooding Steam right now. It seemed like half the games I stumbled onto, even ones that looked really promising, ended up just being AI garbage. God, I wish there was more to do in that regard. Fuck that shit. I hope you enjoyed, though. Since when does Pokemon Infinite Fusion have a demo? And with you, found a few ones I really liked, but wasn't as good as past ones. This is definitely the weakest Next Fest that I've personally participated in, but, you know, only time will tell how things turn out. Fuck generative AI, by the way. If y'all need a new reason to hate generative AI, you should totally go to my YouTube and watch my recent video essay, AI and the Politics of Death. It is a deep dive into the digital immortality industry. If you've never heard of that, it is quite literally an industry wherein people are marketing generative AI as a cure to grief. It's horrible. There's so much I can say about it. There's so much I already have said about it. Sorry to keep on plugging, I'm very proud of the video. Steam has really dropped the ball when it comes to allowing AI on their platform. It's absolutely infested Steam now. Like, I wish Steam would take a blatantly anti-generative AI policy, but it's also a very difficult thing to enforce. And ultimately, even if they did, people would just lie. And there's a lot of very easy plausible deniability in those cases. It's difficult to police AI in a meaningful capacity because there's always going to be issues of false positives and plausible deniability and workarounds and cheats, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I despise it. I wish they would take a firmly anti-AI stance, but I recognize even doing so is such a difficult thing to foster. What I do wish, like the biggest and smallest and easiest thing I think that they could do is to actually punish devs for not disclosing AI. At bare minimum. I think that is the bare minimum I would ask of Steam at this point. But I desperately wish they would just fucking get rid of generative AI on the platform. It is a very difficult, like, okay. Generative AI is a very difficult problem to deal with. And I'm very sick of efforts that seek to regulate it as if any amount of guideline or rules are going to fix what ultimately is a extremely harmful industry with deep roots. You're not going to fix generative AI by putting rules and guidelines in place. It is an inherently harmful technology, which is polluting the communities of marginalized people, which is contributing to so much illness around the world, which is fucking over everyone's lives. And it is endlessly terrifying, the impact it is having. You can't regulate your way out of this fucking mess. And I don't think it's necessarily even Steam's job to figure out how we fucking cut down on generative AI in the gaming industry, but it sucks that they will not take a more hardline stance on it. Fuck capitalism. Many devs that go whoops about their AI usage only after they are caught. It bothers me also how often they'll say, oh, well, we only use it for minor, unimportant things. There was a game that I heard about recently. It was a very, very promising looking game, wherein, you know, unfortunately, they use generative AI for some of their coding. And they kept talking about how, well, we didn't use it for our art or visuals or any of the important things. We didn't use it for our writing. No, they just used it for some code. And they're acting as though that's somehow better. I really hate the talking point of generative AI is not, or AI art is not art, not because I disagree with it. I absolutely do agree with the notion that, like, you know, art created by AI is not the same as human-made art, and that it, you know, is harmful. But I believe it is a talking point that's very limited in its usefulness. Because it's so easy to sidestep it. It's so easy to say, well, we're not using it for art, or it's so easy to have different definitions of what qualifies as art. Art is so nebulous as a concept, and so people can so easily, when the most prominent talking point against AI is, you know, it's not art, it's so easy to say, well, what I'm making isn't art. Fuck that shit. Until generative AI is made with consent, credit, and compensation for those it's taking from. That's the thing, though. Even if that ever happens, Trans Knight, that does not change the horrid environmental impacts, the fact that it's polluting largely marginalized communities, and the fact that they produce noise pollution that is below the range of human hearing, but has been heavily linked with decreased quality of life, mental illness, depression, discomfort, distress. There is no way to ethically produce generative AI technology, because even having data centers in a city will automatically degrade those people's quality of life. Like, I'm kind of exhausted with the mainstream talking points around generative AI focusing on the quality of art or about copyright or about ownership, when this is fucking over our lives in very material ways that you can't do away with. You can't have generative AI without the giant data centers that, you know, degrade people's quality of life just by mere exposure, you know? There is no way to make it okay by having it be consensual when it is harmful in all of these other ways, you know? We didn't use the destroy the environment machine for the whole thing, we only used the kill the earth button 3 times. So someone used it for translations and more accessibility. Wasn't trying to feel about that one. That's okay. That's the issue with that is, like, generative AI is not good at translating. Generative AI is really bad at translating text. You're not going to get effective or meaningful translations out of it. In order to effectively translate something, you have to have someone who actually knows the language translate it. There's so much nuance that is easily lost in language. I currently have someone who is translating the subtitles for my most recent video essay into a couple other languages, and I have had to sit there and answer questions about like the wording and intention of the script to try and actually get the translation right, because there's a lot of nuance to how things are communicated. How do you translate idioms? How do you translate jokes? Those are not things that are going to translate one to one. I can see they meant well, but it's still gonna be messed up. Yeah, like it's well intentioned, but that doesn't change anything. And like AI more broadly, non-generative AI, traditional machine learning does have genuine uses in our day-to-day lives, including in accessibility. If you've ever used a speech-to-text tool, guess what? You've used traditional machine learning, and it is a genuine necessary accessibility tool. Generative AI is not. There are very few actual meaningful uses for any kind of generative AI tech, and those that exist are primarily in like very specific research and medical situations, not in the hands of everyday people, and not for any kind of production of like art and media, you know? We're talking extremely, extremely niche shit here. Hello. We heard you may have a family tale. Don't understand hating that talking point because of mental gymnastics. You literally do that for every You can literally do that for every anti-AI argument. For the people who care about art, the AI is not art point works. For people that care about the environment arguments work. These talking points can exist together to bolster our side. How do I say? It's because it's very often the main argument I see. And because very often the people who argue it don't care about the other arguments or whatnot. Like, I don't like... What I mean to say is that I don't like how heavily people focus on it. I don't like that it tends to be the most prominent argument I see out there. I would argue it is the least effective to the majority of people. If our focus is on actually convincing people to step away from generative AI, I would argue it is the least useful argument we can be utilizing. Is my point. Because most people don't care about art. Or at the very least, most people don't think they care about art and don't value art in the way that someone like me or the majority of my audience is going to. It's not so much that I hate the argument as much as I think it is just one of the less useful ones. Most people don't care about the environment either. You're gonna get a lot higher percentage of people who do, though. There's a lot of people I've talked to about generative AI who have completely dismissed any arguments regarding its value as art, and those are the only arguments they've been exposed to, but when I start talking about its environmental and psychological damages, they start listening. This is a thing I've encountered and noticed in folks. In my own conversations with other people. Like, for me, it's just a matter of it not feeling like a useful argument. And ultimately, there's no matter what going to be people that you can't convince, but I would rather focus on the arguments that I feel like have actual weight and relevance. There's also a conversation to be had about, like, the very nature of art, which is something that I have very complicated feelings with, that I think a lot of the people who have that conversation are... How do I say this? I'm trying to find the words to communicate this, because this is a thought that I've had, but I've never quite put into words before. It's something about the connotation it creates around the notion of art. And I'm trying to figure out how I communicate this. I'm trying to figure out how to put this into words. I am really, really struggling to find the words to say this. I think the easiest way to say it is that a lot of the people who I see parrot that specific talking point are people who I very much disagree with the nature of art on. Not that and to be clear when I say that, I'm not saying that I believe that, you know, generative AI is producing art. But I think art is such a nebulous thing to define, and that I would end up disagreeing with a lot of those folks on the very nature of art. Not for that specific reason, but for wider, more complicated reasons. I've encountered people who will code no matter what, so the wording of "I hate this" is kind of weird to me when the effectiveness of the argument is based on personal motivation of the person you're arguing with. Doesn't mean we should call arguments useless because people don't care about specific thing, like talking points speak to. Just means it doesn't work for those people. I think it doesn't work for, but like, why is our primary argument we're using the one that's going to convince the least people? You know? Why is the primary argument we're utilizing the one that's going to convince the least number of people? That's a point where I have a good deal of my... Oh my god, the disorganized thoughts are fucking... ugh. Like, there's going to be people, no matter what, who ignore every argument, but I feel like there is value in focusing on the arguments and tailoring your arguments to the people you're talking about. But, like, so many people, even who puppet the that specific talking point, don't give any credence or care to the other points. I don't know, it's a fucking... It feels like the least relevant and important argument, and I wish that more credence and care was given to arguments that are actually going to convince more people, and that are actually more relevant to our day-to-day lives, you know? The argument itself is still sound in my eyes, especially if people agree that it's true. I agree that it's true, but it also requires us to sit down and define what art is. And that is a complicated and nuanced conversation and question that I think I am going to disagree with most people on. I think a lot of my frustration with that argument is that it requires us to sit down and define art. And I'm going to disagree with most people on what art is. Okay, my brain is on the fritz. Give me a second. Big stretch. I also need to get through this dialogue like fucking now. Because I just remembered that I have a thing at 2 a.m. Fact is, if you start the argument with the art point, most people are going to go, "Ha, you're defensive because you're an artist," then presume it's the only reason you really care. Yeah, it's literally, like, I just think it is... My problems with it are twofold. One, that it is just a argument that is not as useful as many of the other talking points we have, and I don't think it should be our primary starting point in the conversation. It convinces less people, is easier to sidestep or ignore, and is one of our least active arguments. I think we need to focus less on the talking point of AI art is not art, and more on its material impacts in our day-to-day lives that more people are going to recognize and value. But I also just, it requires us to have a conversation about what is art, how do we define art. And that is a conversation that I can oftentimes find myself frustrated amidst, because it is so easy in having that conversation to invalidate massive swaths of things that I would definitely call art. Because like people will say, well, people will say art needs to be created by a human, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that animals can produce art. I believe that like there are ways of using non-machine learning algorithms to produce art. I think that you end up in this really nebulous territory of trying to define art, which is something I would argue really cannot be captured or defined. I argue that art is something that is constantly shifting and changing alongside our culture. I would argue that art can't really be defined. I'm kind of the mind that if you sit down and create something with the intention of making art, it is art, and that if you perceive something with the intention of understanding it as art, it is art. Art is something that is a collective creation of its creator and also of its viewer. And that is a difficult thing to try and communicate. It is difficult to have conversations about what is art without invalidating massive swaths of things that I would call art. I think a lot of people would not call what I do art, as in me sitting here and talking. But I consider it art. And I think there's a lot of things that the creators don't understand or view to be art, but that I would also consider art because I've come to understand, consume, and perceive it as art. And I think trying to define art in any kind of material terms is frustrating. You know? Anyway, a family tale. Of a family called Paperose? If you'd be okay with it, I'd like to borrow it for a little bit. Oh, the one I borrowed from my girl before the house froze. I'm not a very good writer, so I figured reading another would give me some inspiration for stories to tell my little girl. Do you still have it? I do not. What? Do you know Antoine, maybe? He lives in the east of town, in the house with no flowers, and asked if he could borrow it. They knew the Paperose family, you see. I couldn't really refuse. The Paperose family died only a few years back, after all. Well, that sucks. Do you know if he still has it now? I don't see why they wouldn't. I have a sudden bad feeling about this. The house to the east of the village with no flowers, huh? It looks like we've got to go pay them a visit. Alright, this house. Trying to get through this fucking quest before I have to close out, because I do have to raid soon. Oh, hello. Antononi, is it?
That sure is me. And you're two of the saviors, aren't you? Thank you for all you're doing. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you. We had a favor to ask. Could we borrow the family tale you possess? For an hour, maybe?
Oh, the Paparosse family tale.
I know this means a lot to you, so...
Oh no, that's not the problem. I'd be happy to lend it to you, but, well... I think one of the kids next door stole it from me?
What? What?
I'm not saying they're bad kids. They're very nice kids. Very nice. They just, well, you know the three kids outside. A few weeks ago, they passed by to help me cook some things, and, well, the book is gone now. So,
Fetch quest. Sounds like we should talk to those kids. If you're busy in, like, actually a minute, you may want to save the game. Yeah, I am gonna be busy in, like, 5 minutes. We'll get that book, Odile. Let's just go, alright? Yeah, I'm gonna save the game after this cutscene here. Kids. The little kid with the small hat looks at you from their rock throne.
adults. What do you want?
Sifrin, you handle this. Why you?
Why me?
You're closer to being a kid than I am. Listen, I'm always on the grind. I have plans at 2 in the morning because I'm very normal, and that's the thing that normal people do. Make plans for 2 a.m. World's most normal guy. He's got the suck of a grind set. I'm eating raw eggs. Chat, I want to put a raw egg in my mouth. Hello, Yuri lover. How are you doing today? Good luck. Okay. Do you know about family tales?
Yeah? What kind of adult doesn't know about family tales? Are you stupid? Man, you can't ask adults if they're stupid. Can't I? Look at them. They're short, and their hair looks unbrushed, and they look like they haven't slept in weeks. And that hat definitely looks stupid and not cool.
Sifrin, the kid is destroying you. Do something. On principle, you don't get into fights with kids. What to say? Anyway, do you know about a Paparosse family tale?
Ah.
Man, and I think he's asking about...
Shut up. I got this.
The middle kid looks at you as disdainfully as they can, which is a lot.
What if we do?
We'd like to borrow it.
Trade. A trade! A trade! We have something you do not. Knowledge. Offer us something in exchange. We have a pun. A pun? It better be the best pun I've ever heard.
How do you keep a wizard in suspense? The kid leans a bit towards you, interested.
I don't know. How?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
What? That's not the deal. Tell me no.
The kid's eyes grow wide, speechless. 2 a.m. plans are completely normal, is saying this is a vampire. I love making 2 a.m. plans. By the way, I really like your model. Thank you, I made it myself. Bark my bite. I did my own art and rigging because I'm the most normal guy. I'm the world's most normal guy. Chat, remember the time that I taught myself 3D modeling over the course of like 3 days and then didn't make my own 3D model because I didn't have time? I taught myself to 3D model, and I was working on a 3D model that I was actually supposed to release like on my birthday, my 23rd birthday. And then I ended up homeless. World's most normal guy.
Manon. The wizard-looking adult, he said. They said you're a wizard, Manon. Wow. I know you just said it because it's part of the joke. And I know I'm not a real wizard because wizards aren't real. But I felt something just now. I'll do whatever you ask.
We only need the book. Wild series of event chat. I shudder in fear remembering your finger tracking. World's most normal guy. I'm very particular and interesting as a person, I like to think. I think it's very funny the number of, or one of my favorite things about, like, you know, having an audience that steadily grows over time is getting to have in-jokes that I shock my more recent viewers with. Because a lot of y'all weren't here for pre-Homelessness Saga AE. Oh boy, did shenanigans occur. Oh, chat, if you think I'm unhinged and, have far too much ego now, if you think I'm constantly biting off more than I can chew and going to absurd lengths now, you would have feared pre-Homelessness Saga AE. Hello, Saiyajin, how are you doing? Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr pre-homelessness saga AE. I used to be worse.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Mana doesn't have the book anymore.
There will be an ad hitting soon, folks. Do I snooze the ad break? I'm still waiting for the prince to tell me that he has gone live. I'll let the ad play. I'm good, you? I'm doing quite well. We're chilling tonight. It's been a very good evening. What?
Listen, Charlene was being really annoying about wanting it, so I gave it to her so she stopped crying, okay?
Who's Charlene?
Charlene Croquet? The Bullinger's daughter.
The what? Huh? You can't help but laugh.
Heh, look at the old lady's face.
Sifrin, you jump. We are going. You nod rapidly and follow.
Bye, adults.
It's the final one of the stream. Let it play. True that, true that.
Bye, adults. Let's play again soon.
I am literally waiting on the individual I'll be rating to start stream. Oh, wait. Live now and running to get a snack. Alright, alright. You know what? I'm gonna let the ad break play. I'm just gonna let the ad break play normally. We're gonna go save and then I'm gonna rate in. I'm gonna feel so bad for the people who are sitting through the ad just to immediately like hear our raid out stuff. Raid out alarm spiel, whatever. I'm normal. We've saved the video game chat. Life through plot development and main character syndrome at AE and he hasn't been the same since. Yeah, this is true. This is true. People who knew me pre-homelessness saga can confirm I was worse. I bite off more than I can chew. I constantly push. Oh my god, I'm doing my best. I bite off more than I can chew now. I push my limits as things are. I used to be worse. I used to, even back then, I was releasing like an animatic every other week. I was doing voice acting on a ton of projects. I was at the time streaming 4 to 5 times a week, usually up to 8 hours. So I was essentially streaming like 30 to 40 hours a week back then. I was still doing like regular shorts, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week. If only I had that kind of time. But to be frank, like, taking on those absurd projects is part of how I developed the skills to do everything I do now. I absolutely do not regret my time spent fucking around and finding out, because it has enabled me to become the creator that I am now. You don't wake up one day good at this shit. It is skill that you build over an extended period of time, over years, that you come to master and understand, and I think there's a lot of beauty and value in that. You're so nice always. I try. I try to be a force of positivity and kindness and good and all that. Unfortunately, life threw plot at me, and I was forced to, yes, to grow up quickly and all of that, but also, like, pull a lot of my time away from content creation. I dream of the day that I can do this full time, though. It'll happen eventually. No. I used to be the kind of guy who regularly pulled, like, back-to-back all-nighters just for the sake of finishing projects, and you would not be able to tell back then. In any case, welcome back from the ad break. I am so sorry to be raiding out immediately as ads end, but folks, do I have a treat for you? You're going from one AE stream to a collab with AE stream. We're going to be raiding into Safi Adkins' channel, where we're going to be playing some DDLC with the Prince. We'll be over there in a few minutes. I hope you all will stick around, but no worries if you need to head out, get some rest, etc., etc. It is 2 a.m. at least over here. I will next be live over here on my own channel. When am I gonna be live? When am I streaming? Saturday, 7 p.m. EST. If I don't see you then, hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Y'all make sure you take care of yourselves. Again, so sorry to raid out immediately after an ad break. We're doing our best here. I'm just a loud gay bastard on the internet, but the grind never ends. If I don't see you guys on Saturday, I hope to see you again sometime in the near future. Big things coming. I'm working on a lot of projects in the background. But for now, signing off from the archive. Good night.